Neurologic and neuromuscular drugs. Nervous system includes central nervous system and peripheral nervous system, CNS brain and spinal cord. PNS somatic and automatic nervous systems. Neuromuscular system muscles of body, plus the nerves that supply these muscles. Drugs include skeletal muscle relaxants, neuromuscular blocking drugs, anti-Parkinsonian drugs, anticonvulsant drugs, and anti-migraine drugs. Skeletal muscle relaxants relieve MSK pain, spasms, spasticity, stiff movement, multiple sclerosis, cerebral palsy, stroke. Centrally acting agents treat acute muscle spasms due to anxiety, inflammation, pain, and trauma. Also treat spasticity due to MS and cerebral palsy. MOA specifics are unknown, but the drugs are CNS depressants. Skeletal relaxation is an effect from the sedative effects of decreasing CNS stimulation. Side effects: physical dependence, cessation can lead to withdrawal symptoms, dizziness, drowsiness, bradycardia. Direct acting agents. Dantrolene sodium is the only drug in this category. Used for spasticity in cerebral palsy, MS, spinal cord injury, and stroke. MOA acts directly on muscle, interferes with calcium release weakens force of contractions. Side effects: drowsiness, dizziness, muscle weakness. Others. Baclofen. Used for spasticity in MS and spinal cord injury. MOA specifics are unknown, reduces nerve impulses in spinal cord to skeletal muscles decreases severity of muscle spasms. Side effects: drowsiness, fatigue, muscle weakness.
Neuromuscular blocking drugs disrupt transmission of nerve impulse at motor end plate relaxation of skeletal muscles. Used to relax skeletal muscles during surgery, reduce muscle spasms in seizures, and manage patients fighting ventilator in ICU. Non-depolarizing blocking drugs. MOA drug competes with ACH at cholinergic receptor site blocks ACH action prevents muscle from contracting. Effect can be counteracted by anticholinesterase. Used for muscle relaxation to ease ET2, muscle relaxation to help realignment of dislocated bones, muscle relaxation for fighting mechanical ventilation, and prevent muscle relaxation. Side effects: apnea, hypotension, bronchospasm, excessive salivation. Neuromuscular blocking drugs do not affect consciousness or pain. Anesthesia plus analgesia should always be used when neuromuscular blocking agents are used. Depolarizing blocking drugs. Succinylcholine is only drug in this category. MOA acts like acetylcholine but does not get inactivated by cholinesterase. Once administered, it attaches to receptor sites on skeletal muscles prevents repolarization of motor end plate muscle paralysis. Drug of choice for short-term relaxation during intubation. Side effects: primary side effect is hypotension plus prolonged apnea. Anticonvulsant drugs. Seizure disturbed electrical activity in brain. Partial, focal part of brain is affected. Simple, experience some elements of aura, some twitching, usually in one limb. Complex, experience some elements of aura. Often consist of repeated movements, some altered consciousness, autonomic, sensory and motor signs, confusion after seizure. Generalized involves all of brain. Absence, petit mal, stirring plus transient loss of responsiveness and then retrograde amnesia, not remembering what happened. Atonic, short episodes where patient suddenly falls. Tonic-clonic, grand mal, may experience some element of aura, then tonic phase, muscle contraction, then clonic phase, repeated contraction and relaxation, usually followed by deep sleep, postictal state. Also has retrograde amnesia. Special cases. Febrile seizures, tonic-clonic seizure related to rapid rise in body temperature. Myoclonic seizures, large jerky body movements due to uncontrollable skeletal muscle contraction. Status epilepticus, seizure is repeated or prolonged, life-threatening due to risk of hypoxia. Medications for seizures will decrease neuron excitability. Observe and record intensity, duration, and location of seizure activity.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of The Storyteller. I'm Roger Hanson, and today I am wanting to go a little bit farther with my plot and discuss it. I've already went over the proofreading and stuff in the last time. I also was unprepared for last week's stream, so I went over some other things, which is good because those are issues that I think a lot of writers should be talking about when it comes to writing your story and being accountable for yourself and things of that nature, and getting into a routine and taking effort, to actually take time out of the day to think about your story and write it if you're wanting to write. So it was a good thing that I did that. I'm getting off to a late start, and I apologize. With that being said, I wanted to also make some comments on my channel. I have noticed that people are getting interested in it, and I appreciate the support that I've gotten from everybody who's come on and subscribed to The Storyteller. Especially with the people in my gaming community. I've gotten a lot of good feedback, and I just wanted to say thank you guys for stopping in, subscribing, and watching my videos. It's really, really appreciative. I even got some weird, well, not really weird comments, but with my narrations, I got one of them that has a little girl telling the story. That's the narrator. And they find it kind of creepy, and I find that, in my personal opinion of it, as good feedback for me, because that's kind of what I like. I like getting a little bit of a creepy vibe from the stories, but it's sci-fi with a kind of like the girl off of Resident Evil. You know what I mean? That's the kind of voice that's in it. So I'm okay with all that, but like I said, I appreciate you guys coming in and actually giving me support on that. That's much appreciated. I've had this channel for quite a long time, and I haven't gotten very many people to come in and actually, be a part of it. And coming in and doing that is a real big deal for me, because this is one of my personal channels. This is where I get to do the stuff that I've always liked doing, and writing's the big thing, the one thing that I really enjoy doing, and not just writing, but learning about writers too. I've put a lot of stuff on here that was written by other people, and it's really great to go out and learn about your favorite writers and stuff of that nature as well. And with that being said, I do want to point out a writer that I've been narrating here, doing a narration for here recently. The story that I have that's been going out is called The Wallhouse Curse. This is a book that is written by John G76 on Minds.com. His real name is John Geffold. Now, he has other books too. If you guys are interested in reading his book, I'd suggest that you check it out. If you want to read this book instead of listening to the narrator, you can pick it up on goodreads.com. I believe it's for free. He's got a few other books as well, if you guys are interested, and he's a really good guy. So yes, I am giving him a plug. I've been promising to get this narration out all year, and me and Bob Dub had it set up to where we were going to do it earlier, and somewhere throughout the year the transition, or the communications got screwed up, and like she thought she had read like half of it already and sent me the audio, but she didn't. I didn't receive it. So what ended up happening is I eventually just went ahead and started doing a narrator on it to get it going. I'd also like to tell everybody that I made no alterations to the story whatsoever. I didn't go through, change the wording or anything of that nature. It's just the exact same way that the book says it. Now, in my recording, I might have the little spots where the Audacity froze or something, maybe. But I didn't hear any, because I go through and I try to get rid of the gaps to where it sounds as human as possible. But other than that, I just wanted to point that out. That's his writing. That's not my writing or any alterations from the book whatsoever. So you're getting the book as it's written. And after I'm done with that one, which I'm coming up on, I finally got to the last part, which, by the way, I stepped away from the computer so that I didn't hear the ending to it. I want to hear the ending to the story, but on the final edit. So I stepped away from the computer for that, but I did get the audio straightened out. So the audio is set up and it's good to go. All I have to do now is, like I said, go through, edit out the gaps in between them, because the reader has a tendency of stopping or making it sound more of a drone-ish sound. And you can go in when you're doing your video or your audio editing, and you can tighten it up to where it actually sounds better, So that's what I'm doing there. And after I'm done with that, I'll have all of them up and posted in there by sections. I believe I have them at 30 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. But when I'm done with that, the final one is going to be a live stream of all those parts put together so that it's in one story. And you guys can check that out whenever I get that taken care of. So I just wanted to let everybody know that. And I have to also be honest about it. I've been debating on if I wanted to bring it up or not. But like with the Odyssey, I haven't been sticking by the computer and listening to it all the way through. I've been getting up and letting it record and then coming back, and I'm doing each book at a different time. I would go back and make edits to it, to be honest with you, but the thing of it is I'm so far through it, I don't know if I want to go back. I started paying attention and I noticed that on parts of it, it brings up a smiley face on there when it shouldn't, for that one, and I apologize for that. I've just that's on me basically, but later on I can go through and edit it and make it sound a lot better. With that being said, I mean, other than that small technicality, it's still a pretty good story. It's in poetic form too, so I think that's the most important part about it. It's really amazing how well these narrators are getting at reading these stories as well. I think that's pretty cool. So, I did want to bring that up. I kind of felt bad about it after, because I should be doing a little bit more better on that one. Now, I'm going to do these stories, the other ones, the short stories that I have, like I do on the other ones. Each of the ones that I get aren't all 12 videos, but the short stories altogether are going to come up to 12 videos for the year, and after that I'm going to stop doing it. It might go over a little bit, I'm not sure, but I do want to bring it to an end at the end of 12 of them. So that is one thing that I did want to bring up and mention to you. We are streaming on Odyssey, YouTube, X at the moment, the story, Rumble, and on Twitch. So if you guys want to check that out, you can. I was debating on opening the chat today, but then I decided, you know what, nobody's wanted to come in actually and do the chat with me, so I'm okay with just doing this, because I really don't want to have, I really don't see the purpose and opening of chat up about something that has to do with writing. To be fair, that's just kind of the way I've been feeling about it. It's just it doesn't seem right, you know. Especially when I'm going over the topic of like writing a plot and doing an outline and all this stuff. So I guess that would possibly be everything that I do need to discuss. And like I said, I do have my stuff out that I do have going on that I think needs to be discussed. Now I have my plot written out, believe it or not, but there is more things that I do want to add on to it. So as I go through, I will be incorporating things into it, and when that's done, then I will go ahead and get it straightened up. Now, besides doing the story, I want to also point out that I have last year when I started the first book, okay, and this is a series of short stories that's going to be a part of a series called The Clash, so that you guys know, or not The Clash, but Clash is what it is, CLASH. And last year I did one concerning my character Zuthra, and I did that according to Save the Cat plot, where you do your plots. And the year before that I also did it with another story, but that was before I did any of the streams. This year I'm gonna kind of move away from Save the Cat. It's gonna be somewhat familiar, but it's not really the same thing, you know what I mean? It's not the same format when it comes to that. But I am going to get away from that, because there was a few things that was going on there that I really didn't agree with, you know, and it was really, it complicated it for me, you know what I mean? Now, there's one thing that I haven't put in this one, which I probably might put into it, but I'm not sure. It's the Beeline story. But there's another one. It's a call to action, I think it is, and they have this spot in the story where they want somebody who's insignificant to say like a saying that no, theme stated is what it is, and he's supposed to, you know, state the theme in the story, and then at the end you hear the theme again, or somebody else, or you think of it in your head, or, you know, something like that, and then all of a sudden everything makes sense. I'm going to leave that out, because it really does complicate a lot of the stuff that I'm doing here, because not only am I trying to come up with a plotted story, but I'm also wanting to create a series of short stories that have plots for each story, you know, which really complicates it more as you go along. So for me, I'm going to hold off on doing that, and not do that, because it's just way too much. But like I said, I will end up putting the story in eventually, because, or the Beeline story, that is going to definitely go in. So with that being said, I just wanted to let you guys know that well, I shouldn't really say definitely it's going to be put in there. So I don't know. It's something that maybe I will do, but there's no guarantees to it. So whenever I start out, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start out with the prologue. Now, after I go on to the prologue, then I am going to go right into my opening image. I have my prologue set up, and it is basically going to be set up to where freaking it goes over the reviews of a lot of the things that happened just to Tiana, with her madness, her inner conflicts, where she has madness and power, basically. I call it Tiana's descent, and where it goes into play is where her descent takes her into her world of madness. And I do that because I want it to be kind of like a cautionary tale about the corrupting nature of power, and like the fine line between a ruler and a tyrant, so that I can actually kind of explore that and get it going. And this is going to be a short part of it. It's not going to be very, very extensive into it. Now, whenever I do that, I'm going to point out how she began as like a cunning leader, and then she slowly starts to transform into a tyrannical leader, and she's driven by bloodlust and power. Because if you guys have watched my older videos, you know about Tiana and her bloodlust. Maybe not as much as what I wanted to do it, because like when I was doing these stories, and I'm learning that even now, like I'm remembering the first story for now when I write this, but the plans on what I wanted to do with that first story and what it actually turned out to be are two different things. So with me, I had to learn how to just let the story tell itself, take on its own, take on its own, basically, just that, to kind of become itself. Because, like I said, I'm dealing with, what I didn't incorporate was I'm dealing with a short story, which I only want to make each short story maybe 10 to 12 pages long, no longer. And on top of that, it has to be plotted. And then I also want a plot, but I also want to try to keep a character, a character-based story incorporated into it. And I hear a lot of people say, "Oh, don't do that because there's nothing good about it," because it just leads nowhere and it runs out. But for me, I don't know, man. I kind of like the whole character-based story thing, and it just became interesting to me. I wanted to try and incorporate character-based stories with a plot, and make it a short stories for each of them, and have them connect to one another as well. So it's a special project that I have. And like I said when I first started this tangent, I started out with an idea of what I wanted the story to be like, and I ended up having to let the story just tell itself, and I had to tone it down on a lot of things, because I ran into issues when it came to actually telling the story. And Tiana was actually the one part of the story that was really hard, because Zuthra ended up marrying 3 women, and he does it through seduction. And Tiana comes from a society that is ruled by women, and they don't really respect men. They look down on them and consider them like cannon fodder, or their only use is for cannon fodder in battle, or working as a slave in the mines, or sexual reproduction. But they don't have any regard for them whatsoever, no respect, and that's the way they are. If they're not of any use, they literally just kill them, and that's the way that's the type of life that she comes from. And Zuthra, in my first story, seduces her and makes her into his wife, and she becomes resentful for that, and that is what leads on to his eventual demise and the demise of Lycia, or Lycia, however you want to pronounce it. But after that, I was wanting to go into the plot for the Draconians, the Draco, which I am pretty excited to get into, but I stopped and I took a look at it. Now, last season I had Karma Love on here, and she was really fascinated with his character, even though it was really hard for me to kind of fit her in because of how different she is from the other women. And then plus, in my head, I was trying to portray Zuthra as something like supernatural and you know, this like almost godlike person of pure energy, and it didn't seem to me as I was writing the story that that's how he was coming through. So what I had to do was eventually make changes to his character, as well as make changes or cut back on some of the things with Tiana, so that it would all kind of merge together and make a good story. And it was a lot different than what I had expected it to be. So this is where I get to the end of the story. I did the rough draft. I let it sit and breathe for a while, and then I came back and I proofread it again this last time, which I did the episode before this one, and I made changes to it, and that's when it dawned on me. Well, even before that, I had the thought that instead of going right into the Draco, I should go from the first story into Tiana's descent, and do a short story on her and how she ended up gaining power, and she ended up descending into madness, and how everybody started betraying her. She went from being a ruler to a tyrant and everything. So in the beginning, she was already a cunning leader. She was real cunning about the way she did things, and then she became tyrannical when she became, you know, the basic overlord, and she was driven by bloodlust, which she was already that way beforehand, but she was driven by bloodlust and power. So that kind of makes it a little bit more interesting. Now with this though, I'm wanting to make it to where her madness becomes a growing desire for brutality and torture. Okay. And then instead of it being just males, which that's what she was doing before, she doesn't care if it's a male or a female. She just wants brutality and torture, and I want to express it through like bizarre experimentations that Draco are doing on humans, and through torture, because her society enjoyed torturing men. That was their form of recreation, you know. So in this one, it's going to be just torturing anybody. It doesn't even matter. She wants somebody tortured, and then I can start getting into the area and kind of going into the Draconian plot, where they are doing experiments on humans, and incorporating human DNA with reptilian DNA and creating a hybrid. They're also going to be doing cyborg. They're going to be creating human cyborgs and stuff of that nature. So it's gonna be pretty interesting when I get to that. But before I get to that, I want to focus on Tiana and her descent into madness, and focus on the things that involve her before I do that, and then incorporate it. Because like I said before, I think that'll also add to the story, you know, and it'll also make it grounded and more grounded in a story, basically. So the madness starts unraveling in Tiana's mind, okay, and it leads her into a world where she's isolated, both physically and mentally, and it also becomes a situation where followers finally come to fear, and eventually they just flee away from her control. They don't want to have anything to do with her. They eventually just flee from her. Now, with her isolation, I wanted to make it to where Tiana's isolation grows, and the reason why I want to do that is because it reflects on her inner turmoil, and that'll eventually also lead to the inevitable rebellion that arises, and this represents, what happens when a leader becomes out of touch with their people. I think that's what that'll reflect on. So first it'll be her beginning to isolate, and then freaking she'll start getting worse and worse, and eventually it'll start showing, it'll start reflecting onto other people, where they'll start seeing it, and they'll eventually want to rebel with it. Either rebel or run away. They'll come to that situation where they'll have to make a decision. Do they want to rebel against her and the Draconians, or do they just want to flee? And that's in later on in the story. But I do think I have to bring that up as a part of it. So after that, Tiana also, I want her to be portrayed where she finds herself surrounded by like shadowy people, and she's like in dimly lit space, separated from people, as her madness grows, because while I'm doing the story, I want to have it to where she's being viewed as seeing those who follow her as nothing more than objects, and then also I want her to be that type of person who justifies her actions as like inconsequential. You know what I mean? No big deal. I just murdered a guy, tortured him to death. No big deal. It's not important. So that is kind of what I'm wanting to get into whenever it comes to this, and I also want to focus on the bloodlust and the morality, the moral decay that follows her obsession with bloodshed. That highlights the consequences of losing touch with humanity. You know what I mean? So she's slowly losing touch with humanity and the people around her. So that is what is going to take place in the prologue. This isn't going to be very long either, so I'm going to have to be able to put that information into like 2 pages, I believe. So it makes it interesting. So after that, what's going to end up happening is I am going to go into my oops, I should probably not do that. After that, I am going to go into my opening scene, and after I figure out where the heck I am, I will be able to get that up and going. Yeah. So I am going to go into my opening scene. I did not have to take that down on Twitch. Okay, so this is where my opening scene starts out, and when I do my opening scene, it's actually the beginning of Act 1. So you have Act 1 and then the opening scene, and I'm going to make that just 1 page long, okay? And what an opening scene is when you start a story in a plot, you want to create an opening scene at the beginning of the story that everybody can visualize in their head, and it should just create a scene, just something that's happening at that moment right then and there. And that's just your opening scene. And what mine's going to be is the crumbling remnants of the Lycian Empire. And I'm going to make it to where I describe it as a place that's once vibrant and rich, and now it's overshadowed by the Draco oppression, because they're reigning over Lycia through Tiana. Okay, I'm gonna make it to where it mentions things like dark skies loom, and whispers of betrayal fill the air. You know what I mean? And what it basically is it's going to also talk about Tiana's eyes betray her flicker of madness, as she sits upon her throne, and it's going to be an image of her sitting on her throne. I'm thinking maybe do something cool like a throne of bones, where Lycia has just been destroyed. So, in the palace, the throne room and all that has been transported to another dimension. So she has to freaking create her own, palace and her own throne. So it's going to be like a makeshift throne, maybe, where it's made of like bones and shit. And she's like real evil. She's got a whip, things of that nature. Just a torturous, horrible woman, just evil to the core. But that is what I wanna incorporate into that opening scene, and then I also want to make it to where the room is dimly lit, and she's surrounded by those shadowy figures, So, and like I said, the throne's going to be maybe bones, and you got shadowy people there, and it's a dimly lit room, and there's her sitting on her throne made of bones. That's going to be the opening scene. Now that's just one page. Then I go to the setup, and that is going to be 2 pages long. Now, Act 1 is what that is. So in Act 1 you have the opening image and then the setup. And in the setup, I'm going to start talking about after the fall of Lycia, how Tiana is installed as a puppet leader by the Draco, and they rule over the surviving humans, and these surviving humans see the Draco as gods, but they want to rule at a distance and use Tiana as their puppet leader. Okay. Now, through the obsession for power and the thrill of torture, Tiana's her internal conflicts start to emerge. They start to surface. She starts to reveal her madness. And then that'll be through like barbaric experiments being conducted, on those people that she once called her people. Now she's sending them off to be experimented on by the Draco, and then her torture and everything that she does like that, Now that right there is where I do want to come up with this, and see, it's pretty tough because I have to budget my time to 2 pages, so there's a lot of good stuff that I could put on there, and I'm going to 1 page is pretty hard. The opening image is going to be cool, but it could be a lot more if it was more than 12 pages. If it was longer than a short story. But that's where the trick comes in. I have to set it up to where I can actually pull it off and be able to do this. So now that through the obsession for power and the thrill of torture, Tiana's internal conflicts surface, like I said. Now, that is a small remnant of the things that frickin' she well, no, what I should say is it's a small remnant of people, okay, that are there from what there was there before. So, like at the end of my last story, the people who weren't enthralled with the draconians through the drug that Obtu created called Soma, which turns them into blind slaves. The ones that weren't hooked on that, they ended up fleeing in a mass exodus and running away from Lycia to distant parts of the cosmos. And the ones who stayed because they were greedy and they weren't addicted to the Soma, or they stayed because they were addicted to the Soma and they were blind slaves to the Draconians, and they thought of them as gods. And there's a small remnant of what was once there. So they're there, and they're being used for torture, and they're also being used for experimentation. And slaves, is, of course, too, is something I should bring up. But that's something that I'm going to incorporate and let people understand. Like, these aren't a huge amounts of people. I also am debating on creating a part in the story where Kiana introduces barbaric rituals, and then she like demands absolute obedience from all of her subjects, and from that point maybe have it to where they portray her as a godlike being. You know what I mean? I'm kind of on the fence about that, but it's something that I do want to do, because I was mentioning Soma before and thinking of the Draconians as gods, so that might conflict, but I might just add it in as well, because like I said, she's kind of, she has her own agenda. Right now she's a puppet of the Draconians at this point, but she's a lot more cunning than what than being a puppet. You know what I mean? Now, the one thing that I am going to start bringing up at this point is unpredicted outbursts that Tiana makes, and her advisors notice, and they become fearful about. She just, because of her madness, she starts having these outbursts, and they become fearful, and they start to question their loyalties towards her. Then they start realizing things about her bloodthirsty desires, and then her isolating herself, both physically and mentally. And they start seeing that signs of her madness, and it's slowly taking a grip on her, and all of her people that are around her, that are closest to her, are starting to see this, and all of a sudden there's like whispering conversations by her followers, and they start hinting at their growing desire to leave, or uprise against her. But like I said, that is where this next part comes into play. But at that moment, they're wanting to get away from her madness. They're starting to realize it. Now, this will bring me to the catalyst, which is also referred to as the dark turn. Now, this is going to be 2 pages, and on this one, actually, let me set up my shot to where. Wait a minute. Did I already went through the setup, didn't I? Yeah, I already went through the setup, and I forgot to put it on there. I am sorry, guys. So that was the setup. Now I am going to go to the catalyst, and this is where her subjects are starting to notice her unpredictable outbursts, and things of that nature. I've already gotten through that, But now we get to the catalyst and the dark turn, and that's going to be 2 pages long. Now this has to do with rumors among the people and how they begin to spread about Tiana and her violent tendencies. Slowly, all those people who were formerly loyal to her begin to plot rebellion against her. Okay? Now, even though that's happening, some followers feel that there are also signs that Tiana's madness is indicating divine favor from the Draco. Okay? Now, you're going to have that going on. You're going to have that, and then there's also those who witness the horrors that she's committed, and they're torn between confrontation and loyalty. Either stay loyal or having conflict, having a rebellion and rising up against her. Now, once the followers of the Draco once they were like the followers of the Draco, and they're also subjects of Tiana, but they begin to grow factions within the people, so these factions start rising up, among the people who are supposed to be followers and stuff. But the thing is it's gone to the point now to where they've started debating on whether or not they should rebel against Tiana and the Draco, or if they should just flee, if they should just leave like everybody else did with the mass exodus beforehand, which that's what they're debating on, if they should actually try to fight against them, or if it would be better for them if they turn around and they just rise up against them. Now, I'm going to make it to where it points out that they'll be leaving everything that they know behind, and they'll be traveling into unknown regions, and then also they can either stay and fight to the bitter end, which I'm going to make it to where if they do fight to the bitter, if they do fight and they do rebel, that this small group of people who are left there is going to have to go against the Draco and also against Tiana's soldiers, which would be basically a slaughter. So they decide that they come into that debate to where they have to decide if they want to actually stay or if they want to fight. And that is what I never did do a spot on my thing for the debate. So it's perfectly fine. I've actually never well, it's kind of hard to really tell what is the freaking conflict and which is the debate, you know what I mean? Because, or the catalyst and the debate, because they kind of blend into one another. Okay, now I've gone through that. Now I'm going to go into break into 2. Now with break into 2, when I was doing Save the Cat, I went according to what they suggested, and with that one I tried to do that one at 20% of the story. And that one, when you do Act 2, the protagonist answers the call. They make the choice to begin their adventure, transformations, journey, new things. And then you have to show your protagonist deciding to plunge into Act 2. You know what I mean? So that is where that comes into. So that's what we're doing here at this moment. And with that one, let me see where I'm at. I gotta make sure. Yeah. I ended up. I'm trying to stay with the notes, and they are getting okay. Yeah, the debate. Yeah, I already covered the debate. I really need to separate these areas. Now, the break into two is the turning point. Okay, and that's 2 pages long. Okay. Now, whenever I go over these things, okay, I understand that these change according to the character that you do have. If you want a character that is not learning the lesson in the beginning, then you want that character at the end of the story to learn his lesson. You know what I mean? And what I just read to you would be the average character who is learning a lesson according to a plot. So that's break into two for somebody who's doing that. Now, if you have a character who is not a hero, but maybe an anti-hero or just straight out evil, it doesn't apply to that. Okay, so you have to do the complete opposite, or sometimes just it's not the complete opposite, it's somewhere in between, you know what I mean? But it's that's the basic format for it. So like with Tiana, I would have to literally make it to where it's not the same as what I just read to you, because she's not a hero. She's not learning a lesson and overcoming her problems and things of that nature. She's ruthless, evil, and the only thing she wants is power and bloodlust, and she's going crazy. So that is something I do want to point out so that everybody understands that this is an anti-hero. The protagonist is an anti-hero. So that's one thing that I do want to point out. So with this, what happens is as Tiana's men go from house to house, gathering up subjects for a massive calling, which the people are against, of course. You know, they start to speak out in protest. These people who once called her, she once called her loyalist. You know, they begin to plot against her. So, and like I said, you know, whispers of rebellion become more louder now. Instead of them being whispering, they're getting louder, and people are starting to protest against these acts that are being done against them. I'm going to have to also bring some stuff up about the Soma, because like the Soma is supposed to turn them into mindless zombies, basically, where they follow only her. And I'm going to have to figure out a way of making it to where the Soma doesn't have the same effects as what it did when it first started. Like, it started wearing off on them, you know what I mean? It was no longer working, and go from there. I'll end up adding that in, maybe figuring that out, because that's the one thing that really has been bugging me. And like I said, this is a really, really complex character for me, because there are things that I wanted to do with her, but I couldn't do with her. So first I have to figure out what actually was written into the story, go back through and kind of cover it, make sure I keep it according to that story, and then go from there and let the story basically write itself, because she's going to be a really, really interesting character. And that's not just talking, I mean, she really is an interesting character. I couldn't resist the opportunity of doing this story. I incorporated parts of D&D. I believe it might be Forgotten Realms, I'm not sure, but there's characters in those role-playing games that I incorporated into this character, where they are just cold-blooded and heartless, man, just evil women, you know what I mean? And that's what I wanted to do. They would make the Amazons look like babies, you know what I mean, kind of thing. So that's what I was going for, basically. Yeah, let me double check and make sure everything is still working and running. Yeah, so we do have everything up and running, it looks like. Yeah. Alright, so we've got that going on. Now, everything's working out, it looks like. So I am just wanting to, keep up and make sure that I have all my streams going. We had a really rough beginning here, so just be patient with me. And nobody has made any comments, which is good. That means I don't have to talk to nobody or make any responses on live stream, so I'm good with that. Now, I forgot to put break into 2 on here, didn't I? See, and that is the thing. I really do need to put them up before I start discussing it, so that at least when people come in, they know where I'm at and where I'm doing it. But I'm having this conversation, and people are probably thinking I'm talking about the Catalyst, when in reality I was talking about break into 2. And now I am I am on break into 2, and like I said, it was start. I was talking about Tiana's men, her soldiers, going from house to house and gathering people up so that they could do a massive calling. And usually what they do is they just give them to the Draco, and the Dracos use them for I had them use them for food source. I don't know if I left it in the story before. And they also use them for experimentation, where they want to create a hybrid human reptilian. And whenever this happens, what usually takes place is they create a lot of these deformed mixed beings that are just hideous. Some of them are in pain and stuff of that nature. And then, like I said too, I'm wanting to do it to where they use them to create human cyborgs that freaking do their bidding, and things of that nature. So hopefully I can get that all taken care of and put in there, because this story is going to launch off to where eventually it's not going to talk about Lycia. It's not going to talk about Zuthra or Tiana. This is going to be one of those stories that have timelines where it goes from this story to another time later on, you know what I mean? So it's not going to be on the same timeline, each story. And that's where I'm wanting to go with it, and they're all going to connect in some way. So that's how I'm wanting it to be. So soon after, these people who are talking about wanting to rise up against Tiana, soon they start seeing that the forces against them are overwhelming, and the talks of rebellion turn to mass exodus like before with Zuthra and the people who left before them. So they start talking about a mass exodus, and these people who were once followers of Tiana and the Draconians, and thought that the Draconians were gods, they now start fleeing for their lives. Okay, they start seeing the truth in Tiana's lies. They start seeing that she was lying to them and making false promises and everything, and that the Dracos weren't gods. So these people also flee like the Exodus before, but at a smaller scale, and they flee off to distant areas of the cosmos too. So you have humans who first fled during the invasion of Lycia, and They went off to isolated parts of the cosmos, and now you have a second group that followed Tiana and believed that the Dracos were their overlords and their kings and their gods, and they found that that was all a lie, and they fled off to different areas of the galaxies too. So now you got two different groups that are doing that, and that's the way I wanted to do that. That has to do with some of the research that I've done in ufology, and I wanted to incorporate that into this story because there's some pretty cool stuff in ufology that I wanted to add into my story. So that is what I wanted to do there. Now, if it works out, I don't know. I'm going to work on this and try to get it going because there's a lot of things that I do want to incorporate into these stories. I want to pull from the old lore that comes out of like the Sumerians, the Babylonian time periods, and the Assyrians too. And I want to incorporate that into a lot of things that pertain to role-playing games, things that I thought was cool there as well. Particularly Forgotten Realms and D&D, there was cool characters that I want to incorporate in there. And besides that, ufology, I also want to incorporate that and get that going as well. So you've got 3 different things that are influencing me into making this story, or these stories, this series. Now, after this, I want it to where after they see the truth in all of the lies that Tiana and the Draconians had told them, they flee to these distant areas of the cosmos, and as they flee, they're telling the horrors they witnessed when they were under the rule of Tiana. So that's how the other people who have already fled are hearing the stories of what's taking place after they have left. You know what I mean? So I want to bring that up and everything and make that a part. Now, once that is done, I also want to this is where I want to get into the finale. I want to start discussing the end of Tiana's rule. Now, this is going to be another 2 pages, or roughly. This could change, so there's no guarantee about that. Now, I need to go and I need to put the finale up and make sure I do that. And I did it at the beginning, so wait a minute. Yeah, okay, so the finale is up. I believe it is. Let me go check. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so this is going to be the last part. This is where it all starts getting good. And remember, none of this is written in stone, so just be aware of that. Actually, the closing image too, but the finale is and the closing image is like the opening image, so it's just the opposite or whatever. That really wasn't a good explanation. But like at the beginning, how I had the opening image, it's going to be the closing image, which is going to be just like the opening image but different. There you go. That's the best I can do. I'm sorry, guys. So right now, though, I am on the finale, and that's going to be the end of Tiana's rule, and that's going to be 2 pages. Now, this is going to concern her holding allegiance with the Draco, okay? And how she's continues in her descent into madness, and she's starting to lose power. She's still practicing her brutal experiments, and she's torturing people, and she's allowing Draco to use them as food sources and stuff of that nature. This is kind of funny because, like, right now I'm portraying the Draco as like the bad guys, the reptilians, and that's the way it is in ufology. And I also have a story that I've been doing on Earth, on my channel called Earth, where it's called hummingbirds and bumblebees. And in this last one that I just put out, it was about these reptilian entities, and they're not negative at all whatsoever. They're actually positive. And a friend of mine that's a gamer watched it, and he brought that up about the reptilians that are in conspiracies and in ufology, which he probably doesn't even know that. He thinks conspiracies, but he brought that up, so I had to point it out that no, the ones that are in conspiracies are the ones that are the bad, evil reptilians, and the one that you're reading now, they're actually positive, and I got a kick out of that. So, but yeah, I do bring that part of ufology in when it comes to this story with the Draconians. They are basically what you find in ufology and things of that nature. I wanted to incorporate it into this story and make it, because it is a fictional story, so I can pretty much do whatever I want to do with it, and this is how I wanted to incorporate them into it. Now I might change the dynamics behind it, because I've been coming up with some pretty good information that I do want to put into the backstories. And I do put a backstory in. I like to write out a plot, and after I'm done, or not a plot, but an outline is what I should say. But I do an outline, so, and eventually what I do want to do after I'm done here with the plot, going over it with you guys, I'm going to go over my outline and how I'm going to outline my story for each part that I'm discussing here. But now what happens is she ends up continuing with her descent into madness, practicing her brutal experiments, the torturing of people that are still there, and giving humans to the Draconians for food sources and experimentation and all that. And in her mind, she still considers herself a martyr. She thinks of herself as like this legendary figure in the annals of time. She's just all that in a bag of chips, you know what I mean? So that's how I want to portray her as she's going through this phase right here. So that is something that I do want to think about, and I want to bring it into. Now, as time goes on, though, Tiana eventually starts being abandoned, and she becomes more isolated and alone, and she's stuck in her own madness. So she has to confront her own demons, and I want to write about this and kind of bring that out. Now, at this point, at this point, the only people that she had that are still left behind that follow her, or was considered following her, flees in the night, to get away from her. That's how bad she's become, So they're sneaking off and abandoning her because of that. And eventually, what it is they're just leaving the ruins of a destroyed and now forgotten kingdom, and they're off to distant parts of the cosmos to try to find their freedom. So that's the way I want that to be played out. So that will be the finale. So now I probably should have done a closing a closing image for my cool, text that I have up on my stream right here. The thing that I wanted to so badly do, because I don't get really too many chances to do this with my other streams, but I did not do that. And the reason why I did not do that is because I am a very forgetful person who does not make habits of things that he really should do. But that's okay, because I still have notes to go on that I can go off of, instead of having the text sitting on my video saying that. So with that being said, let me go ahead and get into the closing image. Now that is going to be one page. Now for anybody who knows, the closing image is actually supposed to be the same amount of time as the opening image, which is one page. Also, there's things too that I need to work on. Like I said, I wanted to do the B story, and that happens during the premise of the promise. Now, the premise of the promise is the catalyst, I believe. I believe that's what it is. Now, I do want to put a B story in there, but I'm kind of conflicted because it's only 11 or 12 stories long, so that might have to go, and I do want to bring that up. So now, that being said, I think I can continue on now with my closing image. And see, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to walk away from Save the Cat for, this, is because it gets too complicated for me when it comes to doing a short story. So I have to really, really pay attention to that and make sure that I don't screw that up. So now on my closing image, I want to set it up to where it shows, as I want it to, well, basically I can read it out a little bit. It says, as the stones of the once strong Lycian Empire fall into decay, the sun begins to appear once more. Still oppressed by the Draco rule, these lands are isolated territories now forgotten by man. The Mad Queen no longer alive, and the whispers of betrayal long gone. The natural order of things return to the land for another generation to claim as their own. But that is another story. And that's going to be the closing image in some way. I'm going to have to make that one page. So that's got to be cool. I got a little artsy-fartsy there. And I need to really work on that and maybe make it into something else. So, well, the good thing is I was able to pull up an hour and 8 minutes on a recorded version of this. I have an hour and 26 minutes in live stream, but some of that's mess ups, and I apologize for that, for having to start late. I really don't have to apologize, because nobody's really watching my stream, so it's like, seriously, dude, what do you think it's cool to be sitting there apologizing? Nobody's watching your shit, so just shut up and get done with this, because this shit's getting really old, And don't worry, guys, that's just how writers do. They talk to themselves. It gives us inspiration. It makes us cool in a boring, cool way. You know what I mean? We do all that stuff. Like, we sit around thinking about what we're going to write, and then we think about what we did write, and then we think about what we're going to write, and then we think about what we did write. And, it's really horrible. And nobody really likes to like sit down and actually write. They love writing, but they don't like it. You know what I mean? So you're like fighting and arguing with yourself on, dude, I need to go sit down and put a little bit more into my story time. You know, so that's basically how it all works out. And you get obsessed with it. You start enjoying it. You start finding out, you know, new things that you can write about, and it grows. It's something that it's an acquired taste. It's like spinach. When you're growing up, you don't like spinach, but once you hit like maybe 25, 26, you actually can tolerate it. It doesn't taste all that bad. So think about writing as spinach. Spinach for the small guy. Well, I am going to go ahead and bring this to an end because I know that I've literally just humiliated the shit out of myself. And I really hope you guys did get something out of this. I know I didn't put the audio visualizer on the other channels, but it is on Twitch. So you guys at Twitch, don't say I didn't do anything good for you, because you have got the cool stuff, man. You're the ones. You're the guys. This is your day. Roger broke off a little something for you. Something that YouTube and Odyssey and X and Rumble didn't get. I gave it to you guys. So here's to you. And with that, I am going to go ahead and end the stream and say thank you for watching my show.
About 6 weeks later, Peter and Sarah sorted through moving boxes placed in various rooms around the house. The two of them were in the kitchen unpacking some of the boxes. "Do you want this blender on the counter?" Peter asked as he lifted it out of the box while removing the newspaper. "Yeah, just put it anywhere on the counter for now. I can find a spot for it later," Sarah replied, placing a stack of dishes into a cupboard above the counter. After the dishes were in place, Sarah paused and said, "Wow, this will be our first night in our new house. I'm still amazed that we could afford this place, but I'm definitely not complaining." Peter stopped unpacking and said, "You know, it'll be very nice having our own place, and not just blowing the money on rent every month. I'm very happy here, Sarah," Peter added while he walked over to Sarah. "I am as well, at least so far," Sarah said, reaching her arms out to embrace Peter. "Still have that wait and see attitude, huh?" Peter said with a slight smile as they embraced. "I'm sorry, but this is just not the type of town I'm used to living in yet." "I really do like it so far though," Sarah said, trying to reassure him as she gazed into his eyes. "Well, thank you again for giving it a try. I know I will be more at ease here, and hopefully that'll make it better for you as well," Peter said. "I have noticed you are more relaxed already, and it definitely helps," Sarah replied. After holding each other for a while longer, Sarah asked, "You start your job Monday like I do, correct?" "Yep, they are having me start about 8:45 Monday morning." "When do you start your job?" he asked. "They want me there a little after 8. That means I can probably be the one to park in the driveway, since I'll be leaving first," she replied. "Well, as long as you are okay with parking it outside." He sighed a moment, then continued, "Hopefully, I'll be successful here. I know I grew up in a small town, but I haven't tried to sell houses in one." "Oh, you'll do fine, Peter. It can't be that different from Farmington. The procedures should be similar, and you are always good with people," she said to reassure him. He sighed and then said, "I'm sure you are right. It's just those last-minute nerves or something that has me a bit worried, I guess. You know, now that we have this house to pay for and those kinds of things, like I said, you will be fine," she said, pulling him closer. After embracing for a minute or so, Peter offered, "I can go move the cars if you would like." "Okay, I'll stay in here and continue the unpacking fun," she said with a small smile. As Peter stepped away from her, he said, "I'll make it quick. I don't want to miss out, you know." She laughed as he headed down the hall toward the front door. When he reached the front door, he pulled it open to the usual squeaking. He walked out to the porch and down the steps. Both of their cars were parked in the street. His car was parked in front of hers. He decided to move his first to the garage, then her car into the driveway. As he made his way along the sidewalk toward his car, he saw an older man next door working in his yard. Peter decided to greet him, so he waved and said, "Hi, I'm Peter Corbin. My wife Sarah and I are just moving into this house." The older man did not smile, but stopped what he was doing and stood up to greet him. When Peter reached close to him, he extended his hand to shake Peter's hand. As he did, he said, "Name's Vernon Kramer. I hope they told you the house is cursed before you bought it." As Peter shook Vernon's hand, he was stunned for a moment. His jaw dropped and his hand-shaking movement slowed. He finally was able to recover enough to slowly ask, "Listen, I know the previous owner disappeared along with her husband, but why does that make this house cursed?" "You already knew about that and you still wanted the place," Vernon said. He then added, "That's not the whole story." Peter was not sure how to react. Since Vernon sensed this, he said, "Well, Peter, best of luck to you both in your new house. Good to meet you." "Nice to meet you too, Vernon," Peter replied slowly. Vernon then released Peter's hand and turned around to return to his yard work. Peter stood on the sidewalk still astonished for a moment. He shook his head and continued on toward his car. While inside the car, prior to starting it, he paused for a moment. He decided not to tell Sarah about Vernon's warning. Probably just telling her that he met Vernon and that he was concerned for them in the house would be enough. The part about there being more to the story was something he wanted to avoid for the time being. He then sighed and twisted the key to start the car. Later that evening, after Peter and Sarah were in bed sleeping, Peter was stirred awake by Sarah. "Honey, I think I hear voices," she whispered to him. "Huh," he said before having a chance to open his eyes. "I said, I think I hear voices," she repeated nervously. "Voices? Are they in the house?" Peter asked, sitting up partially. "I'm not sure, but could you check?" she asked. "I suppose I could look around a bit," Peter replied as he swung his feet out of the bed onto the floor. He paused a moment at the edge of the bed. Having a chance to listen, he could hear some faint voices, but he was unable to understand what they were saying. He closed his eyes for a moment to listen closely to get some idea of where they were from. After a moment, he did agree that the voices at least appeared to be coming from within the house. He stood up and walked to the open front window. Through the branches of one of the trees he could see a couple walking by on the sidewalk. Relieved that no one was in the house, he crossed the floor back to the bed. Sarah was looking at him as he reached the bedside. Sarah nervously asked him, "Did you see anything yet?" "Yes, it was just a couple walking by on the sidewalk." "With the window open you are going to hear things like that occasionally," Peter replied. Sarah sighed, relieved that the voices did not come from within the house. "Thanks, sweetie, I do appreciate you checking. You know, since it's a bit cooler now, maybe you could shut the window," she suggested. Peter sighed and then agreed, "Sure. That'll cut out some of the outside noises as well." "Thanks, it really did sound like the voices were coming from inside though," she said laying back down on her pillow. "Yeah, I was fooled at first too," Peter replied walking back to the window to push the double-hung window shut. "Maybe the voices were echoing off the walls or something," Peter suggested. "Yeah, maybe it was something like that," Sarah replied trying to reassure herself that the voices did not come from inside the house. He returned back to his side of the bed and got back in. In a few minutes, he was asleep again. Later that night, he was again stirred awake by Sarah tapping on his arm. "Sweetie, sorry to wake you again, but I still hear voices," she whispered. "Oh, man," he said slowly as he propped himself up in the bed towards her. "So you are hearing voices again?" he asked after a yawn. "Yeah, though this is different than the last time. It almost sounds like a woman who is in trouble and asking for help," she whispered nervously. A bit frustrated, but wanting to help, he offered, "Okay, I'll listen for a while and see if I can hear anything. If I do hear something, I'll look around." "Sure, just listen." "Thanks, sweetie," she replied, relieved a bit. He swung his legs off the side of the bed again. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes again to listen. He sat and waited for several minutes, but heard nothing. "Sorry, Sarah, but I have not heard any voices yet," Peter said. Disappointed, but understanding, she replied, "Well, thanks for trying, sweetie. I know I did hear something, though." "I don't doubt it, honey, I just didn't hear anything." "I know I usually sleep more soundly than you, too," Peter said. "I know, but I did hear a woman. She was moaning a bit and I could make out something like, 'Help me, and let me out,' or something like that," she said. A bit unnerved, Peter asked, "You could make out that much from the voices?" "Yes, I listened to it for a while before I woke you up. So I had a chance to pay attention to what I was hearing. It was actually a bit louder in the bathroom too," she replied. "You were in the bathroom? I must really have been in a deep sleep," Peter said. "Yeah, you were snoring a bit again too, but not too bad at least," Sarah said. "Well, I'll try to see if I can hear anything too." "Like I said, I do believe you," he said, to try to reassure her. "Thanks, sweetie, your support does help," she replied. "Just try to get back to sleep. We need to get more sleep so we can unpack more things in the morning," he said. "I know, sweetie, I am trying to sleep. It's just hard since I'm hearing things." "Thanks again," she said as she rolled over and closed her eyes. "Good night," he said as he moved his legs back into the bed and pulled the covers over himself. "Good night, sweetie," she replied. About 8:45 Monday morning, Peter drove his car into the parking lot by the realty office. He got out after finding a spot near the back, then walked around to the front of the office, holding a box containing some items for his desk. After he freed his hand from the box to reach the front door handle, he found it to be locked. He knocked on the glass. He could see Carl approaching the door. Carl twisted the lock and pulled it open from the inside. "Good morning, Peter," Carl said, as the bell above the door rang. "Good morning to you too, Carl," Peter replied with a smile. "Come on in. I see that you brought some things for your desk. Your desk should be ready for you to move in," Carl said, holding the door for Peter to pass by. After Peter was inside, Carl closed the door behind him and relocked it. Peter carried the box to the desk behind Carl's desk and set it on top beside the computer. "How is the new house working out for you?" Carl asked. "Well, we're enjoying it so far. We have unpacked several boxes, and it's starting to look somewhat organized at least," Peter replied. "Any problems with the house so far?" Carl asked. Peter hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Well, nothing is really wrong. The only thing is that Sarah has been hearing strange sounds at night." Carl was a bit puzzled. He then asked, "Strange sounds, like what?" Peter stared downward for a moment, and then back at Carl. After a sigh, he replied, "She said she is hearing voices. I guess to her it sounds like they are asking for help and to be let out." "How about you? Have you heard these same voices?" Carl asked curiously. "Other than some people walking by outside, no, I haven't. I've even tried to listen specifically for them, but so far nothing. I do believe that she is hearing something, but I have no idea what's going on yet. I'm a heavy sleeper though, so there could be things happening, and I just don't hear it," Peter replied. Do you think it could be anything having to do with the history of the house, Peter? Carl asked. I suppose moving into a new house, and her knowing the history may be putting some stress on Sarah. Maybe that could be causing some reaction like this. I just hope it ends soon. I want her to be happy in the house, Peter replied. Well, I sure want the two of you to be very happy in the house. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help, Peter, Carl offered. Thanks, Carl. I can't think of anything now, but if I do I'll let you know, Peter replied. Carl suggested, why don't you get situated in the desk, and then let me know when you are ready to go over some things. Sounds good, Carl. I'll let you know when I'm ready, Peter said, as he walked behind the desk. He then removed the top of the box, reached inside, and pulled out a stapler. About 10 minutes later, Peter cleared his throat, and said, Hey Carl, I think I have most of my stuff unpacked now. You said that you had some things to go over. Carl turned around from his desk chair, and he replied, Oh yes Peter, just a few things to discuss. Carl reached back to retrieve some papers on his desk. After turning around again to face Peter, he said, Well, to start, I have 3 new listings that I can let you have. These just came in last week, and they need to be followed up with the usual items, like getting appraisals, ads into the paper, and other places. Do you have a contact for local appraisers? Peter asked. Oh yes, let me write the name down for you, Carl said, turning back to his desk to find a piece of paper. He picked up a pen and wrote down the name and number on the paper. After turning around, he handed the paper across the desk to Peter. She's local and we have an account with her, so you just give her a call to make the appointments for each of the houses, Carl said. Simple enough, I'll give her a call. Thanks, Carl. Oh, I'll likely ask about the ad contacts once I get this taken care of, Peter replied. Sure, just let me know when you are ready, Carl said. Okay, Peter said as he started reviewing the papers with the new listing information to get the background information needed for the appraiser. After Peter contacted the appraiser and made appointments with her for the 3 houses, he studied the listings a bit further. While he was doing this, Carl turned around from his desk and asked, Did you get a hold of Colleen for the appraisals? Sure did. I made appointments to meet her at the houses Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. You know, 1 appointment for each house. Colleen does sound very nice, by the way. She has been very pleasant to work with over the years, though she should be able to handle the appraisals by herself, Carl replied. Oh, I just wanted to work with her a few times to get the feel for the housing market around here, Peter said. Well, she'll help you out with that, so that is a good idea, Carl agreed, as he started to turn back to his desk. After swinging back around again, Carl offered, Oh Peter, I almost forgot something. My wife, Mary, and I would like you and Sarah to come to our house this Friday for a little get-together. Oh really? That would be very nice of you too, Peter commented. Yeah, I wanted to invite some of the local people we work with here so that you can get to know them better. It'll be after dinner, since I'm inviting more people than we really have space for a dinner. We'll have plenty of hors d'oeuvres though, so you probably can just have a light dinner before you come over, Carl explained. Hey, that would be nice to meet people socially that I'll be working with around here. Who are you planning on inviting? Peter asked. We don't have the whole list made yet, but it'll be people from the local bank, Colleen, Phyllis, and some others, Carl answers. Do you think they'll all be able to come? Peter asked. Well Peter, remember Wharton is a small town with not as much to do every night as the bigger cities. So it's usually easier to get people to attend things, Carl reminded Peter. Good point. We'll have to remember when we have parties, too, Peter agreed. Well, we don't have any plans for Friday evening, so we should be able to make it. Of course I'll check with Sarah too. What time would you like us there? Peter asked. About 7:30 or so would be fine. Oh, I'll have to make you a martini or 2. Not to brag, but I think they rival the one you had at the Chiltern River Inn, Carl said. The martinis sound great. I won't be late knowing those are waiting for me, Peter replied. Carl laughed and said, okay, I'll look forward to it. Just let me know if you can't make it for any reason. I can't imagine a problem, but if there is anything, I'll let you know very soon. Thanks so much, Carl, Peter said. No problem, Peter. It'll be good for everyone to get to know you and for you to get to know them. I'm just trying to make this change as smooth as I can for you, Carl said. It definitely will help. Thanks again, Peter replied. Sure, Carl said, as he turned back to his desk. Later that day, Peter and Sarah were eating dinner at home. Remembering the party on Friday, Peter held his fork in his hand and finished chewing the salad greens in his mouth. After swallowing, he said, Sarah, Carl and his wife, Mary, have invited us to their house Friday evening for, well, basically a party. Do you have anything scheduled that evening? No, I don't have plans with the people I'm working with for Friday. That sounds like fun. Will it just be Carl and Mary? Sarah asked. No, not just them. Carl plans on inviting several people associated with the local real estate business. I guess he'll be inviting people and their spouses from the bank mortgage department, at least one appraiser, and Phyllis, the other realtor you met after lunch when we visited, Peter replied. Wow, that does sound worthwhile. It'll give you a chance to meet people you need to know from town for the business, and we get to meet their spouses as well, Sarah commented. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Peter agreed. Did Carl say when it'll start? Sarah asked. He said about 7:30. Oh, and it'll be after dinner, since he's inviting too many to have everyone sit down for dinner. He suggested we just eat light before we go, Peter replied. That would work. Hey, maybe we could eat a big lunch instead, Sarah suggested. How about trying that Chiltern River Inn again? Peter followed up. Sounds good to me. Though I likely will have to make it a late lunch. The store is usually busier during the lunch hour, or relatively speaking for a small town, you know, Sarah replied. Yeah, we probably could meet there somewhere around 1 or 1:30. I suspect the normal lunch hours may have some walk-in traffic at the real estate office as well, Peter agreed. Sounds like a good time. So how was your first day today? Sarah asked. It went well. Carl started me off with 3 new houses which need to be listed. I have to get them appraised, so I can get a starting price to get them advertised, Peter answered. 3 houses right off the bat. That should keep you busy, Sarah commented. Well, at least the pace is a bit slower here. Carl gave me a contact for the appraiser and I set up appointments for each house later this week, Peter tells her. Sounds like a good start, she replied. By the way, how was your day? Peter asked. Oh, it went well too. Definitely not as busy as I was used to in the Farmington store, and so far that is nice, she replied. How are the people in the store? Peter asked. So far they have treated me well. It's just one day, but nothing to complain about yet, Sarah replied. Well, that's good at least, Peter added. They then continued to finish their dinner. Later that evening before bed, Peter was brushing his teeth. He turned on the separate cold water faucet handle to rinse his brush. The handle squeaked slightly as it turned. As the water started cascading out of the faucet, a deep vibrating moan could be heard. Peter reached to the handle and could feel it vibrating. To him, it appeared as the whole sink was vibrating as well. It then faded gradually, until it was inaudible. From the bedroom, Sarah asked, Peter, what was that noise? Staring at the sink, he replied, the sink was making a funny noise. It's probably just the old pipes or something. That did sound strange. I hope it's something simple like that, she replied. Like Carl said, this place will have plenty of strange sounds, Peter reminded her. I know, but it is a bit unnerving to me sometimes, Sarah added. Peter finished rinsing his brush, and then he prepared for bed. 11. The alarm went off in the morning. Peter could hear Sarah rustling. She sat up on the edge of the bed as Peter watched her. She almost seemed to be falling back to sleep while sitting on the edge. "Are you okay, Sarah?" Peter asked, as he propped his head up slightly. I'm just very tired, sweetie," she mumbled. "Did you have trouble sleeping or something?" Peter asked. I kept hearing voices again last night, and I just couldn't sleep," she replied slowly. "Are you going to be well enough to go to work?" Peter asked. "Yeah, I just need a shower and some strong coffee before I go. I just can't keep this up night after night," Sarah replied. "Well, you can wake me up tonight if you hear something again. I want to help you with this, he offered. "Thanks, Peter, that should help. At least if you cannot find anything, then maybe I could just try to ignore it," Sarah replied, starting to stand up from the bed. In the evening, the sun had gone down, and the sky was quickly losing color as it changed to night. Peter and Sarah were about finished with dinner. Sarah told Peter, "One thing I would like to do around here is to go through prior owners' things in the office. Our stuff is mostly still in boxes, and I would like to find some room for some of it." The chandelier above their table dimmed slightly for a moment, and then it returned to the normal brightness. They both stared at it for a moment, but nothing else happened. "Did you want me to help sorting?" Peter offered, trying to ignore what happened with the light. "No, I should be okay by myself. I may even do some this evening, if that's okay with you," she asked, starting to stand up from the table. "Remember, Carl said there may be some hidden treasures in the house," Peter reminds her. "I know that. That's why I want to sort through things carefully rather than just dump it out," she said as she reached for her plate. After placing her silverware on the plate, she walked toward the sink. The lights in the room went out. Sarah said, "Damn it!" There was a loud crash in the room. "Are you okay, Sarah?" Peter called out into the darkened room. "I'm fine so far. It just surprised me, and I dropped the plate and silverware," she replied. "Just stay there for a moment so you don't run into anything," Peter suggested. "I'm starting to be able to make things out now. It's not totally dark out yet, at least, so the window light is helping me see a bit," she replied. "Yeah, I can see some," Peter started saying as the lights suddenly turned back on. "The lights are back on. Here, let me help clean up the broken plate," Peter offered, heading to the cabinet under the sink for the dustpan and small broom. Later, as Peter and Sarah were preparing to get into bed, Peter asked, "Well, how is the office sorting going so far?" "Oh, there's a lot of old stuff in there. There may even be some stuff from an owner before the one that disappeared," Sarah replied, pulling the covers aside to make room to get in bed. "There's stuff that old in there. Guess no one ever bothered sorting through it much," Peter replied as he also pulled the covers back on his side of the bed. As he slid his feet under the covers, he said, "Well, just remember, if you hear the voices tonight, you can wake me up. Okay, I will do that, but maybe not every time." "At least one of us should get some sleep," she replied, also pulling her feet into the bed. He turned off his bedside light first, and then Sarah switched off hers. Peter could feel Sarah gently tapping on his arm. After slowly opening his eyes, he rolled over and asked, "Are you okay?" "Peter, I'm hearing some voices again," she replied. "Okay, I'll see if I can hear anything," he said, rotating his body and then dropping his legs onto the floor. Sitting up on the edge of the bed, he closed his eyes and listened. Still groggy, it took him a moment to concentrate on the ambient sounds. The house was almost too quiet. He opened his eyes and turned around to let Sarah know that he could not hear anything. A fairly loud gasping sound came from somewhere downstairs. It almost sounded as if it could have been human. "I did hear that. Is that anything like what you have been hearing?" he whispered to her. "I have heard a few things like that, but some actually sound like words or phrases too," she replied. Let me listen again a while longer, Peter said. Okay, I'm not going anywhere, Sarah replied. Peter again closed his eyes as he remained on the edge of the bed. He concentrated for perhaps 10 minutes more, but did not hear anything else. Well, I haven't heard anything since that gasping sound. Did you want me to check around the house for anything? He asked as he looked back towards Sarah in the bed. No, I'll be okay. At least you heard something tonight, so not everything is in my mind, she replied. Sarah, I don't doubt you are hearing things around here. I'm just trying to help, he said. I know, and thank you, she replied. He brought his feet back into bed, and was soon asleep again. 12 in the office Wednesday, Carl turned around in his desk chair to ask Peter, anything else been happening in your house lately? Well yeah, Sarah is still hearing those voices during the night. I actually heard something for the first time last night too. It was almost like a gasping sound. Sarah said she has heard that type of sound before too, but there are also times she can make out words and phrases too, Peter replied. Okay Peter, that's starting to sound strange. I'm actually starting to regret selling you to that house. I want you guys to enjoy it. Not be scared of it, Carl said. Oh, it's fine. Like you said, it's just an old house with strange noises, Peter replied. Voices go a bit beyond what I would call just strange noises, though, Carl added. Oh, the power went out last night too, but that probably was something with the power company being overloaded with too many air conditioners, Peter said. Well, we never lost power last night at our house. I would think we're on the same system too, but I suppose I could be wrong, Carl replied. Another strange thing, I guess. Even so, we really like the house, Peter commented. At least you aren't mad at me yet for it. Do you meet with Colleen today? Carl asked. Yeah, I meet her at 2 this afternoon. She even offered to pick me up here and drive to the house, Peter replied. She's nice to work with, isn't she? Carl asked. Definitely sounds that way so far, Peter replied. A few minutes before 2, Peter was working on the computer at his desk. He heard the bells ringing above the front door. A woman walked in. Peter noticed her long light brown hair and her figure silhouetted against the light shining through window. Hello, she called out into the office. Hi Colleen, it's nice to see you again, Carl told her. As she walked up to Carl's desk, Carl said, gesturing his hand toward Peter, Colleen, this is Peter Corbin. Peter stood up from his chair and walked around to greet Colleen. As he reached out his hand, Carl added, Peter, this is Colleen Phillips. It's nice to meet you, Colleen, Peter said as he smiled and shook her hand. It's nice to meet you as well, Peter. So far we have just talked on the phone, Colleen replied. Peter gazed down briefly and noticed that she only has one ring, and it was on her right hand. Well, I'm ready to head off to the first house if you are, Colleen, Peter said, continuing to smile. Okay, let's go. I just parked in the side lot next to the building, Colleen said, smiling at him too. The two of them walked out of the office and headed to Colleen's car. She unlocked it remotely and they got into the car. I take it you know where the first house is? Peter asked as he was about to close the passenger door of the car. Oh yes, I know this town very well, Colleen said as she shut her door too. As Colleen drove the car out of the parking lot into the street, they headed to the left. As they made their way down the street, they approached the store where Sarah worked. Peter actually saw Sarah walking with a woman on the sidewalk coming toward them. They must be heading to lunch, he thought to himself. He waved as the car passed by. Sarah seemed surprised to see him, and just turned her head to look at the car. Who was that? Colleen asked. That was my wife, Sarah, Peter replied. Okay, I was kind of wondering how you would know someone around here already, Colleen said, nodding her head slightly. Hey, are you planning on going to the party at Carl's place this Friday evening? Peter asked. Oh yes, I'll be there. How about you and Sarah? Colleen asked. Well, I think we both pretty much have to be there, since we're the ones who have to meet people at the party, you know, Peter said, smiling at Colleen. Colleen laughs lightly, and they continue on to the house to be appraised.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Gaming with Infamous. I'm Infamous OG 1973, commonly called Infamous. Tonight I am doing a switch. We have finished up on the information concerning cloud gaming, and tonight I am going to go ahead and start on a new topic. This is something that I brought up in the beginning of this year's episode. I was talking about Skyrim and Bethesda, and we even started having conversations about Fallout and stuff of that nature too in some of the episodes in the earlier days. So what I decided to do is I'm going to go ahead and make tonight's topic Bethesda Game Studios and the history of Bethesda and how it progressed over the years. It's actually, in the gaming world, this company is actually pretty significant. They have done quite a bit when it comes to the gaming world, and I didn't really know about how much they've actually influenced the gaming world until just within the last 2-3 years. And let me make it understood too, I've been playing Bethesda for a long time. My nephew Jacob actually got me interested in playing Bethesda, and at first I was before that, I'll take it back. My other nephew Tyler got me started with Bethesda, and that's when he wanted me to play Morrowind. And I can get into that when we get there, but he was just a little guy, you know, and he wanted me to play it back whenever, well, now he's up in his 20s, and he was maybe about 5 or 6. He's one of those little gamer geniuses, you know, that he used to always play Call of Duty with me, and I'd verse him and everything, and he'd freaking always sneak up with his freaking Bowie knife and kill me, you know, and he'd do it over and over again just to tease me. That's why I had to stop playing video games with my nephews, was because I got to the point where I didn't like the idea of, you know, cussing at a little 5-year-old, 4 or 5, because I knew he wasn't in school by that time, and that was a story that I figured I would share with you guys that I probably shouldn't have shared on the internet, but hey, you know, that's the way life is. But anyhow, that was quite a while ago, and I remember playing Morrowind for a short while, and like I said, I will get into that. But before I do, I want to go ahead and open up the topic and get into it. I do have talking points because I want to make sure that what I'm saying has a little bit of facts involved in it. It might not be factual, but it might. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of way this thing always takes place for me. So with that, let me go ahead and get started. Now, Bethesda Game Studios is a name that's synonymous with expansive open-world RPGs, you know, genre-defining titles. It's played an instrumental role in shaping the gaming landscape. Now, Bethesda was founded in 1985 by Christopher Weaver. The company initially started as a small subsidiary of Bethesda Softworks. Now, its earlier days were marked by a focus of role-playing games, which is RPGs, okay? But it wasn't until the 2000s that Bethesda became a household name in the gaming industry. Now, that's one thing too that I do want to bring up. It's like I found out that they actually were in the process of trying to create RPG games. That's what they really had their mind set up on. They wanted it to be something that was framed more in the lines of Dungeons and Dragons and things of that nature, which I actually want to get into too later on and talk about Dungeons and Dragons. I had a conversation a little bit the other night about D&D and Wizards of the Coast with a friend of mine, Naroki5, and that's something that I do want to come back into, but hopefully maybe I can get him and a couple of other guys off of his channel to come in and do it with me. We had a pretty good conversation about Wizards of the Coast and stuff of that nature, so I think it would be a good idea to do that. But like I said, with Bethesda, that was their initial that was their first intentions. They wanted to focus on role-playing games, which is RPGs, and like you have Warhammer, and you have Dungeons and Dragons, and you have all of these other companies, you know, like White Wolf. And I always freaking forget to mention the role-playing aspects of everything, so this gives me a chance to kind of bring it up, you know. So that's one thing I wanted to point out. Now, as the gaming world has evolved, so too has Bethesda and Bethesda's role in it. Now, it's cemented a place at the front line of the gaming revolution, basically. So this article is going to delve into the history of Bethesda game studios, its most significant milestones, and its important impact on both the role-playing game genre and the broader gaming industry itself, you know. So that's basically what this is going to be about. Now, in the earlier years in founding, Bethesda software, like I said, was established by Christopher Weaver, who had a really deep passion for technology and an interest in in the video game industry, basically. He initially focused on producing a variety of computer games. The company would later evolve into one of the most influential gaming giants of the late 2000s and the early 21st century, though. Bethesda's earlier fortes, I guess you could say, into the gaming world evolved creating games for the PC, with titles that include Gridiron, which was in 1986, and then the Terminator, which was in 1992. Okay. However, the real breakthrough came with the release of the Elder Scrolls Arena, which was in 1994. Okay, so I was even wrong there, because I was thinking Elder Scrolls Arena was the first one that came out, but in fact, they actually came out with Gridiron in 1986. And then even if you don't want to count that in, you also have to consider they came out with the Terminator, which was in 1992. So I was pretty sure that Elder Scrolls Arena was the first thing they came out with. But to be fair, I did say it was the first Elder Scrolls game that was involved in it. So that would be crucial to bring up, and that was in 1994. Now, this game would lay the foundation for what would become one of the most iconic and enduring franchises in game history, and it really was. I mean, to this day, people love Elder Scrolls, especially Skyrim. You know, that's the biggest deal. So, hold on a minute. I will be back. I have a crazy old lady who's screaming in the background. Okay, so I am back. So I was in talking about it. Now I finished up on that part where I was talking about Gridiron, which was in 1986, and then the Terminator. Now I'm gonna get focused on the Elder Scrolls Arena. Okay. Now that was released in 1994, and Elder Scrolls. I needed to double check, make sure my mic was open. Now, Elder Scrolls Arena, it marked Bethesda's first major success and set the tone for the studio's future output. The game was initially conceived as a side project, but as development continued, it grew into an ambitious RPG with an open world design that was highly innovative for its time. Okay, and let me also point out again that they wanted it to originally be a role-playing game. So if you go and you look for it, you can find old books that were printed that are like or actually not even just old stories, but there's stories where they published actual books that consist of old or Elder Scrolls lore, basically. So, and you can get them in PDF too if you guys want to get PDFs for it. I know a lot of people have issues about using PDFs in the RPG world, but for me, I don't see a problem with that. I have actually a problem with a lot of people who have a problem with RPG PDFs, to be honest with you, especially with the way things are going with Dungeons and Dragons and all of the controversy that's been happening between them. So if you guys are interested in checking out some of those stories, I do have a few of them too, so leave a comment in the comment section and reach out to me, and I can send you copies of them. That way you can read them and stuff, because they are pretty cool. Now that's another good chance to where I could actually bring it up and everything, because for me, I find it pretty amazing how many people actually grew up playing the Elder Scrolls. And I just now recently played the Elder Scrolls Arena, which I never played at all, so for me it was an experience that I would love to say I enjoyed it, but it just kind of reminded me of how bad these old games really did suck. I had to literally go in on the game and learn how to use the controller the keyboard and the mouse all over again, like slashing and stuff of that nature. And then getting stuck on the walls and stuff like that. I forgot all of that stuff. I was one of those guys that I enjoyed retro, and I was like, oh man, retro is just the coolest, and then I started doing Elder Scrolls Arena with Rapid, and he wants me to finish it off next year too, but I only got halfway through it this year, and I went through and I created my videos for him, and I got halfway through it, and by the time I was done, I was amazed with how bad these games really were. And don't get me wrong, I do enjoy doing the arena because it's iconic, but it does have its issues. I'm still playing it, getting it through, getting it taken care of, but I went through and I did this game, and it did wake me up to how bad these games were. Like, there were parts in this game where I had to sit at the corner of a freaking wall so that the monsters that I was fighting against would get stuck on the walls too, and they couldn't come after me. So I would back up just enough to where they couldn't attack me, but I could attack them with my sword, And I had to do this before, back in the past, with other games, and I forgot completely about tricks like that, Another thing that I also remembered that I had forgotten, because I'm 51 years old, was the autosave. There is no autosave when it comes to Elder Scrolls Arena. So every time you make any progress in the game and you feel that you need to save, you need to go in and manually save every step of the way. There's no getting through a certain level and the game saves the information for you. If you don't save, you go back to the last save that you made, and if you didn't save whatsoever, you go back to the beginning. So if anybody wants to play Elder Scrolls Arena, take those tips as good tips, because those are good tips, especially if you're not old enough to remember old gaming styles like that, because pretty much every game now has autosave. You don't have to worry about saving every step of the way, or losing part of the gameplay. So that was something that I wanted to bring up. And then another thing that I also found out was, I got to where I wanted to start doing Elder Scroll lore on my channel, which is my other channel. This one is for my more adult focused gaming, and the other one is Gaming with Infamous, and this is just Roger Hanson that I'm doing this off of. But my Gaming with Infamous, I have videos of the lore for Elder Scrolls. I also have them for D&D 3.5, and I think I started on the 3rd edition as well. And then I have some other ones, some for White Wolf, and then another one that I have, but or a few other ones that I do have. And on the Storyteller, on my channel, the Storyteller, I even did the Metro 2033, I believe it is. But my whole point to all of this was the fact that when I did this stuff, I was thinking, that people would love to go in and just hear the lore, because the amount of people who grew up playing these games is just insane, and the majority of them, not too many of them frickin' that I've heard of or talked to, have said that they don't like them still. Now they play newer games, most of them do, and they don't really go back and revisit Elder Scrolls, but a lot of them still say that they like it, even when it comes to Skyrim, But I'll tell you right now, and this is the really, really weird part about it, is not too many people like to actually go on and listen to the lore in a video. And that really does amaze me, because I thought the opposite. I thought people would like it. I also found this out when it came to role-playing games, and I was really amazed by that. And Mark, usually when he's in here and I have these conversations, he's always coming up with all these other, swords and sorcery channels that are out there. And I have to point it out to him, the reason why they get all these views is because they love the promote button, you know what I mean? And for me, I do not like using the promote. I don't promote my content. I put it out there, and I let my stuff get views off of organic reach. I think that's the better way of going, because whenever I do it that way, I'm actually able to see real views in my analytics. So I don't have that many views when it comes to a lot of my content, but at the same time, I don't have these fake views that are being forced on people because I hit the boost button, or the promote button. So that's why I don't do it. But my whole point is like when it comes to this lore, people don't really watch it, and the ones who do watch it are and get views off of it are usually doing it because they're using the promote button on their content. I had a conversation about a channel that Mark again showed me when it comes to Rumble, and the reason why they don't want to, switch over from YouTube to Rumble. And they gave this whole big spiel about why they wouldn't do it, and they showed the monetization process and how Rumble views are, and the whole analytics area. And I looked at it, and I kept track of it, and I went over and started my Rumble channel, and I freaking started posting on there. And I noticed my percentages compared to their percentages, okay? I'm actually getting better percentages when it comes to these people, when it comes to views and everything. Then it might be a smaller count of how many people, but they aren't getting really good views off of it. And it dawned on me finally that the reason why they freaking don't want to switch over from YouTube to Rumble is because they can promote their content on YouTube and they can't do it on Rumble. Now that was something that really stuck out to me, so I did want to bring that up and say, that's why most of the people who get into this type of thing where they're doing the lore for these games or for role-playing games period are people who are saturated, or I'm not even going to say saturated, but they just repeatedly promote their videos. And believe it or not, I believe that the reason why they're saying that they are barely able to make their channels meet or stay, they're always staying with their heads barely above water is because they're promoting their content too much. If your content is garbage, it's garbage, plain and simple. Don't use the promote button to push something on it. You know what I mean? I know that personally people don't really like to watch this stuff on YouTube because I depend on organic reach. I don't depend on the promote button. I would love it if people would actually get on my channel and watch the videos and have conversations with me about it, because I love role-playing, I love having serious conversations about it, adult conversations, none of this YouTube, diversity shit, just real conversations where we could have talks about the industry and things of that nature. So that might have been a bit of a tangent, but I wanted to get it out there, because that is something that has really irked me for quite a few years now, about at least 2 years, at least 2.5 years I've had issues about it. So and like I said in the beginning of all of it too, if you want to get content that you can read about the lore of the Elder Scrolls, you can find it on the internet. You can actually buy books about it. They have it out there, so check into it. If you want to reach out to me, I can send you PDFs of it. I'd be more than happy to do that. I also do the role-playing games, and I won't charge you or any of that dumb shit. Like, I've got them for free if you guys need them and you want to read them, so feel free to reach out to me. Okay. Now, the game featured a vast procedurally generated world that allowed players to explore dungeons, interact with NPCs, and take on quests. The scale of Arena was unprecedented, and it showcased Bethesda's commitment to creating immersive, expansive worlds, while the game's While the game did not achieve the same level of success as later titles in the Elder Scrolls series, it laid the groundwork for the studio's future in the RPG games, or genre. Which, don't get me wrong, I mean, from what I've known from it, like the slashing that they have on there, like that for that time period, that was pretty revolutionary. When Doom came out, they had the same basic kind of concept, you know what I mean? Where you hold down on the button on your mouse and you could slash, and that was pretty cool, you know. It takes a while to get used to that, but there's other things that are an issue with it when it comes to the controls and stuff, like the directions. You don't use AWS, I don't believe. I believe I had to use the frickin' arrows, the up, down, left and right arrows, and I had to use my left hand to do that, and then I had to hold on to the mouse with my right hand, so it got pretty interesting, you know. Now, what I'm going to do is I am going to go in and check up on this crazy old lady again and come back in and talk about Elder Scrolls 2 Dragonfall. I will be right back, okay? So, give me a second, guys. I'm being interrupted all the time in the last couple days. It's Thanksgiving and everybody's freaking doing stuff, and okay, I am back. So before I get started, let me check and see if we actually do have anybody making comments. Nobody's made comments on Rumble. We have nothing on X, which is fine. I have nothing on Bethesda or on Odyssey either, and I have to check YouTube now. Yeah, I don't have anybody on YouTube at all, so it looks like it is just me and myself. So I am going to go ahead and get started with the rest of it and finish this off, because like I said, I have got to be ready for 7 o'clock for another stream after this. So now I come to the Elder Scrolls 2, and this is Daggerfall, which was out in 1996. Now I've had no experience with this game whatsoever. I know that my son James always talks about it. I think he showed it to me at one point. I know they have like all these new mods that you can add to the older games to make them look better, and that could be something that would be cool to use if you guys are interested. I was pretty amazed whenever I was doing Arena, because they had some cool stuff in there which I'll be covering too when it comes to DLCs and mods and stuff of that nature. That should be here in a little bit, but right now I'll get started on the Elder Scrolls 2, which is Daggerfall. The Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall was released in 1996, and that took the open world concept introduced in Arena to new heights. Unlike its predecessor, Daggerfall featured a massive game world, one that was nearly 62,000 square miles in size. This was an astonishing achievement, especially considering the limitations of the hardware at the time. Now, with Arena, that was one thing that I found out. Like, they had it to where you were in this town. If you went outside of the gates, you could travel around in the community outside of the walls. But if you tried to venture off to the next town like you do in all the other ones, it would do a loop. So you would be just endlessly looping around and around. The only way to go from one point to another was to teleport. So that's something that I did find out there. I also did not know that they introduced that much area in the Daggerfall one. So it was 62,000 square miles in size, and I could understand how it was an astonishing achievement with the limitations of the hardware at the time, because like I was saying before, I forgot how crappy those games really was until I had to do Arena, and that was horrible. I've been also doing other games with them too, which was the Adventures of Zelda, the Ocarina of Time, or whatever it was. I'm not a big Zelda fan, so my memory of names for the Adventures of Zelda aren't really all that great. You can check out the video streams I have on my channel if you guys want to see that. The game's open world was filled with cities, towns, dungeons, and wilderness areas, and players could engage in a variety of activities, from completing quests to buying property and building their own character's reputation. Now, Daggerfall was also one of the first RPGs to feature a complex character building system, allowing players to shape their character in numerous ways. Daggerfall also introduced some of the core elements that would become staples for the Elder Scrolls series, such as faction allegiances, a rich lore-filled world, and the freedom to choose how players interacted with the game world. Although it was not without its flaws, especially in terms of bugs and technical issues, it was a significant step forward in the terms of world building and player freedom. Okay, so with that, since I really don't know much about Daggerfall, I will go ahead and just leave that alone and not really have too many comments on it. So after that came the rise of Elder Scrolls 3, which was Morrowind, and that was in 2002. That was their next major release, and it brought the series into the 3D era. Okay, the game was a massive success, and it garnered critical acclaim for its deep world building, non-linear gameplay, and rich lore. Morrowind expanded upon the open world format that Daggerfall had introduced, offering players even more freedom to explore, shape their characters, and engage with the game world. Now, like I said, I don't know much about Daggerfall, but I can tell you a little bit about Morrowind. And this is where I can bring up my experience with my nephew. His name is Tyler Tai, and he would have me play this game with him, and it used to piss me off. When I first started playing Elder Scrolls, I hated it with a passion, and it was because of Morrowind. The reason why I said that is because of the glitches that were involved in it. I would move around on that game, and back whenever I was playing it, if you got into the doors the wrong way, you would get stuck in it and you couldn't get out. You would literally get stuck in doorways. Sometimes you'd get stuck in the corners, the walls. And this isn't even like the doorway corners or anything like that. You would literally get stuck in a freaking crack in the walls, so it really did annoy me on that one. It got to the point where I finally refused to play the game, and I didn't play it until years later, but that was with my other nephew, Jacob. He was the one that was the big Skyrim fan, and I had already had experience with Morrowind, and I really, really did not like the experience I had, so it took a while before he could convince me to do it. And I had an issue with, walking around with like my weapons and stuff held out and looking all goofy and shit, and that's when I had to learn how to do third person and be able to put my weapons away and stuff of that nature. I was pretty much a big noob back then, but it's amazing how kids teach you new things, so that was my experience with Morrowind. It almost prevented me from actually enjoying Elder Scrolls, to be honest with you. Now, I might go back and revisit it now that I've played Skyrim, but to be honest with you, I really have no urge to do it. I've just now started getting into other games that Bethesda has put out, so maybe I'll do it at a later time and see what happens. The title successfully helped solidify Bethesda as one of the premier RPG developers in the industry. It also marked the beginning of Bethesda's larger vision for the Elder Scrolls series, one that would embrace vast open-world design, non-linear storytelling, and player-driven experiences. Now, I do have to say I really do like the storyline that comes out of Elder Scrolls, and I believe that's probably what keeps fans coming back to it. It was just because of the storyline that goes along with it, and even with that, their mechanics are kind of messed up. You know what I mean? Like the thing I hated the worst about Elder Scrolls or Skyrim was the fact that I beat the game. You know what I mean? And then after that, I realized that like troops didn't go away just because you beat the Empire. If you were a storm giant, things of that nature. So they were still there, and the whole 9 yards. And there's things like that was an issue, and they have been brought up in a lot of the conversations about this topic. So I figured I would just jump on the bandwagon and mention the same stuff. So now, with that being said, I can move on to Elder Scrolls 4, which was Oblivion, and that was in 2006. And Bethesda's next big project, which was also an RPG game. Now, the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion was a turning point for the company in several ways. Not only did it further refine the gameplay concepts introduced in Morrowind, but it also marked the studio's shift towards mainstream game platforms, with the game being released on both the PC and the Xbox 360. Now, this helped Bethesda tap into the console gaming market, which had become increasingly dominant, And that's always been the issue with internet games as well versus console games. This goes all the way back to the beginning of gaming. And like I said, if Mark was here, he would probably have something to say about that too. But I've actually done research on it, and I could tell you, like, internet gaming would have been way more developed. We would have had more of an opportunity to play internet gaming back when I was younger if the console gaming didn't come into being. That is really what slowed it down. When they started coming out with Atari and Nintendo and stuff like that, that actually caused issues when it came out to the internet gaming industry, because they were in the process of setting up like chat to where you could go in and chat with one another while you were playing, and back then that was a big deal. So that is something that I wanted to bring up again and discuss. So Oblivion boasted impressive graphics for its time, and featured an open world that was both detailed and immersive. The game's story centered around the Oblivion Gates, which opened across the world of Tamriel, allowing players to explore the world's dungeons and confront otherworldly creatures. The game also featured a robust quest system, with hundreds of side quests to discover and complete. One of the most groundbreaking features of Oblivion was the introduction of a dynamic dialogue system that allowed NPCs to respond to the player's actions. This made the world feel more alive and reactive to players' decisions. And I also want to talk about that with the Oblivion Crisis too. With these Oblivion Gates, I remembered when they were added into Elder Scrolls Online, and I liked them. I thought they were pretty cool, because these monsters would come out of it from Oblivion, and you'd have to fight them, and then people could join together and help you while the fight was going on. I thought that was cool. I've been noticing that a lot of stuff that I've been noticing that actually has gone away. They've started changing the storylines and everything, so things of that nature has kind of fallen off in the process. I don't really like all of these new changes that they've added to Elder Scrolls Online, but maybe at some point I'll get back on there and try to get to like it a little bit more. But it had been so long since I'd been on there that I had lost track of what the actual storyline was about. My character is weaker than shit. All of the stats and everything are way more bigger and more advanced. It felt like everything was in reset, so that was another issue that I have to deal with if I go back on there. I do play Elder Scrolls Online, but I don't, I did play it, but I haven't been on there in a while, so let me go ahead and hit mute again. I will be right back. Okay, so I do want to go ahead and move on from there. I was mentioning Elder Scrolls Online, which I probably should have mentioned in my talking points, but I forgot to do it. I went on from there. I was going to start talking about Fallout 3. And I completely forgot to mention anything about Elder Scrolls Online. So now in 2008, Bethesda made a bold move by acquiring the rights to the Fallout series from Interplay Entertainment. The result was Fallout 3, an open-world RPG set in the post-apocalyptic world. This game would become a massive success, both critically and commercially, and would further cement Bethesda's reputation as a leading RPG developer. Fallout 3 took the open-world mechanics of the Elder Scrolls series and applied them to a new setting. The game introduced players to the capital wasteland, a devastated landscape filled with dangerous creatures, factions, and RPCs. Players took on the role of a lone wanderer, a character in search of his missing father, while navigating the ruins of Washington, D.C., and making choices that affected the world around him. Now, Fallout 3 was widely praised for its deep narrative, player choice, and immersive world. It also featured a unique combat system with turn-based combat elements, making it stand out from other RPGs at the time. Now, I have just recently started playing Fallout New Vegas, so I can kind of relate to some of this stuff, which is actually pretty cool, because the mechanics in this game is pretty interesting, because it does have a turn-based option. You can slow everything down, and you can pick which part of the body you want to shoot, and you can do that repeatedly over and over again, which kind of enhances the battle, you know what I mean? And like in Elder Scrolls, I can do that with by going on quests and acquiring certain type of items and stuff that could help me do it to slow down time and things of that nature. But here in Fallout, you can do that with just a click of the button on the controller, which I thought was pretty cool. I was trying to do it with a controller, but here in the last few episodes that I've been doing of it, I've been having to use a keyboard and a mouse, which makes the game even more interesting, in my opinion. Kind of wakes you up to a whole different world when you have to switch from a controller on the computer back to the keyboard and the mouse. So that was something that I did notice that was pretty interesting, and I wanted to bring it up. Now, the success of Fallout 3 would lead to the development of multiple DLC expansions, including The Pit, Broken Steel, and Point Lockout. These expansions allowed players to explore new areas of the post-apocalyptic world and take on new quests. Bethesda's embrace of downloadable content, DLCs, was revolutionary and set a precedent for future RPGs to expand their worlds beyond the base game. Now that kind of has a story on its own, to be honest with you, but I'm going to go ahead and leave it at that one, because I think that we really need to be careful with time tonight. But Bethesda and their whole role in DLCs goes all the way back to Arena, and well, not just DLCs, but mods basically is what I have to say on that one. So, with that being said, I'm just going to go ahead and get into Elder Scrolls V, which is Skyrim. And that was in 2011, and it was marked with the release of Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, one of Bethesda's most iconic and successful titles. If nothing else, it was their most successful, in my opinion. But you can have your own opinions. You know, I seriously believe that one was probably their biggest success. So, the game was praised for its massive open world, rich lore, and extensive character customizations. Skyrim also embraced DLC in a way that had a significant impact on the industry. Bethesda's approach to DLC with Skyrim was a major shift. Instead of simply offering small cosmetic additions to minor quests, the DLCs for Skyrim introduced substantially new content that expanded the game's world and story. DLCs like Dawnguard, Hearthfire, and Dragonborn added new regions to explore, new abilities to unlock, and even new storylines to follow. The integration of these expansions helped prolong the lifespan of the game and kept players engaged for years after the initial release. The success of Skyrim and its DLCs helped cement Bethesda's role as a pioneer in the use of downloadable content to enhance the player experience. Now, as Bethesda transitioned from PC to console platforms, the gaming landscape itself was evolving. Console gaming had been the dominant form of video game distribution, which companies like Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo was leading the charge. Okay, now, however, the rise of internet gaming, particularly PC-based gaming, began to change the way people played games. The growth of the internet brought with it online multiplayer experiences, digital distribution platforms like Steam, and the ability for players to easily access a wide range of content from everywhere. This shift posed a challenge to console gaming, which relied on physical media and dedicated consoles. Bethesda was at the forefront of this shift, as it embraced digital distribution for its games and experimented with downloadable content. Oblivion and Fallout 3 were some of the first major RPGs to offer downloadable content, paving the way for future games to do the same. Bethesda recognized the potential of online gaming and leveraged the internet to keep players engaged long after the initial release of their games. Now, I do need to correct myself, because like DLCs are different from mods. There were mods that were on Arena. And DLCs, no, there wasn't. The conversation we were having was actually about mods, and I keep doing that sometimes. I keep forgetting that we were talking about mods and not DLCs. I personally don't like DLCs, to be honest with you. I think that they are just a way that a lot of these companies can get extra money from people who play the games. You know what I mean? So I don't endorse them. I don't think that they're cool. I think what it is a lot of these games push out like a shitty version of their games for you to buy at $60 a pop. And then if you want to buy extras that are better that go with the game, you have to pay another $60. So to get 3 DLCs, it's going to cost you at least $180. So that's the way this gaming industry has developed over the years, and I don't really like it. I don't find favor in it. So that is just my take on it. Now, Bethesda Game Studios has undoubtedly left an incredible mark on the gaming industry, from its early beginnings with the Elder Scrolls to its groundbreaking work on Fallout 3 and Skyrim. The studio has continually pushed the boundaries of what is possible in the world of RPGs. Its focus on creating vast, immersive worlds filled with rich lore and player-driven stories has set a standard for modern game design. Additionally, Bethesda's role in the development of downloadable content, DLC, has had a profound impact on the industry by embracing the internet and offering players meaningful expansions. Bethesda set a precedent for future games to follow, ensuring that the practice of DLC would become a staple in the gaming world. As the gaming industry continues to evolve, it is clear that Bethesda Game Studios will remain at the forefront of innovation, shaping the future of RPGs and digital gaming for years to come. Now, my friend on Home Away from YouTube, Maxi Plays, he was always big on RPG games, and for me personally, I have a hard time differentiating between what an MMORG game is and an RPG game is. So when it comes to that stuff, that's probably something that I do need to look into further and maybe come up with a stream that covers all that stuff. Me personally, I don't really consider too many games on the internet that's an actual game as being an RPG. I'm a old school kind of person who actually plays tabletop role-playing games, so I don't get the same vibe when it comes to saying that video games that are RPGs are the same, because they're not. I mean, they really aren't. It's two totally different experiences. So, like I said earlier, I do have PDFs for role-playing games, tabletop role-playing games, and the lore that goes with Elder Scrolls. So if you guys are interested in maybe wanting to get a copy of those, reach out to me and we can get something set up so that maybe you can actually read it at least and get a feel on what's going on, so I have actually, I believe, made it to a full hour. I am going to check my OBS and find out. I went through all of my notes, and yeah, I'm at an hour exactly. So I'm going to bring this to an end. If you guys want to check me out, you can check me out on YouTube, Rumble, X, and Odyssey. On Rumble, I have my Gaming with Infamous channel, as well as I go by Infamous on there. You can check me out on X as RogLOL1973, at RogLOL1973. That's spelled ROGLOL1973. So you can check me out there. On Odyssey, I go by Roger Hanson, and I also go by Gaming with Infamous, so you can check me out. I do have my own channel set up there for Gaming with Infamous. If you guys want a copy of this stream or any stream that I've done, feel free to go there and do a download. They're open to everybody and they're welcome to use them. So you can find me on Skype too. I have my own Gaming with Infamous group on Skype, as well as my main account, which is Roger Hanson. So feel free to stop in and check me out there, and everybody's more than welcome to be on Skype with me while I'm having these episodes. Now, I am also on Discord. You can find me there. I have my own server and channels that is Gaming with Infamous. Now, I go on there under Infamous. That's my main account. You can find me on there as well. And like I said, I do have my own channel, which is Gaming with Infamous. If you don't find me there, you can find me at Homeboy from YouTube, which is a pretty good channel, as well as Nostalgia Gaming Retro. I'm no longer on Team Retro, but I am still in the channel, and if you guys want to talk to me in either of those three channels, feel free to hit me up and let me know. Just tag me in a message. I guess that's all I got. Oh yeah, I am on Minds.com too as Roger_Hanson. So I believe I've covered everything. So with that, I'm going to end the show. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please leave a comment. Hit the like button or the thumbs up, whichever one. You don't have to. Just leave a comment. I love having conversations with people. So, and I mean that too. I really do like talking to people in the comment section. So leave me a comment. And with that, I will stop the stream.
Telemachus, with Pisistratus arriving at Sparta, is hospitably received by Menelaus, to whom he relates the cause of his coming, and learns from him many particulars of what befell the Greeks since the destruction of Troy. He dwells more at large upon the prophecies of Proteus to him in his return, from which he acquaints Telemachus that Ulysses is detained in the island of Calypso. In the meantime, the suitors consult to destroy Telemachus on the voyage home. Penelope is apprised of this, but comforted in a dream by Pallas, in the shape of her sister Iphthyma. And now proud Sparta with their wheels resounds, Sparta whose walls a range of hills surrounds. At the fair dome the rapid labor ends, where Satyrides, midst his bridal friends, with double vows invoking Hymen's power, to bless his sons and daughters' nuptial hour. That day, to great Achilles' son resigned, Hermione, the fairest of her kind, was sent to crown the long-protracted joy, espoused before the final doom of Troy, with steeds and gilded cars. The gorgeous train attend the nymphs to Thyia's distant reign. Meanwhile at home, to Megapenthus' bed the virgin choir Alecta's daughter led. Brave Megapenthus from a stolen amour to great Atrides' age his handmaid bore. To Helen's bed the gods alone assign Hermione, to extend the regal line, on whom a radiant pomp o' graces wait, resembling Venus in attractive state. While this gay friendly troop the king surround, with festival and mirth the roofs resound, a bard amid the joyous circle sings high as a tempered to the vocal strings, whilst warbling to the varied strain, advance two sprightly youths to form the bounding dance. 'Twas then, that issuing through the palace gate, the splendid car rolled slow in regal state. On the bright eminence young Nestor shone, and fast beside him great Ulysses' son. Grave Eteoneus saw the pomp appear, and speeding, thus addressed the royal ear. Two youths approach, whose semblant features prove their blood devolving from the source of Jove, is due reception deigned, or must they bend their doubtful course, to seek a distant friend? Insensate. With a sigh the king replies, too long, misjudging, have I thought thee wise, but sure relentless folly steels thy breast, obdurate to reject the stranger guest, to those dear hospitable rites a foe, which in my wanderings oft relieved my woe. Fed by the bounty of another's board, till pitying Jove my native realm restored, straight be the coursers from the car released, conduct the youths to grace the genial feast. The seneschal, rebuked, in haste withdrew, with equal haste a menial train pursue. Part led the coursers, from the car enlarged, each to a crib with choicest grain surcharged. Part in a portico, profusely graced with rich magnificence, the chariot placed. Then to the dome the friendly pair invite, who eye the dazzling roofs with vast delight, resplendent as the blaze of summer noon, or the pale radiance of the midnight moon. From room to room their eager view they bend, thence to the bath, a beauteous pile, descend, where a bright damsel train attends the guests, with liquid odors, and embroidered vests. Refreshed, they wait them to the bower of state, where, circled with his pairs, the tried sate, throned next the king, a fair attendant brings the purest product of the crystal springs. High on a massy vase of silver mold, the burnished lava flames with solid gold, in solid gold the purple vintage flows, and on the board a second banquet rose. When thus the king, with hospitable port, accept this welcome to the Spartan court, the waste of nature let the feast repair, then your high lineage and your names declare. Say from what sceptred ancestry ye claim, recorded eminent in deathless fame, for vulgar parents cannot stamp their race with signatures of such majestic grace. Ceasing, benevolent, he straight assigns the royal portion of the choicest chines to each accepted friend. With grateful haste they share the honors of the rich repast. Sufficed, soft whispering thus to Nestor's son, his head reclined, young Ithacus begun, view st thou unmoved, O ever honored most. These prodigies of art, and wondrous cost. Above, beneath, around the palace shines the sunless treasure of exhausted minds, the spoils of elephants the roof's inlay, and studded amber darts the golden ray. Such, and not nobler, in the realms above my wonder dictates, is the dome of Jove. The monarch took the word, and grave replied, presumptuous are the vaunts, and vain the pride of man, who dares in pomp with Jove contest, unchanged, immortal, and supremely bless. With all my affluence, when my woes are weight, envy will own the purchase dearly paid. For 8 slow circling years, by tempests tossed, from Cyprus to the far Phoenician coast, Sidon the capital, I stretched my toil through regions fattened with the flows of Nile. Next Ethiopia's utmost bound explore, and the parched borders of the Arabian shore, then warp my voyage on the southern gales, o'er the warm Libyan wave to spread my sails, that happy clime, where each revolving year the teeming ewes a triple offspring bear, and 2 fair crescents of translucent horn the brows of all their young increase adorn, the shepherd swains, with sure abundance blessed, on the fat flock and rural dainties feast, nor want of herbage makes the dairy fail, but every season fills the foaming pail. Whilst, heaping unwashed wealth, I distant roam, the best of brothers, at his natal home, by the dire fury of a traitorous wife, ends the sad evening of a stormy life, whence, with incessant grief my soul annoyed, these riches are possessed, but not enjoyed. My wars, the copious theme of every tongue, to you your fathers have recorded long. How favouring heaven repaid my glorious toils with a sacked palace, and barbaric spoils. Oh! Had the gods so large a boon denied in life, the just equivalent supplied to those brave warriors, who, with glory fired far from their country, in my cause expired. Still in short intervals of pleasing woe, regardful of the friendly dues I owe, I to the glorious dead, for ever dear, indulge the tribute of a grateful tear. But oh! Ulysses deeper than the rest that sad idea wounds my anxious breast. My heart bleeds fresh with agonizing pain, the bowl and tasteful viands tempt in vain, nor sleep's soft power can close my streaming eyes, when imaged to my soul his sorrows rise. No peril in my cause he ceased to prove, his labors equaled only by my love, and both alike to bitter fortune born, for him to suffer, and for me to mourn. Whether he wanders on some friendly coast, or glides in Stygian gloom a pensive ghost, no fame reveals, but, doubtful of his doom, his good old sire with sorrow to the tomb declines his trembling steps, untimely care withers the blooming vigor of his heir, and the chaste partner of his bed and throne wastes all her widowed hours in tender moan. While thus pathetic to the prince he spoke, from the brave youth the streaming passion broke, studious to veil the grief, in vain repressed, his face he shrouded with his purple vest. The conscious monarch pierced the coy disguise, and viewed his filial love with vast surprise, dubious to press the tender theme, or wait to hear the youth inquire his father's fate. In this suspense bright Helen graced the room, before her breathed a gale of rich perfume. So moves, adorned with each attractive grace, the silver-shafted goddess of the chase. The seat of majesty a draught brings, with art illustrious, for the pomp of kings, to spread the pall, beneath the regal chair, of softest wool, is bright Alcip's care. A silver canister, divinely wrought, in her soft hands the beauteous Philo brought, to Sparta's queen of old the radiant vase Alcandra gave, a pledge of royal grace, for Polybus her lord, whose sovereign sway the wealthy tribes of Pharian Thebes obey, when to that court Atrides came, caressed with vast munificence the imperial guest, 2 lavas from the richest or refined, with silver tripods, the kind host assigned, and bounteous from the royal treasure told 10 equal talents of refulgent gold. Alcandra, consort of his high command, a golden distaff gave to Helen's hand, and that rich vase, with living sculpture wrought, which heaped with wool the beauteous Philo brought the silken fleece, empurpled for the loom, rivaled the hyacinth in vernal bloom. The sovereign seat then Jove-born Helen pressed, and pleasing thus her sceptred lord addressed, who grace our palace now, that friendly pair, speak they their lineage, or their names declare. Uncertain of the truth, yet uncontrolled, hear me the bodings of my breast unfold. With wonder wrapped on yonder check, I trace the feature of the Ulyssian race, diffused o'er each resembling line appear, in just similitude, the grace and air of young Telemachus. The lovely boy, who blessed Ulysses with a father's joy, what time the Greeks combined their social arms, to avenge the stain of my ill-fated charms. Just as thy thought, the king assenting cries, methinks Ulysses strikes my wondering eyes, full shines the father in the filial frame, his port, his features, and his shape the same, such quick regards his sparkling eyes bestow, such wavy ringlets o'er his shoulders flow. And when he heard the long disastrous store of cares, which in my cause Ulysses bore, dismayed, heart-wounded with paternal woes, above restraint the tide of sorrow rose, cautious to let the gushing grief appear, his purple garment veiled the falling tear. See there confessed, Pisistratus replies, the genuine worth of Ithacus the wise. Of that heroic sire the youth is sprung, but modest, or hath chained his timorous tongue. Thy voice, O king, with pleased attention heard, is like the dictates of a god revered. With him, at Nestor's high command, I came, whose age I honor with a parent's name. By adverse destiny constrained to sue for counsel and redress, he sues to you whatever ill the friendless orphan bears, bereaved of parents in his infant years. Still must the wronged Telemachus sustain, if, hopeful of your aid, he hopes in vain, affianced in your friendly power alone, the youth would vindicate the vacant throne. Is Sparta blessed, and these desiring eyes view my friend's son? The king exulting cries winking smiley. Son of my friend, by glorious toils approved, whose sword was sacred to the man he loved, mirror of constant faith, revered and mourned when Troy was ruined, had the chief returned, no Greek an equal space had e'er possessed, of dear affection, in my grateful breast. I, to confirm the mutual joys we shared, for his abode a capital prepared, Argos, the seat of sovereign rule, I chose, fair in the plan the future palace rose, where my Ulysses and his race might reign, and portion to his tribes the wide domain, to them my vassals had resigned a soil, with teeming plenty to reward their toil. There with commutual zeal we both had strove in acts of dear benevolence and love, brothers in peace, not rivals in command, and death alone dissolved the friendly band. Some envious power the blissful scene destroys, vanished are all the visionary joys, the soul of friendship to my hope is lost, fated to wander from his natal coast. He ceased, a gush of grief began to rise. Fast streams a tide from beauteous Helen's eyes, fast for the sire the filial sorrows flow, the weeping monarch swells the mighty woe. Thy cheeks, Pisistratus, the tears bedew, while pictured so thy mind appeared in view, thy martial brother, on the Phrygian plain extended pale, by swarthy Memnon slain. But silence soon the son of Nestor broke, and melting with fraternal pity, spoke, frequent, O king, was Nestor wont to raise and charm attention with thy copious praise. To crowd thy various gifts, the sage assigned the glory of a firm capacious mind. With that superior attribute control this unavailing impotence of soul, let not your roof with echoing grief resound, now for the feast the friendly bowl is crowned, but when, from dewy shade emerging bright, Aurora streaks the sky with orient light, let each deplore his dead. The rites of woe are all, alas, the living can bestow, or the congenial dust enjoined to shear the graceful curl, and drop the tender tear. Then, mingling in the mournful pomp with you, I'll pay my brother's ghost a warrior's due, and mourn the brave Antilochus, a name not unrecorded in the rolls of fame, with strength and speed superior formed, in fight to face the foe, or intercept his flight, too early snatched by fate unknown to me. I boast a witness of his worth in thee, young and mature. The monarch thus rejoins, in thee renewed the soul of Nestor shines, formed by the care of that consummate sage, in early bloom an oracle of age. Weene at his influence Jove vouchsafes to shower, to bless the natal and the nuptial hour, from the great sire transmissive to the race, the boon devolving gives distinguished grace. Such, happy Nestor, was thy glorious doom, around thee, full of years, thy offspring bloom. Expert of arms, and prudent in debate, the gifts of heaven to guard thy hoary state. But now let each become his troubled breast, wash, and partake serene the friendly feast. To move thy suit, Telemachus, delay, till heaven's revolving lamp restores the day. He said, Asphalion swift the lava brings, alternate, all partake the grateful springs. Then from the rites of purity repair, and with keen gust the savory viands share. Meantime, with genial joy to warm the soul, bright Helen mixed a mirth-inspiring bowl, tempered with drugs of sovereign use, to assuage the boiling bosom of tumultuous rage, to clear the cloudy front of wrinkled care, and dry the tearful sluices of despair. Charmed with that virtuous draught, the exalted mind all sense of woe delivers to the wind. Though on the blazing pile his parent lay, or a loved brother groaned his life away, or darling son, oppressed by ruffian force, fell breathless at his feet, a mangled corse, from morn to eve, impassive and serene, the man entranced would view the dreadful scene. These drugs, so friendly to the joys of life, bright Helen learned from Thone's imperial wife, who swayed the scepter, where prolific Nile with various simples clothes the fattened soil. With wholesome herbage mixed, the direful bane of vegetable venom taints the plain, from Paeon sprung, their patron god imparts to all the Pharian race his healing arts. The beverage now prepared to inspire the feast, the circle thus the beauteous queen addressed. Throned in omnipotence, supremest Jove tempers the fates of human race above, by the firm sanction of his sovereign will, alternate are decreed our good and ill. To feastful mirth be this white hour assigned, and sweet discourse, the banquet of the mind. Myself, assisting in the social joy, will tell Ulysses' bold exploit in Troy. Sole witness of the deed I now declare speak you, who saw his wonders in the war. Seamed o'er with wounds, which his own sabre gave, in the vile habit of a village slave, the foe deceived, he passed the tented plain, in Troy to mingle with the hostile train. In this attire secure from searching eyes, till happily piercing through the dark disguise, the chief I challenged, he, whose practiced wit knew all the serpent mazes of deceit, eludes my search. But when his form I viewed fresh from the bath, with fragrant oils renewed, his limbs in military purple dressed, each brightening grace the genuine Greek confessed. A previous pledge of sacred faith obtained, till he the lines and Argive fleet regained, to keep his stay concealed, the chief declared the plans of war against the town prepared. Exploring then the secrets of the state, he learned what best might urge the Dardan fate, and, safe returning to the Grecian host, sent many a shade to Pluto's dreary coast. Loud grief resounded through the towers of Troy, but my pleased bosom glowed with secret joy, for then, with dire remorse and conscious shame, I viewed the effects of that disastrous flame, which, kindled by the imperious Queen of Love, constrained me from my native realm to rove, and oft in bitterness of soul deplored my absent daughter, and my dearer lord, admired among the first of human race, for every gift of mind and manly grace. Right well, replied the king, your speech displays the matchless merit of the chief you praise. Heroes in various climes myself have found, for martial deeds and depth of thought renowned, but Ithacus, unrivaled in his claim, may boast a title to the loudest fame. In battle calm he guides the rapid storm, wise to resolve, and patient to perform. What wondrous conduct in the chief appeared, when the vast fabric of the steed we reared. Some demon, anxious for the Trojan doom, urged you with great Deiphobus to come, to explore the fraud, with guile opposed to guile. Slow pacing thrice around the insidious pile, each noted leader's name you thrice invoke, your accent varying as their spouses spoke. The pleasing sounds each latent warrior warmed, but most tie-dyeds and coy heart alarmed. To quit the steed we both impatient press, threatening to answer from the dark recess. Unmoved the mind of Ithacus remained, and the vain ardors of our love restrained, but Anticlus, unable to control, spoke loud the language of his yearning soul. Ulysses straight, with indignation fired, for so the common care of Greece required, firm to his lips his forceful hands applied, till on his tongue the fluttering murmurs died. Meantime Minerva, from the fraudful horse, back to the court of Priam bent your course. Inclement fate. Telemachus replies, frail is the boasted attribute of wise. The leader mingling with the vulgar host, is in the common mass of matter loss. But now let sleep the painful waste repair of sad reflection and corroding care. He ceased, the menial fare that round her wait, at Helen's beck prepare the room of state. Beneath an ample portico they spread the downy fleece to form the slumberous bed, and o'er soft paws of purple grain unfold rich tapestry, stiff with interwoven gold. Then, through the illumined dome, to balmy rest the obsequious herald guides each princely guest, while to his regal bower the king ascends, and beauteous Helen on her lord attends. Soon as the morn, in orient purple dressed, unbarred the portal of the roseate east, the monarch rose, magnificent to view, the imperial mantle o'er his vest he threw, the glittering zone athwart his shoulders cast, a starry falchion low depending graced, clasped on his feet the embroidered sandals shine, and forth he moves, majestic and divine. Instant to young Telemachus he pressed, and thus benevolent his speech addressed. Say, royal youth, sincere of soul report, what cause hath led you to the Spartan court? Do public, or domestic care, constrain this toilsome voyage o'er the surgy main? O highly flavoured delegate of Jove! Replies the prince, inflamed with filial love, and anxious hope, to hear my parents' doom, a suppliant to your royal court I come, our sovereign seat elude usurping race with lawless riot and misrule disgrace. To pampered insolence devoted full prime of the flock, and choicest of the stall, for wild ambition wings their bold desire, and all to mount the imperial bed aspire. But prostrate I implore, O king, relate the mournful series of my father's fate, each known disaster of the man disclose, born by his mother to a world of woes. Recite them, nor in erring pity fear to wound with storied grief the filial ear. If ere Ulysses, to reclaim your right, avowed his zeal in council, or in fight, if Phrygian camps the friendly toils attest, to the sire's merit give the son's request. Deep from his inmost soul Atrides sight, and thus, indignant, to the prince replied, Heavens! Would a soft, inglorious, dastard train an absent hero's nuptial joys profane. So with her young, amid the woodland shades, a timorous hind the lion's court invades, leaves in the fatal lair the tender fawns, climbs the green cliff, or feeds the flowery lawns. Meantime returned, with dire remorseless sway, the monarch savage rends the trembling prey. With equal fury, and with equal fame, Ulysses soon shall reassert his claim. O Jove supreme, whom gods and men revere, and thou, to whom 'tis given to gild the sphere, with power congenial joined, propitious aid the chief adopted by the martial maid. Such to our wish the warrior soon restore, as when contending on the Lesbian shore his prowess Philomelides confessed, and loud acclaiming Greeks the victor blessed. Then soon the invaders of his bed and throne their love presumptuous shall with life atone. With patient ear, O royal youth, attend the storied labor of thy father's friend, fruitful of deeds. The copious tale is long, but truth severe shall dictate to my tongue. Learn what I heard the sea-born seer relate, whose eye can pierce the dark recess of fate. Long on the Egyptian coast by calms confined, heaven to my fleet refused a prosperous wind. No vows had we preferred, nor victims slain. For this the gods each favouring gale restrained jealous, to see their high behests obeyed, severe, if men the eternal rights evade. High o'er a gulfy sea, the Pharian isle fronts the deep roar of disemboguing Nile. Her distance from the shore, the course begun at dawn, and ending with the setting sun, a galley measures, when the stiffer gales rise on the poop, and fully stretch the sails. There anchored vessels safe in harbour lie, whilst limpid springs the failing cask supply. And now the 20th sun, descending, laves his glowing axle in the western waves. Still with expanded sails we court in vain propitious winds to waft us o'er the main, and the pale mariner at once deplores his drooping vigour and exhausted stores. When lo! a bright cerulean form appears, Proteus her sire divine. With pity pressed, me soul the daughter of the deep addressed, what time, with hunger pined, my absent mates roam the wide isle in search of rural cates, bait the barbed steel, and from the fishy flood appease the afflictive fierce desire of food. Whoe'er thou art, the azure goddess cries, thy conduct ill deserves the praise of wise. Is death thy choice, or misery thy boast, that here inglorious, on a barren coast, thy brave associates droop, a meagre train, with famine pale, and ask thy care in vain? Struck with the loud reproach, I straight reply, whate'er thy title in thy native sky, a goddess sure. For more than moral grace speaks thee descendant of ethereal race. Deem not that here of choice my fleet remains. Some heavenly power averse my stay constrains. O, piteous of my fate, vouchsafe to show, for what sequestered from celestial view. What power becalms the innavigable seas? What guilt provokes him, and what vows appease? I ceased, when affable the goddess cried, observe, and in the truths I speak confide. The oracular seer frequents the Pharian coast, from whose high bed my birth divine I boast, Proteus, a name tremendous o'er the main, the delegate of Neptune's watery reign. Watch with insidious care his known abode, their fast in chains constrain the various god, who bound, obedient to superior force, unerring will prescribe your destined course. If, studious on your realms, you then demand their state, since last you left your natal land, instant the god obsequious will disclose bright tracts of glory, or a cloud of woes. She ceased, and suppliant thus I made reply, O goddess, I on thy aid my hopes rely. Dictate propitious to my duteous ear, what arts can captivate the changeful seer, for perilous the assay, unheard the toil, to elude the prescience of a god by guile. Thus to the goddess mild my suit I end. Then she, obedient to my rule attend, when through the zone of heaven the mounted sun hath journeyed half, and half remains to run, the seer, while zephyrs curl the swelling deep, basks on the breezy shore, in grateful sleep, his oozy limbs. Emerging from the wave, the forecasts swift surround his rocky cave, frequent and full, the consecrated train of her, whose azure trident oars the main, their wallowing warm, the enormous herd exhales an oily steam, and taints the noontide gales. To that recess, commodious for surprise, when purple light shall next suffuse the skies, with me repair, and from thy warrior band 3 chosen chiefs of dauntless soul command. Let their auxiliar force befriend the toil, for strong the god, and perfected in guile. Stretched on the shelly shore, he first surveys the flouncing herd ascending from the seas. Their number summed, reposed in sleep profound the scaly charge their guardian god surround. So with his battening flocks the careful swain abides pavilioned on the grassy plain. With powers united, obstinately bold, invade him, couched amid the scaly fold, instant he wears, elusive of the rape, the mimic force of every savage shape. or glides with liquid laps a murmuring stream, or, wrapped in flame, he glows at every limb. Yet, still retentive, with redoubled might, through each vain passive form constrain his flight, but when, his native shape renamed, he stands patient of conquest, and your cause demands, the cause that urged the bold attempt declare, and soothe the vanquished with a victor's prayer. The bands released, implore the seer to say what Godhead interdicts the watery way. Who, straight propitious, in prophetic strain, will teach you to repass the unmeasured main. She ceased, and bounding from the shelfy shore, round the descending nymph the waves' resounding roar. High wrapped in wonder of the future deed, with joy impetuous to the port I speed, the wants of nature with repast suffice, till night with grateful shade involved the skies, and shed ambrosial dews. Fast by the deep, along the tented shore, in balmy sleep, our cares were lost. When o'er the eastern lawn, in saffron robes, the daughter of the dawn advanced her rosy steps, before the bay due ritual honors to the gods I pay, then seek the place the sea-born nymph assigned, with 3 associates of undaunted mind. Arrived, to form along the appointed strand for each a bed, she scoops the hilly sand, then, from her azure cave the finny spoils of 4 vast foci takes, to veil her wiles, beneath the finny spoils extended prone, hard toil. The prophet's piercing eye to shun, knew from the course, the scaly frauds diffuse unsavory stench of oil and brackish ooze, but the bright sea maid's gentle power implored, with nectared drops the sickening sense restored. Thus till the sun had travelled half the skies, ambushed we lie, and wait the bold emprise, when, thronging quick to bask in open air, the flocks of ocean to the strand repair. Couched on the sunny sand, the monsters sleep. Then Proteus, mounting from the hoary deep, surveys his charge, unknowing of deceit, in order told, we make the sum complete. Pleased with the false review, secure he lies, and leaden slumbers press his drooping eyes. Rushing impetuous forth, we straight prepare a furious onset with the sound of war, and shouting seize the god. Our force to evade, his various arts he soon resumes in aid. A lion now, he curls a surgy manner. Sudden our hands a spotted pade restrain. Then, armed with tusks, and lightning in his eyes, a boar's obscener shape the god belies. On spiry volumes, there a dragon rides, here, from our strict embrace a stream he glides. At last, sublime, his stately growth he rears a tree, and well-dissembled foliage wears. Vain efforts with superior power compressed, me with reluctance thus the seer addressed, say, son of Atreus, say what god inspired this daring fraud, and what the boon desired. I thus, O thou, whose certain eye foresees the fixed event of fate's remote decrees, after long woes, and various toil endured, still on this desert isle my fleet is moored, unfriended of the gales. All-knowing, say, what godhead interdicts the watery way? What vows repentant will the power appease, to speed a prosperous voyage o'er the seas? To Jove, with stern regard the god replies, and all the offended synod of the skies, just hecatombs with due devotion slain, thy guilt absolved, a prosperous voyage gain. To the firm sanction of thy fate attend. An exile thou, nor cheering face of friend, nor sight of natal shore, nor regal dome, shalt yet enjoy, but still art doomed to roam. Once more the Nile, who from the secret source of Jove's high seat descends with sweepy force, must view his billows white beneath thy oar, and altars blaze along his sanguine shore. Then will the gods with holy pomp adored, to thy long vows a safe return accord. He ceased, heart wounded with afflictive pain, doomed to repeat the perils of the main, a shelfy track and long. O seer, I cry, to the stern sanction of the offended sky my prompt obedience bows. But deign to say what fate propitious, or what dire dismay, sustain those peers, the relics of our host, whom I with Nestor on the Phrygian coast embracing left. Must I the warriors weep, whelmed in the bottom of the monstrous deep? Or did the kind domestic friend deplore the breathless heroes on their native shore? Press not too far, replied the god, but cease to know what, known, will violate thy peace, too curious of their doom. With friendly woe thy breast will heave, and tears eternal flow. Part live. The rest, a lamentable train. range the dark bounds of Pluto's dreary reign. 2. Foremost in the roll of Mars renowned, whose arms with conquest in thy cause were crowned, fell by disastrous fate, by tempests tossed, a third lives wretched on a distant coast. By Neptune rescued from Minerva's hate, on Gyre, safe oily and Arjux sate, his ship o'er-helmed, but, frowning on the floods, impious he roared defiance to the gods. To his own prowess all the glory gave, the power defrauding who vouchsafed to save. This heard the raging ruler of the main, his spear, indignant for such high disdain, he launched, dividing with his forky mace the aerial summit from the marble base. The rock rushed seaward, with impetuous roar engulfed, and to the abyss the boaster bore. By Juno's guardian aid, the watery vast, secure of storms, your royal brother passed, till, coasting nigh the cape where Malin shrouds her spiry cliffs amid surrounding clouds, a whirling gust tumultuous from the shore across the deep his labouring vessel bore. In an ill-fated hour the coast he gained, where late in regal pomp thy Estes reigned, but, when his hoary honours bowed to fate, Aegisthus governed in paternal state, the surges now subside, the tempest ends, from his tall ship the king of men descends. There fondly thinks the gods conclude his toil, far from his own domain salutes the soil, with rapture oft the urge of Greece reviews, and the dear turf with tears of joy bedews. Him, thus exulting on the distant stand, a spy distinguished from his airy stand, to bribe whose vigilance, Aegisthus told a mighty sum of ill-persuading gold. There watched this guardian of his guilty fear, till the 12th moon had wheeled her pale career, and now, admonished by his eye, to court with terror winged conveys the dread report. Of deathful arts expert, his lord employs the ministers of blood in dark surprise, and 20 youths, in radiant mail encased, close ambushed nigh the spacious hall he placed. Then bids prepare the hospitable treat, vain shows of love to veil his felon hate. To grace the victor's welcome from the wars, a train of coursers and triumphal cars magnificent he leads. The royal guest, thoughtless of ill, accepts the fraudful feast. The troop forth issuing from the dark recess, with homicidal rage the king oppress. So, whilst he feeds luxurious in the stall, the sovereign of the herd is doomed to fall. The partners of his fame and toils at Troy, around their lord, a mighty ruin, lie. Mixed with the brave, the base invaders bleed, Aegisthus' soul survives to boast the deed. He said, chill horrors shook my shivering soul, racked wish convulsive pangs in dust I roll, and hate, in madness of extreme despair, to view the sun, or breathe the vital air. But when, superior to the rage of woe, I stood restored and tears had ceased to flow, lenient of grief the pitying God began, forget the brother, and resume the man. To fate's supreme dispose the dead resign, that care be fate's, a speedy passage thine still lives the wretch who wrought the death deplored, but lives a victim for thy vengeful sword, unless with filial rage or rest's glow, and swift prevent the meditated blow. You timely will return a welcome guest, with him to share the sad funereal feast. He said, new thoughts my beating heart employ, my gloomy soul receives a gleam of joy. Fair hope revives, and eager I addressed the prescient Godhead to reveal the rest. The doom decreed of those disastrous two I've heard with pain, but oh, the tale pursue, what third brave son of Mars the fates constrain to roam the howling desert of the main, or, in eternal shade of cold he lies, provoke new sorrows from these grateful eyes. That chief, rejoined the god, his race derives from Ithaca, and wondrous woes survives. Leart's son, girt with circumfluous tides, he still calamitous constraint abides. Him in Calypso's cave of late viewed, when streaming grief his faded cheek bedowed. But vain his prayer, his arts are vain, to move the enamoured goddess, or elude her love, his vessel sunk, and dear companions lost, he lives reluctant on a foreign coast. But oh, beloved by heaven, reserved to thee a happier lot the smiling fates decree, free from that law, beneath whose mortal sway matter is changed, and varying forms decay, Elysium shall be thine, the blissful plains of utmost earth, where Rhadamanthus reigns. Joys ever young, unmixed with pain or fear, fill the wide circle of the eternal year. Stern winter smiles on that auspicious clime, the fields are florid with unfading prime, from the bleak pole no winds inclement blow, mold the round hail, or flake the fleecy snow, but from the breezy deep the blessed inhale the fragrant murmurs of the western gale. This grace peculiar will the gods afford to thee, the son of Jove, and beauteous Helen's lord. He ceased, and plunging in the vast profound, beneath the god and whirling billows bound. Then speeding back, involved in various thought, my friends attending at the shore I sought, arrived, the rage of hunger we control till night with silent shade invest the pole, then lose the cares of life in pleasing rest. Soon as the morn reveals the roseate east, with sails we wing the masts, our anchors weigh, unmoor the fleet, and rush into the sea. Ranged on the banks, beneath our equal oars white curl the waves, and the vexed ocean roars then, steering backward from the Pharian isle, we gain the stream of Jove-descended Nile. There quit the ships, and on the destined shore with ritual hecatombs the gods adore. Their wrath atoned, to Agamemnon's name a cenotaph I raise of deathless fame. These rites to piety and grief discharged, the friendly gods a springing gale enlarged, the fleet swift tilting o'er the surges flew, till Grecian cliffs appeared a blissful view. Thy patient ear hath heard me long relate a story, fruitful of disastrous fate. And now, young prince, indulge my fond request, be Sparta honored with his royal guest, till, from his eastern goal, the joyous sun his 12th diurnal race begins to run. Meantime my train the friendly gifts prepare, the sprightly coursers and a polished car, with these a goblet of capacious mold, figured with art to dignify the gold, formed for libation to the gods, shall prove a pledge and monument of sacred love. My quick return, young Ithacus rejoined, damped the warm wishes of my raptured mind, did not my fate my needful haste constrain, charmed by your speech so graceful and humane, lost in delight the circling year would roll, while deep attention fixed my listening soul. But now to pile permit my destined way, my loved associates chide my long delay, in dear remembrance of your royal grace, I take the present of the promised vase, the coursers, for the champaign sports retain, that gift our barren rocks will render vain, horrid with cliffs. Our meager land allows thin herbage for the mountain goat to browse, but neither mead nor plain supplies, to feed the sprightly courser, or indulge his speed. To sea surrounded realms the gods assign small tract of fertile lawn, the least to mine. His hand the king with tender passion pressed, and, smiling, thus the royal youth addressed, O early worth! A soul so wise, and young, proclaims you from the sage Ulysses sprung. Selected from my stores, of matchless price, an urn shall recompense your prudent choice, by Vulcan's art, the verge with gold enchased. A pledge the sceptred power of Sidon gave, when to his realm I ploughed the orient wave. Thus they alternate, while, with artful care, the menial train the regal feast prepare. The firstlings of the flock are doomed to die, rich fragrant wines the cheering bowl supply, a female band the gift of Ceres bring, and the gilt roofs with genial triumph ring. Meanwhile, in Ithaca, the suitor powers in active games divide their jovial hours, in areas varied with mosaic art, some whirl the disc, and some the javelin dart, aside, sequestered from the vast resort, Antinous sole spectator of the sport, with great Eurymachus, of worth confessed, and high descent, superior to the rest, whom young Numon lowly thus addressed, my ship, equipped within the neighboring port, the prince, departing for the Pylian court, requested for his speed, but courteous, say when steers he home, or why this long delay? For else I should sail with utmost speed. To import 12 mares which their luxurious feed, and 12 young mules, a strong laborious race, new to the plough, unpractised in the trace. Unknowing of the course to pile designed, a sudden horror seized on either mind. The prince in rural bower they fondly thought, numbering his flocks and herds, not far remote. Relate, Antinous cries, devoid of guile, when spread the prince his sail for distant pile. Did chosen chiefs across the gulfy main attend his voyage, or domestic train? Spontaneous did you speed his secret course, or was the vessel seized by fraud or force? With willing duty, not reluctant mind, Numon cried, the vessel was resigned, who, in the balance, with the great affairs of courts presume to weigh their private cares. With him, the peerage next in power to you, and mentor, captain of the lordly crew, or some celestial in his reverend form, safe from the secret rock and adverse storm, pilots the course. For when the glimmering ray of yester dawn disclosed the tender day, Mentor himself I saw, and much admired, then ceased the youth, and from the court retired. Confounded and appalled, the unfinished game the suitors quit, and all to council came. Antinous first the assembled peers addressed. Rage sparkling in his eyes, and burning in his breast, O shame to manhood! Shall one daring boy the scheme of all our happiness destroy? Fly unperceived, seducing half the flower of nobles, and invite a foreign power. The ponderous engine raised to crush us all, recoiling, on his head is sure to fall. Instant prepare me, on the neighboring strand, with 20 chosen mates a vessel manned, for ambushed close beneath the Samian shore his ship returning shall my spies explore. He soon his rashness shall with life atone, seek for his father's fate, but find his own. With vast applause the sentence all approve, then rise, and to the feastful hall remove. Swift to the queen the herald maiden ran, who heard the consult of the dire divan. Before her dome the royal matron stands, and thus the message of his haste demands. What will the suitors? Must my servant train the allotted labors of the day refrain, for them to form some exquisite repast? Heaven grant this festival may prove their last. Or, if they still must live, from me remove the double plague of luxury and love. Forbear, ye sons of insolence. Forbear, in riot to consume a wretched heir. In the young soul illustrious thought to raise, were ye not tutored with Ulysses' praise? Have not your fathers oft my lord defined, gentle of speech, beneficent of mind? Some kings with arbitrary rage devour, or in their tyrant minions vest the power. Ulysses let no partial favors fall, the people's parent, he protected all, but absent now, perfidious and ingrate. His stores ye ravage, and usurp his state. He thus, O were the woes you speak the worst. They form a deed more odious and accursed, more dreadful than your boding soul divines, but pitying Jove avert the dire designs. The darling object of your royal care is marked to perish in a deathful snare, before he anchors in his native port, from pile resailing and the Spartan court, horrid to speak. In ambush is decreed the hope and heir of Ithaca to bleed. Sudden she sunk beneath the weighty woes, the vital streams a chilling horror froze, the big round tear stands trembling in her eye, and on her tongue imperfect accents die. At length in tender language interwove with sighs, she thus expressed her anxious love. Why rarely would my son his fate explore, ride the wild waves, and quit the safer shore? Did he with all the greatly wretched, crave a blank oblivion, an untimely grave? 'Tis not, replied the sage, to maiden given to know, if some inhabitant of heaven in his young breast the daring thought inspired, or if, alone with filial duty fired, the winds and waves he tempts in early bloom, studious to learn his absent father's doom. The sage retired, unable to control the mighty griefs that swell her laboring soul. Rolling convulsive on the floor is seen the piteous object of a prostrate queen. Words to her dumb complaint a pause supplies, and breath, to waste in unavailing cries. Around their sovereign wept the menial fair, to whom she thus addressed her deep despair. Behold a wretch whom all the gods consign to woe. Did ever sorrows equal mine? Long to my joys my dearest lord is lost, his country's buckler, and the Grecian boast, now from my fond embrace, by tempests torn. Our other column of the state is born, nor took a kind adieu, nor sought consent, unkind confederates in his dire intent. Ill suits it with your shows of duteous zeal, from me the purposed voyage to conceal. Though at the solemn midnight hour he rose, why did you fear to trouble my repose? He either had obeyed my fond desire, or seen his mother pierced with grief expire. Bid Dolius quick attend, the faithful slave whom to my nuptial train Icarius gave to tend the fruit groves. With incessant speed he shall this violence of death decreed to good Laertes tell. Experienced age may timely intercept the ruffian rage. Convene the tribes the murderous plot reveal, and to their power to save his race appeal. Then Euryclea thus, my dearest dread, though to the sword I bow this hoary head, or if a dungeon be the pain decreed, Iomi conscious of the unpleasing deed, auxiliar to his flight, my aid implored, with wine and viands I the vessel stored, the solemn oath imposed, the secret sealed, till the 12th dawn the light of day revealed. Dreading the effect of a fond mother's fear, he dared not violate your royal ear, but bathe, and, in imperial robes arrayed, pay due devotions to the martial maid, and rest affianced in her guardian aid. Send not to good Laertes, nor engage in toils of state the miseries of age. 'Tis impious to surmise the powers divine to ruin doom the Jove-descended line. Long shall the race of just Arcesius reign, and isles remote enlarge his old domain. The queen her speech with calm attention hears, her eyes restrain the silver-streaming tears. She bathes, and robed, the sacred dome ascends, her pious speed a female train attends. The salted cakes in canisters are laid, and thus the queen invokes Minerva's aid, daughter divine of Jove, whose arm can wield the avenging bolt, and shake the dreadful shield if ere Ulysses to thy fane preferred the best and choicest of his flock and herd. Hear, goddess, hear, by those oblations 1 and 4. The pious sire preserve the son, his wished return with happy power befriend, and on the suitors let thy wrath descend. She ceased. Shrill ecstasies of joy declare the favoring goddess present to the prayer. The suitors heard, and deemed the mirthful voice a signal of her hymeneal choice. Whilst one most jovial thus accosts the board, too late the queen selects a second lord. In evil hour the nuptial rite intends, when o'er her son disastrous death impends. Thus he, unskilled of what the fates provide, but with severe rebuke Antinous cried, these empty vaunts will make the voyage vain. Alarm not with discourse the menial train, the great event with silent hope attend. Our deeds alone our counsel must commend. His speech thus ended short, he frowning rose, and 20 chiefs renowned for valor chose. Down to the strand he speeds with haughty strides, where anchored in the bay the vessel rides, replete with mail and military store, in all her tackle trim to quit the shore. The desperate crew ascend, unfurl the sails, the seaward prow invites the tardy gales. Then take repast till Hesperus displayed his golden circlet, in the western shade. Meantime the queen, without reflection due, heart wounded, to the bed of state withdrew. In her sad breast the prince's fortunes roll, and hope and doubt alternate seize her soul. So when the woodman's toil her cave surrounds, and with the hunter's cry the grove resounds, with grief and rage the mother lion stung, fearless herself, yet trembles for her young while pensive in the silent slumberous shade, sleep's gentle powers her drooping eyes invade. Minerva, lifelike, on embodied air impressed the form of Iphthyma the fair, Icarius' daughter she, whose blooming charms allured Eumelus to her virgin arms, the sceptred lord, who o'er the fruitful plain of Thessaly wide stretched his ample reign. As Pallas willed, along the sable skies, to calm the queen, the phantom sister flies. Swift on the regal dome, descending right, the bolted valves are pervious to her flight. Close to her head the pleasing vision stands, and thus performs Minerva's high commands. Oh why, Penelope, this causeless fear, to render sleep's soft blessing unsincere? Alike devote to sorrow's dire extreme the day reflection, and the midnight dream. Thy son the gods propitious will restore, and bid thee cease his absence to deplore. To whom the queen, whilst yet in pensive mind was in the silent gates of sleep confined, O sister to my soul forever dear, why this first visit to reprove my fear? How in a realm so distant should you know from what deep source ceaseless sorrows flow? To all my hope my royal lord is lost, his country's buckler, and the Grecian boast, and with consummate woe to weigh me down, the heir of all his honors and his crown, my darling son is fled. An easy prey to the fierce storms, or men more fierce than they, who, in a league of blood associates sworn, will intercept the unwary youth's return. Courage resume, the shadowy form replied, in the protecting care of heaven confide. On him attends the blue-eyed martial maid, what earthly can implore a surer aid? Me now the guardian goddess deigns to send, to bid thee patient his return attend. The queen replies, if in the blessed abodes, a goddess, thou hast commerce with the gods, say, breathes my lord the blissful realm of light, or lies he wrapped in ever-during night? Inquire not of his doom, the phantom cries, I speak not all the counsel of the skies, nor must indulge with vain discourse, or long, the windy satisfaction of the tongue. Swift through the valves the visionary fair repast, and viewless mixed with common air. The queen awakes, delivered of her woes, with florid joy her heart dilating glows, the vision, manifest of future fate, makes her with hope her son's arrival wait. Meantime the suitors plough the watery plain, Telemachus in thought already slain. When sight of lessening Ithaca was lost their sail directed for the Samian coast a small, but verdant isle appeared in view, and Asteris the advancing pilot knew, an ample port the rocks projected form, to break the rolling waves and ruffling storm. That safe recess they gain with happy speed, and in close ambush wait the murderous deed.
Long before stars illuminated the sky, and galaxies spun across the expanse, there was the primordial nexus. An ancient force, older than time itself, the nexus was not an entity of creation but one of transformation and harmony. For eons, it pulsed gently in the silent void, undisturbed by the swirling chaos that enveloped it. The cosmos, in its infancy, was a wild and unpredictable place, filled with energy that had no direction or purpose. It was the nexus that gave form to this raw energy, shaping it into the foundations of the universe as we know it today. Though it did not directly create stars, planets, or life, the nexus wove order into the chaotic tapestry of the cosmos. Its influence spread across vast distances, touching every corner of existence. Every star that flared into life, every planet that formed, and every spark of consciousness that emerged did so in response to the subtle rhythms of the primordial nexus. Unlike other forces that might impose their will on the cosmos, the nexus absorbed and harmonized with the chaotic energies around it, refining them into patterns of purpose and structure. This is the story of the primordial nexus, a force that, while hidden from the sight of mortal beings, silently shaped the cosmos into a realm of balance and order. In the beginning, the universe was a maelstrom of chaotic forces. There was no order, no structure, only the wild and untamed energy that filled every corner of existence. Time and space, as we now understand them, had not yet taken shape, and the concept of laws that governed the universe was still a distant possibility. The cosmos was a place of infinite potential but with no means to realize it. At the heart of this chaos was the primordial nexus, a point of stability and harmony amid the raging storm. Unlike the chaotic forces surrounding it, the nexus did not seek to dominate or overpower. Instead, it quietly absorbed the raw energy of the cosmos, breaking it down into its most fundamental elements. It was not a creator in the traditional sense but a transformer, a force that took the unrefined and unpredictable energy of the universe and gave it structure. The energy that flowed into the nexus was wild and uncontrollable, fragments of existence without meaning or purpose. Yet within the nexus, these fragments were woven into patterns that would later form the foundation of the universe. Galaxies coalesced from the chaos, stars ignited, and planets took shape. The primordial nexus was the silent architect of this grand design, giving rise to the laws that would govern the cosmos for eons to come. The work of the primordial nexus was not a singular event but an ongoing process that spanned the entirety of existence. As the universe continued to evolve, the nexus remained a constant, its gentle pulse guiding the flow of energy and shaping it into new forms. It did not merely refine the raw material of the cosmos, it wove it into an intricate tapestry of energy and matter. The patterns created by the nexus were not simple or linear. They were complex, spiraling threads of energy that intertwined with one another, creating a vast network of connections that spanned the universe. These threads formed the very fabric of reality, linking stars, planets, and life in ways that were both subtle and profound. Each thread was a potential pathway for the evolution of consciousness, a bridge between the material and the immaterial, the known and the unknown. The primordial nexus did not impose its will on these pathways. It allowed them to evolve naturally, shaping them only enough to maintain balance and harmony. It understood that the universe was a living entity, constantly growing and changing, and its role was to guide this process without disrupting it. The nexus was the heartbeat of the universe, the force that ensured that all things flowed in harmony. At the core of the nexus, waves of energy came and went, carrying with them the essence of existence. These waves were not just information, they were the raw material from which the universe was built. Each wave contained within it the potential for new stars, new worlds, and new forms of life. The nexus shaped this potential into something tangible, weaving the threads of energy into the tapestry of the cosmos. As the universe grew older, the patterns woven by the primordial nexus became more intricate and complex. What had once been a simple web of energy now spanned the entire cosmos, linking countless stars and planets in a delicate balance. The nexus continued its work, refining the chaotic forces of the universe and shaping them into something beautiful and purposeful. This process was not just about refining energy, it was about creating the laws that governed the cosmos. The primordial nexus was not just a transformer of chaos but the architect of cosmic order. Each thread of energy that it wove into the cosmic tapestry became a blueprint for how the universe would function. The movement of stars, the flow of time, the evolution of consciousness, all of these were shaped by the patterns created by the nexus. The threads of energy that flowed from the nexus were not static. They were constantly in motion, shifting and changing as the universe evolved. The nexus allowed for this change, understanding that the universe was a place of constant growth and transformation. It guided the flow of energy, ensuring that the balance of the cosmos was maintained while allowing for the emergence of new forms of existence. For eons, the primordial nexus maintained its delicate balance, ensuring that the universe remained in harmony. But the universe was not a place of static order. It was a place of constant change, where chaos and order existed in a delicate dance. Over time, disturbances began to appear in the patterns woven by the nexus. These disruptions were small at first, little more than ripples in the fabric of reality, but they grew stronger as time passed. The source of these disruptions was not immediately clear. The nexus absorbed the chaotic energy and continued its work, refining and shaping it as it always had. But as the disturbances grew more intense, it became apparent that something was changing. The chaotic forces that had once been easily shaped by the nexus were becoming more erratic, more difficult to control. The nexus continued to weave its patterns, but the disruptions became more frequent. The cosmic web, once strong and stable, began to fray at the edges. The threads of energy that connected the stars and planets were unraveling, threatening to tear the fabric of reality apart. Eventually, the nexus discovered the source of the disruption, a rift in the fabric of the universe itself. This rift, later known as the Dark Rift, was a tear in the cosmic web where the boundaries between dimensions had weakened. Through this tear, dark energy flowed into the universe, corrupting the patterns woven by the primordial nexus and threatening to undo the delicate balance it had maintained for eons. The Dark Rift was unlike anything the nexus had encountered before. It was not a simple disruption that could be easily repaired. The energy that flowed through the rift was fundamentally different from the chaos that the nexus had shaped for so long. It was a force of destruction, a corrosive energy that sought to unravel the cosmic web and return the universe to its primordial state of chaos. The nexus understood that it could not simply absorb and refine this dark energy as it had done with the chaotic forces of the universe. It would need to contain the rift before it spread further, tearing apart the very fabric of existence. To combat the Dark Rift, the primordial nexus began to focus all of its energy on sealing the tear. It worked tirelessly, drawing energy from the stars and planets it had helped shape and channeling it into the cosmic web. The nexus knew that it would be a difficult task, for the dark energy that flowed from the rift was constantly fighting against its influence, seeking to unravel the patterns of order it had created. The process was slow and grueling. The nexus used the very threads of the cosmic web to weave a seal around the rift, containing the dark energy and preventing it from spreading further. But the dark energy was powerful, and the seal was fragile. It required constant maintenance and reinforcement to ensure that it would hold. In the end, the nexus succeeded in containing the dark rift, but the victory came at a great cost. The energy required to maintain the seal weakened the nexus, draining it of much of its power. The once vibrant patterns of the cosmic web began to fade, and the flow of energy through the universe became less stable.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Into the Abyss. We are going further into the research that I've been putting into this effort. Last time we were discussing divination, or a couple of episodes we had been discussing divination, numerology, and things of that nature, where before we went through philosophy. So now we even got into a little bit of ancient demonology and stuff too with the divination. But now we're going back to a more philosophical standpoint, looking at some stuff from ancient history that I wanted to go over and discuss. But before we do that, I'd like to introduce people who are on the panel. We have Mark. He's coming back. Watashik. There we go, Watashik. We got Mark Watashik back with us for another episode of Into the Abyss, as well as Mark Edworthy. Now, I've had Mark Edworthy on other streams, but this is actually the first time I've had him on Into the Abyss. Now, Mark, this is going to be a completely different experience from what you're used to with me, okay? It's actually pretty cool, so before we get started, if you guys want to say something, go for it.
Yeah, I'm Dragus Productions as well, so if anybody out there is listening and you can't find or spell my name, you can always look up Dragus Productions. You'll find me and all the shows that I do and produce.
And just to set it straight, it's not saying his name, or it's not freaking spelling his name, it's pronouncing it. That's weird. Like, I could spell your name all day long, but it's just...
Oh, yeah, I'm telling you, Mark Edworthy will not have a problem with that, because there's lots of Polish people in England right now, and they were complaining about that, I've heard in the past, about overpopulating England with Polish people.
Just to think about it, I can't think of any Polish people I know all that much.
Well, to be fair,
I don't know many Polish people to be fair.
To be fair, and taking up for the English and everything, you know, the English actually just hate everybody. They don't want...
Yeah, everybody's a bloody savage.
We don't.
I get it,
We do not discriminate.
Yeah, they don't want any of us to come into their country. They're like, go freaking back. We don't want you here. Like, you muck up the water with your American crap.
Well, what are you talking about? They don't even like people that cross their inner borders either, like the Irish and the...
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know these days. I don't know these days with being used. Jesus, yeah.
Okay, so with that being said, Mark, you want to say something?
Hello people. Might as well give you my Minds link. So I'm at minds.com/Medworthy.
commonly goes by Medworthy, and you can find him on Minds Chat too. He's the moderator of the general chat room, which is a pretty good place to hang out and get to know everybody. So, with that being said, I'll tell you my name. My name is Roger Hanson. You can find me on everywhere, so check me out.
Everywhere.
So, except for BitChute, I just, for some reason, I cannot go on BitChute anymore. Like, they just, it's really weird over there. Suspicious. The dark forces have spoken. So, with that being said, I'm going to get into the topic now. Today, I want to talk about Al-Kindi. Now, you guys, before we started the recording, had told me you'd never heard of Al-Kindi, right?
Right.
Not
Okay.
that I can remember.
But I've heard of alchemy.
All right, and there'll be some of that in this because Al-Kindi had a pretty strange philosophy. Now, Al-Kindi was coined the philosopher of the Arabs. Now, he was born in Kufa around 801 CE during the flourishing of the Abbasid Caliphate. Now, his whole name is Abu Yusuf Yaqub ibn Ishaq al-Kindi. Okay, and he became one of the most remarkable polymaths of the Islamic Golden Age. Now,
So was he actually a magi then?
he was more of a philosopher, mathematician, just like Mark said, and he was one of the people like during the time. Well, we all know about the Library of Alexandria and how it was destroyed. Okay, now a lot of people aren't aware of it, but like after that happened, the majority of information that was retained actually came from the Arab world. Okay, because and a lot of the lost information that was lost in the Library of Alexandria was actually retained through the Arab world because they were really big on storing that stuff up too, and they traveled to Alexandria and copy this literature. And this is what Al-Kindi was into. He was into studying these old philosophies that came out of the Alexandria and the Arab world. So that's what he was basically about. Now, his birth coincided with an era of immense intellectual curiosity. Okay, and it was fostered by the Abbasid rulers of Baghdad, particularly under Caliph Harun al-Rashid and his successors. Now, there was an organization during that time period that was called the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, and it was established under Caliph al-Mamun, and it became a nexus for scholars of various religions and cultural backgrounds. So like when you start hearing about like all of these philosophers from Greece and traveling, into the Middle East for knowledge, especially to Babylon, this is the place where they all went to for that ancient knowledge. You know what I'm saying? You got,
Oh yeah.
like,
The Asian version of yeah.
okay, so you'll hear about like you guys heard of Pythagoras, right?
Yeah.
Okay, this is why Pythagoras traveled to Babylon, was so that he could retain this knowledge that they retained from the Library of Alexandria and other philosophies as well. So that's kind of breaking into it, but they called this the House of Wisdom. Okay. Greek, Persian, Indians, and other texts were translated in this place into Arabic, which created a fertile intellectual environment. Now, While many contemporaries usually followed like Greek tradition blindly, Al-Kindi sought to synthesize and adapt foreign knowledge into Islamic principles. Okay, and Al-Kindi's Al-Kindi's intellectual pursuits were like staggering in their breadth, spanning philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, optics, music, cryptography, and alchemy. There's that word alchemy that you like so much, Mark.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he.
College.
Yeah. What was you gonna say?
Oncology. I mean, alchemy.
Yeah, oncology. I actually, whenever I started getting into all this stuff, wanted to relate that to a lot of the stuff from back then too. You know what I mean? Because there's a crap load of correlations, and especially when it comes to divination. When you hear about how they would use entrails of animals to try to foretell the future. You know,
Isn't that more of a European thing?
no,
Although the much more of a European.
it is in like in ancient times it's more like Roman and Greek and stuff too, but they did it all over the place. It was in Persia. I mean, they did it in the Arab countries. They also did it over. Well, it wasn't Persia or the Arab countries in Mesopotamia until later, but like in those regions they practiced it. It was very widely used, like the Sumerians, you know, they were into stuff like that too, which we covered that on here as well. I believe we did, yeah. We got into the ancient mystics of the Sumerians and the Babylonians.
Assyrians.
Yeah, and it was pretty interesting how we did that, but what I wanted to do there was kind of related to like you'll hear about in the scientific world where they do research on animals. Like they've got tests where they'll take a chimpanzee and they'll put wires to its eyeballs and then give it electromagnetic
ECG. Yeah, ECG has been a technique that's been around for good 200 years.
Yeah, but
sort of stopped mainly in the UK and the US in the 80s, as late as the 80s.
But you know, I mean, that they would actually freaking videotape just so they could, and they still do it actually. They would always record their reactions on a physical level as well as like visibly. You know what I mean? Like how their eyes would freaking twitch or shit like that.
And now that we got usage of things like brain scanners, CAT scanners.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, I mean, the correlation between that and divination and stuff is just right there in your face. People just refuse to freaking see that. You know what I mean? And I find that kind of that interesting. That's something that I did want to actually start getting into, but I think it's a little bit too complicated for a lot of people to understand. You know. Okay, so. He was also involved with astronomy, mathematics, philosophy, medicine, optics, music, and cryptography. Now, there's a few of these that I do want to break off and go through on some of them, especially because the one thing that I do want to focus on is philosophy, or a couple of things actually, is philosophy, optics, and music. Now, I love cryptography, and if you guys want to talk about that, we can talk about it and stuff like that, but that's what I'm going to keep more focused on when it comes to this, because there's a few good things when it comes to Al-Kindi and these things, and there's a lot of strange coincidences too that kind of correlate with what's going on in today's world, like in our episode where we were talking about divination. I was talking about how well, I even mentioned it on Nancy's show where their divination was actually a part of what we have for facial recognition, and
Sense.
you know,
What sense?
well, the principle that was used behind it was a divination that started back in the Middle Ages, where like whenever the guy who came up with the concept of trying to determine who a criminal was by taking and doing a artist's render of a criminal. That all started out of divination.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
You know, and then he also went by with his photos, and it was when film started coming around, so it wasn't even the Middle Ages. It was during the late, what was it, 1800s maybe.
Film only been popular in what, the 150 years?
Right around the 1800s.
Really?
I had it in a previous episode if you want to check that out, but what he did is he took all these photos of these criminals and he tried to put them together to see what a real criminal would look like because of the way they looked. And to his dismay, when he put all these photos together, it made the criminal's image look better. Okay? And that is basically what led up to what we have today with frickin' facial recognition and with AIs where they create frickin' avatars on AI to where they make like these beautiful women or, you know, beautiful men and all that stuff. They're taking these images and they're combining them together and creating that image.
Perfect man.
Yeah.
Perfect person.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty interesting when you check that out. It's really good. And there's other things too that I do want to bring up too when it comes to that kind of stuff. So now, let me see where I'm at. I believe I was just finishing up on the part where he's talking about alchemy. Okay. Now, Al-Kindi's genius lay not in the depth of his understanding, but also in the ability to draw connections between disciplines. So he was an interdisciplinary kind of person, you know what I mean? He would go from one discipline to another discipline and connect dots and put them together, which is something that I find fascinating, especially for that time period, because people today still have a problem with doing that, you know what I mean? Al-Kindi was one of the first Islamic philosophers to incorporate the works of Aristotle, Plato, and Plotinus into Islamic thought. Through careful translations and commentary, he explored the nature of the soul, cosmology, and the universe, and the universe's unity under God's creation. Now, one of his most profound contributions was the idea that reason and revelation can coexist harmoniously. He believed that philosophy was a tool to understand divine truths and was not inherently contradictory to religious teachings. Now, he did a treatise, and it was called On First Philosophy, and it reflected his approach to metaphysics, where he sought to reconcile monotheism with Neoplatonic ideas. Now, he argued for the existence of a prime mover and saw God as the ultimate source of all being and knowledge. Now, this kind of goes into the agent intellect. Have you guys heard of that?
A little bit, but I never got really deep into it.
So what are your ideas on it? From what you understand, what does it come down to?
I think that's where it really comes down to where the other religions start to, and philosophies go into like a one belief system type deal. But with that one belief system, there's a lot of shared beliefs with it. So, and you know, it cross platforms into other areas. You know, like the living, environment around you, animal, and the reactions and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably something that Da Vinci actually got into later on, or picked up some of the teachings from.
Yeah. I agree with that. Now, here lately, me and Nancy were talking about, I call it the cosmic weaver, or the cosmic weave. You know what I mean? That's what I call it. And I was talking to her about it, and you guys on her show. It might have actually been on Cafe Enigma when I brought it up. But a lot of the stuff that we were discussing that night had to do with this, and it also had to do with Al-Kindi and his beliefs too, because and you can see it in different things. It's like one of those popular, unpopular topics that you never really hear much about, or you never see much about when it comes to like outright calling it, talking about it. But you can see it everywhere. You can see this idea that we're all connected from frickin' for me, I say that it all starts from the thalamus in the brain, and you have these channels that are inside of your brain that are climbing fibers, and they go up into the receptors of your brain, which transmits information. You know what I mean? And I go even further into it, where I've done research on this stuff, where it says that we are connected not only in our brain doing that function, but this function is also connected to the cosmos, and everything around us is created out of that. You know what I mean? Out of that.
Funny enough, I was watching a documentary earlier on in relation to Jainism, and how the Jains view hell. You've been a very sort of Jain-like or Jainistic sort of ideas and that.
We'll kind of get into that and kind of explain it so we get a better idea of
Jainism as a religion, it's all about being overly aware of your environment, being aware of everything, and everything's got a connection. Hence why you've got Jains that will protect all living creatures as much as possible.
Okay, so you're saying Gene, not Jane.
Jane.
Gene, that English accent, dude. We ain't got Nancy here anymore. She's the only one that finds that adorable now. Yeah.
Probably busy tonight.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking too. I was like, man, I wish she'd come in here because she'd love this conversation.
Oh, even Jack would too.
Yeah. Now,
I kind of go for that. If you ever seen like like they show pictures of space where like a whole solar system or universe explodes and divides, it looks very similar to when a cell from a living creature divides.
Right.
Very, very similar. It's almost identical in a way. So we're in a living universe where everything is connected somehow, some way.
Yeah.
Okay. We can look at like, what we're standing on is like a wall of, a cell wall for something else, that we're just skirting upon the surface of.
Yep. Now, a lot of the more popular beliefs in this, they believe that there's nexuses everywhere. You know what I mean? And I personally feel that it's one nexus where all the information is transmitted to, and this is raw information that's like not created yet. You know what I'm saying? It's just raw energy, raw information that goes into this nexus, and it because of that raw information, it's transformed into something that's constructed. You know what I mean? Like, and that goes to like thoughts. It goes to freaking everything. Thoughts, ideas, freaking. It goes into what we dream, what we freaking see, the ground that we stand on, everything. You know what I mean? Pure data.
The Matrix.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what I take from it, from all the stuff that I've read. Now, I can't 100% say that I believe this stuff, but it's pretty hard to freaking, like, even scientifically disprove that this stuff couldn't actually be true. You know what I mean? It answers a lot of questions when it comes to the paranormal and the ufology and everything like that. You know what I mean? So it's something that I've found to be pretty interesting when it comes to these concepts. So I can read you the note that I have when it comes to the agent intellect, kind of give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about if you want to hear it. So
Sure.
Okay, so the concept of agent intellect, also known as the active intelligence, is a significant philosophical idea that has appeared in the works of ancient and medieval philosophers. It refers to a divine or intellectual force that plays a critical role in human cognition, knowledge acquisition, and the interaction between the immaterial and material worlds. The idea has been developed primarily within the context of Aristotelian and Neoplatonic thought, with later interpretations by Islamic, Jewish, and Christian philosophers. The notion of the agent intellect can be traced back to the works of Aristotle, particularly in his De Anima, and that translated is On the Soul, where he discusses the nature of the soul and the intellect. Aristotle proposed a duality within the human soul: the passive intellect, which receives and stores knowledge, and the active or agent intellect, which is responsible for abstracting universal concepts from particular experiences. This agent intellect was seen as an essential force that enables the human mind to comprehend higher truths and abstract principles. While Aristotle's ideas influenced later thinkers, it was the Neoplatonists, especially Plotinus, who further developed the concept. In their metaphysical system, the agent intellect was a divine emanation that acted as an intermediary between the One, the ultimate source of all being, and the material world. The agent intellect in Neoplatonism was responsible for the ordering of the cosmos and the intellect's ability to grasp universal truths. The concept of the agent intellect was widely adopted and expanded upon during the medieval period, especially in Islamic, Jewish, and Christian philosophy. In the Islamic world, the agent intellect was central to the philosophical systems of thinkers like Avicenna and Averroes. For Avicenna, the agent intellect was a divine intellect that could assist the human soul in attaining knowledge. According to his view, the agent intellect illuminated the human mind, enabling it to grasp abstract concepts and gain knowledge of the intelligible realm. In Jewish thought, the philosopher Maimonides, I always have a hard time with his name, Maimonides, the philosopher Maimonides drew upon Aristotle's ideas and integrated them into his own work. He viewed the agent intellect as a necessary mediator between human understanding and the divine intellect. In this context, the agent intellect played a role in helping humans achieve intellectual perfection and understanding of divine truths. Similarly, Christian philosophers such as Thomas Aquinas borrowed and adapted Aristotle's theories of the active intellect. Aquinas viewed the agent intellect as a part of God's divine order, through which humans could come to know universal truths and understand the natural world. For Aquinas, the active intellect was essential for the proper functioning of the human mind in its quest for knowledge. At its core, the ancient intellect represents the process by which individuals are able to move beyond sensory perception and engage with abstract concepts and universal truths. It is often seen as an intellectual force that guides the soul towards higher understanding. The agent intellect helps to purify the mind, enabling it to engage with eternal and unchanging truths, whether in philosophy, science, or theology. In many ways, the agent intellect serves as a bridge between the material world and the higher intellectual realms, allowing human minds to access knowledge that would otherwise be beyond their grasp. Whether through divine illumination, intellectual abstractions, or intellectual mediation, the agent intellect is a crucial concept in understanding human cognition, knowledge acquisition, and the relationship between the material and immaterial worlds. The idea of the ancient intellect has had a lasting influence on subsequent philosophical and theological thought. It contributed to the development of ideas in epistemology, particularly regarding the nature of knowledge and the relationship between the senses and intellect. The concept also played a key role in discussions about the nature of the soul, the intellect, the divine interactions with the world. While the ancient intellect is not as prominent as modern philosophy, its legacy can still be seen in the development of theories of human cognition and in the search for higher understanding. The agent intellect remains an important concept in the history of philosophy, representing humanity's ongoing quest to understand the nature of reality and our place within it. And that took a lot. I think my throat's hurting because of that shit. Did that sound good?
Yeah, that
Okay.
makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, after reading all that, what's your guys' take on it? You didn't hear a word I said.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did. What's your take on all that?
Just talking about now the word. There was a phrase that came up that I was thinking about halfway through that. The old Deus ex machina concept, God and machine.
Yeah, you see that connection there, don't you? Now the human brain is what really stimulated me into freaking coming up with my ideas on this, because the human brain is like the ultimate freaking system, you know what I mean, that everybody wants to emulate when it comes to the computers and programming and stuff of that nature. If you listen to them all talk, it's all about trying to come up with that artificial intelligence, which I know you hate. You hate that term, artificial intelligence, but I mean that's traditionally what they're trying to go after. And you guys mentioned like the Matrix.
Are we talking about the brain, or are we talking about the soul?
Well, that's the whole deal, though. Like the thing that's really the issue is the soul. You know what I mean? And this raw data. You know.
Yeah.
Like
very utilitarian look at what we are.
right.
Very socialist look at what we are.
Well, not really. If you stop and think about it, like Doctor Young.
Well, even Nancy says, and I agree with her, that all of us humans are actually biological computers.
Yeah.
All right. So you know, when we're born, our cells are pre-programmed to do like certain things. You know, like breathing, eating, wanting food, eating food, digesting, to, you know, the day-to-day things that we do. And then the thing is you know, with a computer now, will it have free will? Right. And what is free will to a computer compared to us? All right. Now, you know, that leaves some philosophical discussion, but, you know, sure, you can, you know, come up with decisions, you know, because you're going through computations. And of course, your mind goes through computations too. But, you know, and there's a side of our brain that has, you know, where we can touch, feel, and sense, have, you know, all our senses that go in with it. Where a computer, at this point, they don't have that. Where it, you know, they can select it to have, you know, certain seeing, certain grip capabilities, but does it really touch? Does it really feel? That would be the thing.
This goes back to our discussion that we had on Tech Talk ages ago about intelligence, emotional
and then you get into the difference too. Then you get into the difference too, you know, and you go back in time, and I've talked about this too. You know, the golem was an automaton. All right.
Right.
You know, it was a robot basically, because it had set things that it was told to do, and it did, but it didn't have feelings. It didn't, you know. Sure, it could sense, you know, or feel distance, and not feel, but recognize distance and things like that. But, you know,
now,
are we going for something like that these days? The new golem, the techno golem, or are we going to try to spiritually create one with clay, like the ancient Jewish magi's and all that did when they created these golems, and that was just one type of thing that was out there at the time that they talked about. I'm sure there were, you know, other cultures that had something similar. All right, it's just the one that's more well known.
Now you also realize too what this gets into the conversation that me and Nancy were having, where it goes back to On the Soul by Aristotle. Okay, now he said that there was a duality within the soul. Okay, and the human soul, and there was a passive intellect, and then there was the active intellect, okay? And we're talking about the active intellect, where we can actually be able to open up pathways that would allow us to see into abstract ideas and see the cosmos or the universe better. You know what I mean? But then,
but I still think that, because of our senses, we will still be limited
right,
with what we can because of the container that we're in.
right. And, see, this goes into what we were talking about that night about me saying there's blocks, okay, and this would go into the passive intellect that I was just talking about, where it prevents you from actually comprehending things, because there's so much data that goes into what makes a stream freaking flow downstream. You know what I mean?
Right.
All that data is just too much for the human mind to comprehend. So that passive intellect is going to shut you down at this moment, because we're not prepared for that yet. You know what I mean? So my next question would be, we were talking about computers and we were talking about AIs and everything. Now, this also takes us into the realm of transhumanism, okay? Mark's talking about computers not having that consciousness or that soul. What would happen then once we start incorporating artificial intelligence and computer technology into our bodies and we become transhuman?
We become the Borg.
And at that point, only certain portions. I think that the portion of the part where it's soul wouldn't be able to grow anymore, because it would be trapped in a container that is very restrictive.
Mm-hmm. But the container, like Brian says, okay, because he's talked about ETs and things like that, calling in, and actually it's Jack, where they call the ETs call us containers. mm-hmm.
We're the containers of, souls, and in these souls, and that I think our intellect in that is, keeps going, but it's only able to do so much with the container that it's in at the time.
Mm-hmm. Now,
and that's for learning purposes. That's my belief.
Now, when we get into that too, though, you also got to think about like this data. We're not able to comprehend it, but like once we have this computer technology into our brains, we're going to be able to transmit data a lot faster. So, what happens there? You know what I mean? Where with our comprehension and being able to understand things at a faster rate, what's going to happen to us on that level? You know what I mean?
It's one thing to transfer data. It's another thing to read it, to comprehend it.
Well, thank you.
Just because you can transfer data doesn't mean anybody's looking at it.
Right, because look at your computer. How much of the computer that you have going right now, all right,
mm-hmm.
Of the items that you have on there is stuff that you are using right now.
Well, for me, I use all of it.
All right. No, well, yeah, but you don't have all your programs open, so you're not or you would crash your computer probably if you had every single program open
mm-hmm.
at the same time. So you have to take into that into consideration as well.
So, like, recalling the information would be another thing too. Like with this computer, I whenever I need that information, all I have to do is just tap into it, and bam, the information is right there.
Right, but even then, if you get a power surge or something, if you're you got that information and you transmitted it, and it was transmitted back. All right, there's a chance it was corrupted. Okay, so it's not a flawless system.
Right. Now,
And besides, we all use the internet, and we only look for what we are looking for. We don't get all the data on the internet transferred to our local machines.
Right.
Yeah.
It's it's like the old system of computing, where you're at the node. Sure, you have some pretty powerful stuff that you can use while you're at your mode that you have now, compared to where you were at like 30 years ago. Where you just had the monitor and the keyboard that was hooked into the computer. A mini computer at one time was as big as a floor on a university. All right. In fact, that's how I started out. Learning about computers and that. Like, because it wasn't up until what, mid 80s, where individual computers were starting to come out for everybody.
Yeah, mid 70s. Yeah,
exactly. Now,
do you remember, just because the content's there doesn't mean you even need to access it, or you have any point of access in it.
and also remember what we're actually talking about too. We're talking about the agent intellect and the passive intellect. So you have the agent intellect, which is the core. At the core, the agent intellect is the process by which individuals able to move beyond sensory perception, and they can engage with abstract concepts and universal truths, where that would be what you're talking about with the internet and having information available for you. But then you have the passive, okay, the passive intelligence, which is the part that tells you, no, you're not ready for this, or no, you can't.
That's firewalls. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I was.
And the parallels there are just insane. You know what I mean? And for me, what I'm starting to realize when I'm reading this stuff is, like, the human brain could possibly be able to do this stuff without any use of a computer whatsoever, if the philosophers are correct. If nothing else, we've manifested these computers by freaking our thought process, which is also very, very logical. It's exactly the reason why we have these computers in the first place, is because we're actually emulating ourselves into the real world. You know what I mean? So, like I said, this whole thing, man, is just, it's interwoven to where freaking you can actually look at things and say, yeah, this makes sense. Like, I do enjoy stories about the paranormal and ufology, but when I look at stuff like this, I can honestly say, look, man, it's a lot more than just space saucers flying through space. You know what I mean? Like, there's a whole lot of more things that are going on in the universe if these philosophies are true. Like, I wouldn't need a spaceship to travel to frickin' Alpha Centauri. I could just step on a frickin' cosmic weave and bam, I'd be there. You know what I mean? Travel through the nexus, and bam.
Well, I think part of that is because when we were created, all right, that was closed off to us until we're ready for it.
Right.
All right. It's not only a growth of the individual, but it's a growth of the complete species.
Right.
All right. And that, I don't believe in evolution, but I do know that over time our bodies do physiological changes, and that's even apparent from when you are born to grow old. So that's where I sit with that.
Right, and I agree with it too. And the thing that really sticks out to me is like also remember, like if I have this ability, then you have this ability, and we all have it, and we're all connected through this. You know what I mean? And like you look at Dr. Jung, Carl Jung, who talked about the God conscience. You know, every religion pretty much in today's world says that we're all connected. Christians say that we're all children of God, we're brothers and sisters, things of that nature. So you've got that connection where we are connected in that sense. And like Carl Jung, he believed in the God conscience, where you could tap into this consciousness where it's the collective consciousness of every human being there, you know what I mean? So that's the kind of stuff that really sticks out to me when I hear about this right here, so.
Yep, Jung and the Golden Dawn opened up a lot of things for a lot of beliefs and ways to do things.
And see, that's another thing too, like these, I'd also like to point out that these are, first of all, esoteric ideas, and the second thing of it is like a lot of the stuff that we're reading and talking about right now. This was forbidden knowledge at some point. Okay, like if we were born at a certain time period in the past, we would have been put to death for just even having this conversation. So just realize that that's the kind of conversation that's taking place for anybody who's watching or listening. These are forbidden. This is forbidden knowledge that people during certain time periods in history wasn't allowed to know. So I think that's something that's needed to be mentioned too, which is a good point to bring out. I don't know if you guys agree with me or not, but
yeah.
Theology,
wanted to have soul control, and that's and when it wasn't theology, it was that was the spiritual, and then the secular got involved. Your kings and queens and dictators and all those leaders in that, they had a say in it too, for the silencing of that.
Yep. And so now, if you guys don't have anything else on that topic, I want to get into the stuff that I know Mark Edworthy is going to like, and this has to do with time. You guys want to...
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about terms of service, but anyways.
Well, the only thing he likes better than terms of service, well, not better. The only thing he likes almost as much as the terms of service stuff is time. He loves time.
Okay. Here's the question about time. If the world stops spinning, will time keep going?
On a material scientific sort of principle, on a because time is all about gravity, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We share different. If you go to Venus, you will have a different sort of scale of time.
And if you're on Mars, you gain an hour or lose an hour, right?
Yeah.
So.
Now I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I want you guys to keep this conversation going because that coffee has caught up to me. I'll be right back.
I think he just ran out of coffee and he has to make a new pot,
Yeah.
So here we are, Mark. Cats away, mice can play. Where do we run amok from here? But yeah, a lot of people don't understand that. They think that time is only the measurement of when the sun goes up and down, from where they're at. But no, time is a constant no matter where you're at. It's just that how we measure it may be different where you're at.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that since there's clocks out there, that isn't considered like English Standard Time, and or whatever, and then we have some sort of metric time. Well,
as we see in whenever we arrange anybody in Skype arrange these sort of calls, people don't have any idea about simple lifetime.
You are the time traveler here, right now, because you are ahead of me and Roger as well.
I'm 5-6 hours in front of you.
Time, but we are speaking across time. But are we? Is that truly a thing that we're speaking through or against? Or is it just a perception?
Time itself is it's a perception. I mean, most sane people in the UK would perceive this as being nighttime and be asleep. But I'm still here.
It's nighttime here too. Mm-hmm. It's a little after 8, all right, but and it's dark here, but the difference is it's the day before, not the day.
Yeah, precisely. It's 2:15.
No, I'm back. I was able to get coffee because you guys had to mention it as I was leaving.
I could have started a whole new pot by the time you did that. All right.
Well, I mean, it was already brewed. I just had to reach in there and grab it, and I went to the bathroom first, came back, and then said, "You know what? They're right. I need to get coffee." So, but
I'm out of coffee now too, and I need to hit the restroom. So
head to the bathroom.
Mark will fill you into everything that we talked about perception and time, and how Mark may be a time traveler, or it's just the perception of what we see.
Well, it was interesting that you brought that up, because this next thing that I want to bring up is about Neoplatonism in the Great Year. So, are you two even aware of what that is?
I saw it. You mentioned, but nope.
Okay, no.
Great Year.
Now, this thing about perception and stuff, what exactly was you guys talking about before we get into that? Because
we were talking about the different time zones and how we perceive time, and the entire concept of time being relative to where you are.
Right. Now, with the whole thing on that, it might fit into this, but I really wanted to stay away from time zones, because you've driven me crazy when it comes to
cool
to you're all happy about it. He's like, I've done my job. I have done my job. But this all rotates within the whole thing about the Great Year. Like, you've heard of zodiacs, right? The zodiac thing with astrology.
Astrology,
Now, and everybody knows about time being a part of the calendar system, and the calendar system was set up for originally, supposedly, for harvesting the harvest season, so that when the best time would be to to grow crops and things of that nature. And then astrology, or I might have it. Yeah, it's astrology. That was the one where it was divination and astrology and all of that stuff came along. But eventually what happened was it became what they called the Great Year, and Neoplatonism was the group that was really strongly responsible for that. Like, have you ever heard of Plotinus? Okay. No. Now, before we get started, and I mentioned Neoplatonism, let me let you and everybody who's listening understanding. Neoplatonism has nothing to do with Plato. Okay, Plato, his philosophies were a long time before these guys. Neoplatonism comes from a guy whose name was Plotinus, and this is his philosophies, as well as starting out with what we were talking about with Al-Kindi. Oh, excuse me, that was that coffee kicking in. So before I was discussing Al-Kindi, and I mentioned Platonism. So I wanted to kind of go into this aspect about what the Great Year was. So that's kind of a breakdown of everything. Now, Mark, are you still back? Or are you back yet?
I'm kind of back.
Okay. He's drinking his coffee and.
Yeah, and I got a turkey leg.
Oh yeah. See. Now, have you ever heard of Neoplatonism in the Great Year? Huh?
No.
Okay, so cool. I can break you in. I'm popping your cherries. You guys are getting Neoplatonized.
Right.
This is a great year for you, baby. Great.
Hey, this is all Platonic, right?
Yeah, this is all Platonic. That's right. Okay,
I don't swing the other way, all right?
You'll be all swinging Neoplatonism when I'm done with you, baby. When I'm done with you. Okay, so.
Oh God. Okay.
That was a little embarrassing. I won't do that again. I won't do that again. I apologize. That was horrible. But
I'm glad you're doing it on your time.
I can't believe I just said that shit out loud on stream. Even that's kind of embarrassing.
Jeez.
But let me get back to my notes. Okay, so Neoplatonism in the Great Year. Neoplatonism, a philosophical system that emerged in the 3rd century CE, was developed by the philosopher Plotinus and later expanded by thinkers such as Porphyry. Porphyry is, and I always screw these names up so that you guys know. So don't, if it's the wrong name, then don't worry about it, because that's the kind of shit I do. I screw names up when it comes to Greeks and Middle East and Phoenician and all that. So, but anyhow, it was later expanded on by thinkers like Porphyry, Lambetus, and Proclus. Now, this school of thought is rooted in the teaching of Plato, but incorporated mystical and metaphysical elements that explore the nature of reality, the divine, and the relationship between the one, the ultimate source of all existence in the material world. One of the intriguing aspects of Neoplatonism is its concept of cyclical time, particularly as it relates to the notion of the Great Year, also known as the world souls cycle. Just so you guys know, the world souls cycle. In Platonic thought, time is not linear but cyclical. This view contrasts with the linear concepts of time found in much of Western philosophy and religion, particularly in Judeo-Christian thought, where time is seen as a one-way progression from creation to an eventual end. Neoplatonists, however, believed that time flows in a perpetual cycle of cosmic renewal influenced by the movements of the stars, the planets, and the divine will. At the center of the cyclical view of time is the idea of the great year. This concept suggests that the entire cosmos goes through a vast cycle with periods of creation, destruction, and renewal. The great year is often associated with the motion of the heavens, and its duration is said to be linked to the time it takes for the celestial bodies to complete a full cycle, usually involving a span of thousands or even millions of years. It is believed that the Great Year encompasses the rise and fall of civilizations, the unfolding of natural and cosmic events, and the return of the cosmos to its original state of unity with the divine. A key aspect of Neoplatonism is the idea of the world soul, which is a divine intellect or force that governs the cosmos. The world soul is believed to emanate from the One, the ineffable source of all existence, and acts as an intermediary between the divine and the material world. It is through the world soul that the one's will is realized, and it is the world soul that organizes the cosmos into its cyclical patterns. According to Neoplatonic cosmology, the world soul exists in a continuous cycle of creation, sustenance, and eventually dissolution. The great year is seen as the time it takes for the world soul to complete its journey, moving through different phases of cosmic existence. During this cycle, the world soul's influence extends to all living things, shaping their fates and guiding the movement of the stars and planets. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Great Year in Neoplatonism is its association with cosmic rebirth. The cycle of time is not just a process of decay and destruction, but also a process of renewal and recreation. At the end of each great year, it is believed that the cosmos will return to a state of perfect unity before beginning a new cycle. This cyclical pattern reflects the Neoplatonic belief in the eternal return of the divine, where everything ultimately returns to the One. Okay, now, in this context, the Great Year can be viewed as a metaphor for spiritual evolution. Just as the cosmos undergoes cycles of birth, death, and rebirth, individual souls are believed to follow a similar path. Souls, according to Neoplatonism, undergo a process of purification and ascent towards the divine, ultimately striving to reunite with the One. The Great Year thus serves as a grand cosmos backdrop to the individual soul's journey, with both reflecting the eternal nature of the divine. The concept of the great year in cyclical time has influenced many other philosophical, religious, and esoteric traditions. In particularly ancient cultures such as Greek, Egyptian, and Hindus also had cyclical views of time, seeing the rise and fall of civilizations and the cosmos as part of an ongoing cycle. The concept of the great year in Neoplatonism closely parallels these ancient views, which often emphasizes the interconnectedness of time, the cosmos, and the divine. In the Renaissance, philosophers and esoteric thinkers were greatly influenced by Neoplatonic ideas, including the notion of the great year. Figures such as Morsilio Ficino and Giovanni Pico della Mirandola were drawn to the Neoplatonic understanding of time and the world soul, seeing it as a means of understanding both the natural world and the divine. These ideas also resurfaced in later occult traditions, such as Hermeticism and alchemy, where the cyclical nature of time and the eternal return of the divine played a central role. And right there, when it talks about the alchemist, when it comes to renewal and purification and all of this, that is really, really important when it comes to alchemy. That much I do know. I really do want to get more into the whole alchemy aspect of everything, but that's the one thing that really does stick out to me when it comes to that. I'd also like to note too that when it comes to the rotation of the Earth, it rotates on a wobble, and that wobble is also considered to be the great year as well. They've been debating on how long that actually takes for the Earth to create that wobble once as it travels around the solar system. So that's also an aspect of it.
I thought the 2,500 years was the
Mm-hmm. Well,
was the complete year.
Well, that was actually what they believe it is now, but the whole story behind that is pretty fascinating. Like, there were at least 5 or 6 people who in history who made their ideas of what the great year actually was, and they were way off. You know, like Aristotle was just an idiot. I mean,
and then if you think about it, okay, 2,500 years for us, to do that. Now, how many thousands or millennia will it take for us to go the complete way around the Milky Way?
Right.
Okay.
And see, all of this has to do with this great year.
It's all connected. It's all connected.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And we're trying to nail down time. And the vortex of this galaxy from rotation, and how it lines up with others, and we don't know if the galaxies actually rotate something else. All the galaxies may also rotate around something else.
Right.
So,
26.
What was that? I just
The
heard.
galactic years.
Oh, Sonia's here. Hey, look at this woman.
Hi, Sonia.
Oh, beautiful.
Hi.
I'm glad you
Oh,
showed
thank
up.
Yeah.
You showed up just at the right time. Was you listening in?
I heard there was I could get neoplasticized here or something like that.
Neoplatonized, baby.
Neoplatonized, yeah. That
Neo.
was the word on the street, so I figured I'd come in. There's not many others offering this sort of thing, so.
Yeah, I know. Well, I know I don't have to pop your cherry. You've already been platonized, neoplatonized.
Right. A little bit, just a little bit.
These two are virgins. They're getting the royal treatment. I'm stroking them real good.
Oh no.
Yeah. Going on? Yeah, I do that a lot in tattooing.
Got
The virgin eye.
break that skin. They now they are just now familiar with this whole great year and everything, and I read all that out. Was you able to hear all of it?
Most of it, yeah.
So with everything
Yeah,
I said, what extra do you want to add to that? Because also realize this also has to do with the zodiac as well. So when we're talking about the great year, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, the great years when it comes back full circle in the zodiac, apparently, like at the ages, right?
Right.
Yeah, that 26,000 years, or is it the 2,500 years?
Now that is something that I was talking.
25 to 26,000 years or something.
Yeah.
Years. It's
Like
25
the
to
2,500
26. Somewhere in there.
Each 2,000 years? No, that's not it. How
2,500
long does each stay in there?
is what the Anunnaki were, and Nibiru and all that.
Well, I mean, it's like even philosophers and scientists keep record of what the great year would be. You know what I mean? So it's not just like the Anunnaki or anybody. Well, even like Neoplatonists, but like actual like
In wisdom teaching,
yeah.
there's a whole couple. Very interesting stuff.
Now I would do a Google search and everything, but I'm like kind of having to stay on this so that my video looks cool whenever it's being streamed out to all those cool people out there in the world, because they can see the notes and everything that I got on there.
Right.
I could probably switch it back to you guys so that I can get your guys' face on there.
Mark's.
There's Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
But
I'm no see Mark.
Mark and Mark.
Wojciech Sack.
Yeah,
Sack.
it's-
You're Mark number 2.
I should just put up there Dragus Productions and be done with it.
that
Right?
doesn't help at all.
Yeah.
Because everybody still wants to
And
call you Mark Wojciech.
No, they don't
Like
want to
fire.
call me that. only you do.
Yeah, like Wojciech and shit. Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to type in what is how many years is in the great year? How many years?
I think it's all of them, 26,000, but I'm not sure.
I think you're right. Yeah.
100 or close to that anyway.
25,800 years.
Yeah, there you go. That's
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
That's the zodiac.
If we would have had Brian singing with us tonight, he would have been like, "No, it's this."
Now, with the Anunnaki.
Great.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Sonia.
I'll do a little. Look what I got. Let me show you. Hold on.
Oh, she's gonna show off.
Yeah, I'm gonna show off, bro.
Oh no, she's got the guitar. Jeffy got you inspired.
Bass.
It's a bass?
Well, he started it, I think. Well, I've always been that way. I always liked music, but actually, my son, my 20-year-old, actually, I didn't bring him up, so we're like buddies. You know, it's hard to be buddies with your kid if you bring him up, so it's a little different. But he plays guitar, and so I was like, well, guitar is very difficult, so I figured I would just try bass at first. And so far, so good. I just got it like yesterday, so it's just now tuned. So, and I really have no idea what I'm doing yet, but I'm really excited about it, so I wanted to share it with you guys.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, I got one I got one similar. I have an Ibanez acoustic bass.
Now,
Yeah, I got an acoustic bass, but I called it a generico because it's super generic, like China special kind of thing. But what do you get else for your first bass? It's like a beater,
Yeah.
No,
Well, you can get
It wasn't first base, but
you can get a Yamaha.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was like
that-
$60.
Yamaha or a PV
Yeah.
if you're going to get an electric,
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is like, you can put electric into it too. It's one of those,
Mhm.
versatile one. Yeah, I'm
That's
just learning,
mine
so.
is, too. Yep,
That's what?
that's how mine is too. It's a acoustic electric.
Yeah, I don't even know if they have like regular acoustic basses altogether.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
I think they're all
they call it a bass fiddle.
fiddle. Yeah.
Yeah,
Ukulele type kind of thing, almost. Yeah, this is much bigger though. Anyhow,
Okay, so does anybody have anything that they want to discuss when it comes to the great year? Because this is actually leading into the next thing that I wanted to discuss when it comes to music, because especially when it comes to esoteric music. And
you have to bring up that all that came up and was really brought to the forefront because of the Mayan and Aztec calendars.
Exactly.
Okay, in the year 2000. All right.
at least to the eye.
To the public.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
And most folks didn't and don't understand that or have forgotten about it since all that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're so worried, nothing's going to work. Everything won't work after 2000.
Yeah.
Wrong answer.
No,
Fun.
I wanna.
I saw you guys. Shit.
I wanna take a jab at Mark real quick, because I want to hear freaking this whole thing about time being cyclical, and what's your take on that? Because I know you're bilinear. You're linear.
Bilinear. In what sense?
Well, linear is time. Is time linear, or is it secular?
Yeah.
Is time.
Time is what you make of it. I don't know. As an example, you can be sitting around and for an hour and thinking that you've spent half a day doing something, or you could be sitting around for an hour and thinking that only 5 minutes have gone.
So it'd be a perception.
Yeah.
So that would make my argument even stronger when it comes to this cosmic weave and the philosophies behind it, because it all starts within the brain and it works its way outward.
Right. That makes cyclical for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's just perceived as linear because we're here in these avatars.
See, you're getting into the avatar thing, okay? Now.
Well, how would we?
Now,
Unless it was
which timeline are we going to go with today?
Yeah.
Because
right. Exactly.
so that once there's a way to split, and then there's other dimensions that run right along with us. So, and that's been proven. How does time work there? And does it affect the time here?
Exactly.
Sure. Why wouldn't it? If
No.
it's interwoven like that,
Right.
it only could, right?
Because we're all connected, you see. So where our reality is actually being changed, it's affecting the way reality in these other dimensions are being changed as well. Because
Sure.
it's all connected.
Right. It's like we're all on the gigantic carnival ride, and like part of the the wheel around the Ferris wheel or whatever is like getting like crazy, and everybody's screaming, and the other part we're not, but we're like, wait, something's going on over there. I don't know what it is, but the ones that are on the peaceful ride with the candy and lollipops and popcorn, having a romantic date and stuff like that. you know.
Mhm.
While the other side of the Ferris wheel is like, wow, what the fuck is going on, kind of thing. Or, you know, I mean, it's like a ever ending momentum in every direction, really, if you ask me, for
It's
sure.
we were actually having a conversation on that too when it come to what was it? I forgot the damn freaking topic, but we were talking about Greek mythology or Greek philosophy before Neoplatonism, and it was about the agent intellect, is what it was. Have you ever heard of the agent intellect?
No, I don't think so.
No,
What's that?
you have the passive intellect, and then you have the agent intellect. And the agent intellect is what enables us to be able to comprehend abstract concepts and things that are unseen. All right, where the passive, huh?
Right brain type of stuff?
Right. And then you have the passive intellect, which is the part of your intellect that that basically shuts you down because you're not at that point where you can comprehend it. You know what I mean?
Right. That's interesting, yeah. So that's more like mental stuff, or, you know,
Philosophical theory.
What is philosophical theory, really? You know,
Well,
come on.
we've been talking about it. It's a combination of divination, ancient practices, ancient philosophies, ancient beliefs that's culminated into what we call philosophy today. You know, and I think people who are intellectuals have a hard time understanding that. They don't like the idea that freaking their intellect, their high-minded ways of thinking is nothing more than a bunch of pagan witch doctors who practiced divination and masturbated at the shores of the freaking Euphrates.
Why has it got to be all like that?
Well, I'm just saying, you know, it makes them feel less than to.
Well, come on now. He didn't bring up Satan.
That's true.
No, I guess so, but still, you know, kind of is in the same wheelhouse kind of area, maybe a little bit.
Well, I mean,
Mark, number 2, you look like you're super busy right there with your bid, man.
yeah.
Like with your avatar bid going on. It's like, wow, what is he like? He's producing something. What's he doing? I don't know. Is it a DJ thing? Is it like a movie? I don't know.
Nope. That's you'll never see my face because I don't do cameras.
I think I've seen your face before.
No,
You did.
not yet. Wait,
You have dark hair?
we might.
Not here.
Dark hair, right? Or no?
No.
Am I completely off base? No?
Now,
You have blonde hair. I
now,
swear I've seen you before.
I don't know if we've seen him before on purpose or accident. We could have seen him on accident.
Yeah.
I doubt if it was accident.
Yeah.
I think you have dark hair. I just picture you
Nope.
having dark hair.
Nope. You're definitely wrong. I'm as
Hey,
bold. I'm as
You're
bold as you get. In fact, if I had a camera on right now and the light was shining on, you wouldn't be able to see me anyways because you would all be blinded. And I do that on purpose. If it wouldn't be flat or the huge glasses that I wear, all right, the reflection would just show my
Now, he
my
could.
monster in front of me. That's it. All right. I don't do ever.
I'm way off this.
You've got to be careful. He could be just like rubbing you the wrong
Bullshitting.
way. Yeah, because like freaking, I mean, a bald-headed dude with glasses and just so unattractive. You know. Come on, this
I've
is
known
Mark.
many very guys with glasses.
I would believe that with anybody else but this man right here. Okay, trust me. Trust me.
Well, you know him a lot better than I do.
He is something else, man. He has something up. Now
Definitely
he
something. I
might
was like,
he might be like
that
bald
right.
headed. Don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't go like he's just so horribly freaking, you know. I don't believe him. Just saying, Mark. Just saying.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
I bring a special kind of element, I think, to the whole conversation.
I think we
Mark
slid
took
off the
that-
topic there, Roger.
Yeah. I
Talking me and Mark did.
now
Late into the night, in the morning.
now
Many a times.
now,
Many times.
now that
Yeah.
we've covered the great year, the one thing that I do want to actually get into is the whole thing about, well, we've covered the cyclical view of time, and
Better get
that
out here.
now
Gonna get it.
we've got. Do you want to say anything about the world soul? Have you ever heard of that term?
I have not.
Okay, so
No.
I'm fine with.
Is there a balloon or condom that size?
The whole thing about the condom, if you want to get into that whole topic, you got to go listen to David Icke. He'll explain.
Oh, okay.
He'll explain the world condom to you all the way.
Dave Pro, but I
Yeah.
haven't heard the whole thing. Old Soul. No, I haven't heard it.
Well, he thinks that we live in a holographic world where we're being fooled into believing certain ideas and everything. And at one time, I believe he believed that the moon was a satellite that was emitting this holograph.
Sure.
And
Yeah, our perception is being distorted by all these frequencies.
right.
One from the moon, the other part's connected to Saturn and things like that.
And this kind of goes into Alex Jones' old ideas of the prison planet, where we, like, aliens don't want us to leave because we're actually a prison planet.
No, there's a soul trap going on, so they just recycle people. Like when you die, it's not even like a real thing. It's still in the matrix, I guess you could say, of illusion. To where even though if you've ever been out on the astral, any of you, I'm sure you know you can create whatever you want to. That's how it works. It's like instant creation. And it's supposed to be that way here, and it does work that way here, but it's a lot slower and more convoluted and more constricted by outside interference, I guess you could say. But ultimately, when you go into that area too, it's still because everybody sees like what they believe in. Like I believe in Jesus, so I see Jesus when I die, right? Or I see Buddha, or whatever the religion is, or what. Basically, you're creating it, but not just you're creating it. Because they have way mass technology that we don't even have any like fathom of, really. And so they're like, oh, this chick, she likes Buddha, so we're gonna, when she kicks it or crosses over, whatever you want to call it, then we're gonna come up to her as Buddha, and we're gonna work with her to get her to go back into another life, because it's a machine, and it's harvesting energy. Ultimately, is what they do, and it's a myriad of different ways that's energy harvesting. But these souls, they don't know they can like take off and go somewhere. They think, oh, I'm dying. Here's my grandma, here's my grandpa, because they can pretend to be anybody they want or anything they want to present to you. And then it's just so easy to manipulate humans from that perspective. Geez. So then it just continues, and then you get born again, and you're like, oh, I gotta go like be better this time, which, I go back and forth on this a lot, because I'm like, well, it can't just be, because the people who say that it's an energy harvesting machine, like it's a soul trap and all that, those folks, they totally don't, at least the ones I've seen, they don't recognize or give any credence to like learning, like it being a school, because there's that whole section that says, oh, this is a school, we come to learn, we learn these things and things like that, and that's why we come here, to like evolve as a spirit. So there's that section too. So, and I'm like, well, isn't it both really? Because I know I've learned some things and been like, there's no way that the things I've experienced and learned and like had recognition of it being sort of a test or lesson or learning experience overall, that can be negated so much because it is. I mean, I figure I was pretty smart when I got in, because where I came from was a place of like niceness. People were nice to each other. It was like whole community thing that wasn't like weird like it is here, where it's like, oh, we're gonna kill you every second we get, kind of thing, which is completely unfamiliar to me. But I just see, so it's like, obviously there's things I didn't know about until I came here, because I'm learning them. And how could I have this whole like epiphany type of learning aha moment about things if I wasn't actually learning something?
Right.
And that's my real reflection of what's happening. So it can't just be a soul trap. I think maybe it might have been like coerced at some point, or taken over at some point by maybe others, or energies with more technology, or beings with more technology, or whatever, that decided that that's what they wanted to do, because there is actual energy harvesting going on. And I'm sure you guys know, or have witnessed in your life, like the way that people just flip. They just completely flip, and then they work on this like narrative that has nothing to really do with the situation, or at least what the conversation was about, or what you guys were talking about, or whatever. And they come in and go out. There's so much programming going on with people. It's just crazy here. This is the craziest, most exciting place to ever like incarnate at, for sure. I mean, if you can get through Earth, you could get through like a lot of planets, or whatever you want to call that whole polar deal, because this place is fucking nuts, dude.
What do you think of walk-ins?
Walk-ins? I've gotten a lot clearer picture about walk-ins recently. Walk-ins, from what I first knew, because that's kind of a difficult, for me at least, a difficult subject to get your mind around. Walk-ins, how does that happen? Because if you're you, then aren't you going to be you later, or whatever? I think from what I'm seeing, it's an integration of different perspectives, or souls, however you want to call that, that have made some sort of agreement. And I don't even like the word contract, because that's so like cabal,
Mm-hmm.
But it's something like, it's an agreement to where, because one's like has other things they need to do, and it brings in like, well, do you really incarnate not knowing if this is what you want to do? Because how they say in the whole lesson, side of things, it's like you make all these lessons in your life before you even incarnate. So you want to like accomplish these goals and things like that. And then you go in not remembering anything. Got to remember the mind wipe thing going on, right? Too, which is weird. There's another weird thing in there, to where, if that's the case, then, I don't even, I mean, the walk-in, I think is just traded the place to they have something to do here to show, or it's like a starseed type of thing. That might be a weird concept for a lot of folks, but
how about crystal kids?
Crystal children. Those are.
I consider myself a type of crystal kid.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you must be a little bit younger. I'm first wave. Indigo first wave.
Yeah.
Crystal children they're the second wave, or they're the younger ones.
Well, I'm speaking in general. There's many different types of them.
Right.
Well, sure, as with everything, yeah. But yeah, so I'm old school indigo is what I am. I'm like one of those DGAF chicks kind of thing, almost. Like a lot of the hippies back in the day kind of thing. Even though,
I don't get along with any of that.
He doesn't get along with any of that. He heard the word hippie, and that was it.
Yeah.
He's not a Canadian. He's not cool with that kind of shit.
I know you're intelligent enough to know that to step aside from the stereotype of hippie, to like know that I'm talking about that genre, that generation that came with all that unique perspective that they had, to where they had a completely different way of looking at things.
I feel no attachment to that at all. In fact, the generation to me before that is more of an attachment.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you?
Well, before like the freedom and and liberation movement that they had, and with the hippie lifestyle and all that. I was more, I lean extreme conservatism, you know, when it comes to that, you know.
But very
So now that you guys have finally like
the
discussed
hippies was the whole
hippies and
was-
stuff, let's get back to like the cool stuff, man. Like
Cool stuff.
Okay, now what you were talking about right there, all that. All right, this is kind of what I was talking about earlier when it comes to these philosophers, okay? And they were actually talking about the same topics. Now, when it comes to being a trap, okay, what they say makes more sense to me when it comes to the way these things are working, okay? Because what it basically is you have these freaking you have these nexuses that are supposed to be set up. I believe that it's actually one nexus, and all of this raw data is being freaking gathered by these entities that are collecting this raw data, and it's taking it to this nexus, and this nexus is creating information. It's creating all the information around us, which is everything in nature. It's and the thing about it is it's like when you talk about people who are consciousnesses or anything that are new, that are introduced into the environment, that would be this raw data that would be introduced that was never introduced before. Now everything that is destroyed is also freaking processed within this nexus. So nothing really is destroyed, it's just created into something new.
It's regenerated, yeah.
Right.
Reabsorbed.
You see? So that's according to this philosophy, and I like to call it the climbing fibers, which would relate to the fibers within your brain that climb up to your thalamus, and it transmits information into your mind. Okay, and yeah, the thalamus, and
isn't that like our heart area, thalamus?
And it really, a lot of it really has to do with equilibrium. Now, equilibrium isn't just something that goes on within your brain. There's an equilibrium to everything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Feminine, masculine, balance, at least here.
Right. Balance and duality.
But
you know,
duality.
And a lot of
duality.
Yeah. And see, that's a lot of the stuff that people who are like into the spiritual stuff has a hard time with wanting to cope with, because you'll hear a lot of people who talk about spiritual beliefs, and even some people who are into religious beliefs, they have a hard time with the whole thing about dualism and duality. Now, I have a problem with dualism because I know the difference between it and duality. Like, but duality has to do with a lot of things when it comes to responsibility. You know what I mean? When it comes to being able to do things in repetition and create positive habits and be a better person and stuff of that nature.
I'm quite like. Extensively. Yeah,
So,
one of my t-shirts is duality, not duality.
yeah. Now dualism is usually two opposites in conflict with one another, whereas duality is two opposites that conform with one another. And,
well, yeah. Apparently to a certain extent, that's all like bubbling over from my perspective, because duality, or at least duality thinking, like having that, because there's been, after I had like that oneness thing, and then like go to have a conversation with somebody and they are like, I'm talking about stuff that's like transcends duality. There's no duality. It's not whether it's right or wrong. There's more things than just right or wrong. So I ran up against many different folks who have the right or wrong, and they could not like transcend that. They couldn't get past the right or wrong thing. It just, to me, appeared to be super programming, which I think is kind of what happens in this particular expression of spirit in the third dimension, or whatever you want to call it.
You see, with
It's just
duality,
that's how it is
there's no
here.
conflict. You see what I mean? There is absolutely no now dualism has conflict. So like whenever you have right or wrong, and you have to differentiate between the two, that's a dualism. That's, you're either right or you're wrong. You see what I mean? So there's a conflict there, where duality has to do with there's life, there's death. Okay, they don't actually conflict with one another; they complement one another. Now,
Right.
what happens in between, is
No?
what happens in between. That's not duality, but life itself and death itself.
Exactly. Maybe that's where I was focused at the whole time.
So
In my experience with duality or whatever,
it's like
that's what I.
Now with me, it's like that's what I believe. I believe like it's the raw material or the raw data that's being introduced into this nexus, and it's being created and manifested into the real world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it comes through the ethers, kind of like my T-shirts.
Right.
Yeah, or anything that's created, anything that's here has come through the ether, through like us. We built it. It has to be in the mental area first. Spiritual first, because this is just like a reflection of that, like a time-lagged reflection of the spiritual.
Well, mine goes even deeper than that, though, because like even the stuff of the mind is created in this nexus. Every thought, when you dream, the dreams that you have, they're created within the nexus as well. You see.
Yeah, you got to take into account though the technology that's being used. I would say against people, not to their benefit, that invades their dreams and things. So it's not like a natural process so much as people think it is,
Right.
because of the interference coming in.
Right, and me and Mark, or me and the Marks. That's what I'm gonna start saying. The cool.
Yeah.
We have the Marks.
The Marks, that's right, dude. I'm right there with you on that.
We were having a conversation about this that it had to do with transhumanism.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and like, does this really have to do with the soul or not? You know what I mean? Is it just raw data that's being transferred from this nexus that's doing this, or what's the deal with that in the soul? You know what I mean?
Well, if you ask me, that the soul cannot be transferred so much, and if I'm sure that has happened, and there's a smidge of it lost, hence soul retrieval. However, that technology cannot adapt to the soul. It's not fit. It's just not able to, like in the very core of things, it cannot adapt to the soul. So if then that to me would say that well, basically it's just the soul's being blocked off, and the person, which is the soul, is a personality a soul? I mean, that should be like looked at. And I think to a certain extent, of course it is. I mean, what other than, because when I went like out on the astral, I'm still like me. I don't lose myself, even though my body and my brain isn't with me so much. And maybe it's just I'm still connected to that, like with the silver cord thing, like I still have access to my brain or something. But I don't think so. I think your perspective isn't your brain. Your brain just is like the interface of your soul into this place, kind of thing, like like, and that's what's being hacked. And then I think with the transhumanism thing, that's coming in, or obviously engineered to like cut people off from the soul, because we're connected to source. All of us are. It's another T-shirt I have. The force, source is the force. And these folks that are doing all this, the ones in charge of all this, do not have access to source. They're just sourceless. Let's put it that way. Mm-hmm. And they have to have. That's why they do energy harvesting, because they have to have that to like be alive, to exist even. And there's so many folks that, I mean, you can get loosh off of anything, really. I mean, loosh can come from like oh, I hate your shoes, or just anything stupid even, or that we would perceive as being stupid. So, I forget my point. It's all a big bowl.
It sounded good, so yeah, it was all right. No,
it's all real. It's real stuff. I'm really interested though to ask Mark something whenever.
go for it.
Tommy.
Go for it. He needs.
Oh, sweet, awesome. You're an awesome host. You know that?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Tell Jaffe that so that he understands.
Mark number 2. That is Mark number 1, but Mark number 2. I'm curious as to what is your take on walk-ins.
I think that a walk-in happens when there's an alignment that's doing 2 different lessons at the same time, and there's an agreement to switch to go to the other side.
Okay.
And it happens with a flash.
Oh, and a flash even.
Yeah.
And then the person.
It's happened to me. That's.
Oh, are you a walk-in?
Yeah. Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that is so cool! Wow. Oh
It's
my
not
God.
something that I talk about forever, but
Obviously.
we're on the topic tonight, and I figured, hey.
Hey, that's the best time to talk about it. You know what I mean? Don't
Would
get
you
too.
care to tell more about your walk-in thing?
It happened when I was about 7 or 8 years old,
Oh wow, that young. Very young.
and I was just kind of riding my big wheel around, and I was like, I really don't want to be here, and I
Yeah,
felt
you had wheel?
that I didn't really want to be there, and I'm like, I want to trade, yeah, and it happened.
You had a big wheel, dude.
Yep,
So awesome. I didn't have a big wheel.
I had many big wheels. It happened around when I was about 7 or 8 years old.
That's very interesting. So you are still you, right?
Yeah.
Or are you not you? Yeah. you're still
And they are still me too. It's just in a different timeline.
Oh, so it's like a different timeline. So
That's how I look at it. Different timeline.
right.
That just happened to just line up at.
Wow. So it's like intersection. Yeah, like an alignment intersection with the different lines. Wow. Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you think this has anything, I don't know, like how you think about higher selves or things like that, but there's a concept of higher selves, and like they're like our guides almost, like we're just like little puppets down here of our higher selves kind of thing. So how does that work with that? Was it like the higher self coming in, or do you not even like prescribe
it's just a soul transfer. And with that, all the information that the other side had is now gained by the one transferring in.
Okay. So where do you think the other part of you went, or where is
It's in a different timeline.
A different timeline? Do you have access to it all? Like, can you check it?
I feel there's times that when I'm out and about or doing things that I still connect to that from time to time.
Fascinating.
And that certain things also with that have made me think that, I could have been in a fatal accident here, but on that other timeline, it may have happened.
Okay. So there is that perception coming in
Yes,
of the other.
I have that perception with it.
Wow.
And- And with that, it's probably why I have had so many different type of different encounters throughout my life. From missing time
Okay.
to cryptid encounters.
I've had a couple of cryptid encounters.
Chupacabra encounter in Panama. All right.
Wow. Yeah. That's
All right. And I'm not talking about the dog. I'm talking about the gargoyle.
Well, yeah, Chupacabra's not a dog. That's just like a.
And then it's chupacabra is an all-encompassing word that means bloodsucker,
Totally.
goat sucker or something like that. But anyways,
So
that
you're saying you're saying you're a goat sucker, dude?
Oh.
no.
I just wanted to clear that up.
I had an encounter before Operation Just Cause,
Okay.
which was when we invaded Panama,
Okay.
where my wife and I at the time were in an apartment, and this thing came into the apartment complex, raised a lot of hell, and tore up the roof where we were at. We were up on the roof. Think of an apartment complex that has all the apartments that go on the outside, and on the inside of it, there's a patio. And it's an open air patio, but there's barred windows all around, even on like the second and third floor of this place. And there's good reason for that, we found out, because apparently it probably happened before in that area.
Right.
So,
Wow. So
so that happened to me. I've had all sorts of strange encounters when I was in Greece,
can I ask you, why do you? So how is it that cryptids are able to, in your opinion or viewpoint, that they're able to like bust in here in this 3D and say, hey?
No, I don't believe that it's a busting in thing.
Yeah.
No.
No,
Oh.
I believe a lot of the cryptids that we have here right now are throwbacks from ancient species to species that we've manipulated. Since there have been genetic manipulations since World War II
Sure.
or before.
Yeah.
And if you even look at the record, genetic manipulation goes back all the way into ancient India history. All right.
They
So
5 years.
so I think a lot of that, where you have like chimeras of different things and different animals, a lot of even though we haven't found remains of them, or have we?
Well.
Yeah.
So
True.
it doesn't mean that they didn't exist, like Medusas and the Minotaur, and even in ancient Greece, one of the kings was cursed to be a wolf because he had a taste for human flesh,
Ew.
and Zeus cursed him. So,
High five.
so talk about, and if that isn't genetic manipulation, then tell me what is.
Right. Right. So I got to share my cryptid story real quick because it's super interesting. And where else do you hear about stuff like this? So I was hanging
I haven't even told you about the cave bear that I saw in Missouri.
Oh my
That I
goodness.
thought was a giant dog man that was hunting turkeys while we were on our way out to the missile site when I was in the
No,
Air
he
Force.
said cave bear, right? He said cave.
Yeah, cave bear.
Okay.
When I described it to a cryptozoologist, a really good one at the time, who is no longer with us, he was actually JC's mentor. Not JC, but Jack's mentor, JC Johnson. He told me, "Oh no, what you're describing is a cave bear. There's been sightings about those too, not talked about a lot." I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I just seen a couple of little fuzzy things that were fuzzy white. They were like maybe this big, and they were just running across the ground. And I thought it was like a roach because I don't like bugs so much.
Yeah.
And not that I had roaches in my apartment, but I was like walking at one point, and I was like, and I moved my foot out of the way really fast because I didn't want it to run over my foot. And then I like seen that it was like this little white, two of them, little white fuzzy things just like scurrying by, and I was like, whoa, what the heck was that? But it was one of those things where they weren't like in this reality, and that's why I asked that question, because it's like you had to, and that was during my second awakening, so I was seeing things that normally I wouldn't see kind of thing, because it is a frequency thing, like almost like when you see UFOs or you don't. It's like a frequency.
And I think that's because my frequency may be a little different than the original.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
Is why I can pick a lot of this stuff up. Okay.
Sure.
Perception wise, because they may have come from a close or the same place.
Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know. I mean...
But, you know, as far as... And then, you know, aliens, I think a lot of that is time travelers from the future, as well as, you know, what people claim, too. You know...
a lot of this gets into what I was talking about, too, though.
This is one thing that really irritates people who are spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in ghosts.
Oh, yeah.
When you're gone.
Yeah.
You either go up the ladder, down the ladder, or move laterally. You don't stay. Now, the contradiction with that, or not a contradiction, but to go along with that, each individual that's living has guides with them. They go with you from cradle to grave. They know every aspect about you. They know all your sounds, your mannerisms, everything.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely. That's just my belief. All right, and they can mimic if they have enough energy, or because they are pure thought and pure energy. Okay. They can appear any way that they want, but because they're pure thought and pure energy, they could still have all the manias that you and I have. Mm-hmm. So they can be schizophrenic. They could have PTSD because they got really attached to the individual and can't let them go.
Okay. That makes sense.
And you could choose better friends, dude. Seriously.
That makes sense.
I mean,
I'm serious, but you know, this is how I explain.
Yeah.
You know, it's not grandma that's coming back to see me. All right.
Yep.
It might be grandma's. You know, and that's probably why I don't get visits, because I understand how it works.
Yeah.
My understanding of how it works is different from what they want me to understand it. Maybe.
Right. That right there, though, it also goes into what freaking we've been talking about too when it comes to the freaking whole thing with Al Kendi, and because the thing about him is he did a lot of good research when it comes to like astronomy, and he also laid foundations for a lot of stuff when it comes to, you know, the physics of life and the behaviors of rays and the perception of colors. And a lot of people don't realize that a lot of that affects us. Like when you're talking about this entity that is pure energy, you know what I'm saying? That has the same kind of behaviors that you have. Can have the same. You know, this has to do also with light. It has to do with the behavior of rays and our perception when it comes to color. You know what I mean? What one person sees isn't ever the same thing that another person sees. Like, we never see things the same.
Right.
Really? I was just thinking about that earlier. Seriously.
Yeah, you know. And I really think people have a hard time connecting the dots when it comes to the fact that a lot of things that are spiritual is also physical. You know what I mean?
No, I do understand in extreme circumstances there can be taboo things that happen.
Well, you got to understand, energy is physical too.
When I'm talking about taboo things, I'm talking about necromancy.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
That to me is the most taboo thing that there. It's probably the worst sin that man could ever. One of the worst sins that man could ever dabble with.
Mm-hmm. Now, when it comes to necromancy, though, you've got to be honest, okay? When you hear people, well, you know that there's pharmacology. You know what I mean? You know that there's freaking people that are going out and they're dissecting humans for freaking autopsies.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
2,000 years ago, that would have been.
But I'm not talking about putting something in a bottle while using the shell for something else.
Well, I'm saying that's necromancy.
That's what I'm saying.
That's okay. That's necromancy. They're studying the dead. You see what I mean? That is a form of necromancy, and everybody just accepts it like it's okay. And when it's not, according to religions and theology, it's sacrilege.
They tell you never shake the hand of an undertaker too in the Bible.
You know, back in the days of freaking the Old Testament, it was not a good thing for any Jew to freaking touch a dead body.
Right.
Okay.
Certain people could do it.
Yeah. It was.
And they weren't. And those people were not allowed to touch other people.
Right. And these are the things that freaking a lot of people overlook. Like, you have to question exactly how much do you believe in the stuff that you believe in. You know, like when you say that you're a Christian, do you really understand the implications of what being a Christian is, or being a Jewish person is, or any of these religious beliefs? Do you really understand what those texts are telling you that is sacrilegious to your belief? You know, like we live in a world today where everybody thinks, well, this isn't the way it used to be. Well, you know, that's not what your text says. It doesn't say that just because it's the year 2024, you can freaking act differently. That's not what it's saying.
Right. No, it doesn't say that at all.
You know, so I mean that's something that really sticks out to me. You know, when it comes to that. Now, the stuff that I just mentioned, this stuff was written back during those same times, and if you listen to what it's saying, it freaking justifies a lot of the things that are freaking being thought of today. You know, these were writings that were written at the same time that freaking these religions told you that you aren't allowed to freaking touch dead bodies.
Yep.
You know? And that's what is so amazing to me when it comes to all of that stuff. It just now, like with Al-Kindi, okay, he was a pioneer in cryptography, okay, particularly when it comes to like frequency analysis. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, stuff that Nancy and we talk about a lot with her show.
Okay.
On the
He was a pioneer in that shit. He was doing that stuff thousands of years ago, dude.
Yep.
You know.
Before Tesla.
Before any of them, he was talking about frequencies and stuff of that nature. He had a manuscript, I believe, on the whole thing, and he also did what was it? There was something else. He was into freaking the rays. I know that. He applied Pythagorean principles to music, and he believed that it had a therapeutic effect on the human psyche. Okay, and that was the part that freaking I was wanting to get into whenever Sonia showed her guitar and everything, because that's something that a lot of people don't discuss either, about vibrations in the guitar and how it has a therapeutic effect on your psyche. And
that's been going on for eons,
Right.
because you know, you can even look at Vedic records, you know, about how they even use like the crystals to make certain tones and frequencies, and you know, healing with tuning forks and things like that. So I mean, this isn't new stuff.
You know, and
Yeah, sound crazy.
have you guys ever heard of this new? Well, since I brought up the facial recognition the last time to kind of irritate Mark, I wanted to bring this up too because this is good shit. Have you guys ever heard of Vocaloid?
Oh yeah.
Okay, now
Started out Miko Hatsune, and then Yamaha is the only one that really has the name. All right, Vocaloid. There are many different voice sets out there that are not made from Yamaha, but they cannot be labeled as Vocaloid.
Okay, now since you are actually probably the only other person I know who can frickin' mention it, I can read this, or I can just let you kind of give a little bit of your take on it first.
Go ahead and read it, and then I'll give you a little bit extra that I've got from it. I actually have a lot of Vocaloid music.
Okay, now the thing is though, is I want your raw opinion of it rather than me reading it out. So I would rather you say it, because then if you want me to, I can go over it, but I want your raw take on this, okay? Because this is very cool shit.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, and I think it when it first started out, I thought it was like, that's going to be a way that, if an artist, ever gets sick or loses their voice, they can actually still perform. All right? That's how I looked at it. I looked at it as a tool. And then I started collecting it probably about maybe 16 or 17 years ago, maybe a lot longer than that probably, because I really kind of liked the sound to it, and it started out with like one or two of them, and then it went up to like 250 different voice sets, and each one of them has a name, a personality, and they can actually throw them together and make like laser shows and holographic shows out of them. And they do those things at concerts for that, which is really neat. But I don't know. I mean, it still has the old voice sets are still, that Yamaha has, are still have a kind of auto-tune sound to them. Some of them, and others don't. Now with voice sets and things like that, now you can, with music generation and that, you can actually make a whole song without, ever having a band or a group. You put in what you want it to do, and it'll generate it for you with the lyrics and a singer that you might know or not know, or you can tell it, well, I want it to have a combination of these voices. Can you combine them? And then because we don't want anybody to be copyrighting us and things like that. So because all those voice sets, when you do it that way, are not copyrighted right now, and you can't copyright those. But if you use the Yamaha deal for label Vocaloid, or any of like the other company ones that have specific sound for their voice sets, oh yeah, they're copyrighted.
Well, patents are, yeah. Patents.
Yeah, it's really.
I don't know if that answered your question or not, or about it, but I always saw it as like a neat, cool tool that could maybe even help people that are mute, be able to vocalize without having the ability physically to vocalize.
Now, see, the reason why I wanted to bring that up, and I'm glad that you said all that stuff, was because of Al Kendi. Okay, now Al Kendi had a love for harmony, and it extended into music theory. He sought to explain like the mathematical relationships between musical intervals and their emotional effects. So that was what he studied. He wanted to understand the relationship between the emotional effects and between the intervals in between each note and stuff of that nature. Now, the whole thing when it comes to he did a compilation with treatise on the composition of melodies is what he ended up doing, and the whole thing about it that for me that really sticks out to me when it comes to the whole esoterics part of it is, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of well, this is something that was cool because it's going to piss off both of the marks, but because I know they both hate it, and it's K-pop. Yeah, okay, I want to talk a little bit about
There
K-pop.
is a time and place for it, but I like J-pop a little bit better. Actually, J-rock is a lot better than K-pop.
Well, let me bring up this guy. Have you guys ever heard of Kikuo?
Who?
Kikuo?
No.
Okay, Kikuo.
But my daughters probably have.
Kikuo is a Japanese musician, if you want to call it that, but he's a songwriter, and he does Vocaloid. He's a Vocaloid producer. Now this guy, he doesn't outright say that he's into the esoterics of music, but you can kind of get that creepy vibe from his music, because what it is like this is like J-pop or K-pop or however it's said, but he does it in a way where he brings out like the dark part of stories in a K-pop kind of tradition. You know what I mean? If you've ever listened to it, it's all just kind of like Fuzzy Bears kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you had that, and whenever you turn around and you listen to him, like he does songs that are kind of like that, but it has a freaking real dark side to it as well. You know what I'm saying? And it's really, really, really strange. Like he.
Well, that would not be unsurprising though, because the occult in Asia connects to everything. You know, from the air they breathe, the broom that they sweep with, the floor that they walk on, the way their furniture is arranged, everything. All right, so that does not surprise me that if there's an occultic connection there.
And I keep trying to remember or try to find the guy, but a long time ago on Facebook, this guy was like a music professor in Japan, and he used to do video streams on there where he would talk about freaking music vibrations and how freaking it was associated to what were they? They were the sons in the Book of Enoch, the ones that taught the world about freaking music, metallurgy, and all that. You remember that?
Yeah.
Well, he was talking about how music from that time period was introduced into freaking music of today, and he really did a really cool piece on there, and I'm still trying to find out who he is, but I haven't been on Facebook in like a year and a half, and I really don't want to go on there. You know what I mean? So that was what really got me interested in the whole music aspect and the esoterics, So with that being said, I mean, I think freaking it's time for me to shut up and let you guys talk, especially when it comes to music and how you guys think that affects people. What do you think, Mark Edworthy? You've been real quiet.
Yeah, well, music does affect people, but
No,
What?
he says it does affect people, but he does. That's about as far as he's gone with it.
that's my thoughts for the moment.
Now, do you think it could affect people on a large scale?
More mass hysteria.
Well, we were talking about the hippies just a little while ago.
If you want to go into that, then you have to bring up the miracle of Donovan. Okay,
I guess
that's going to take you back to around Woodstock area, where Donovan, the guy that sang "Mellow Yellow," came out and did a concert, and there was a huge storm, and he told everybody if they put their hands together and said it's not going to rain, and it would stop raining. They did, and it stopped raining, and they had a concert.
Coincidence, I would say.
Right, but the people, I think they labeled that the phenomenon of Donovan.
Okay,
wow, sweet. Thank you, Mark, for contributing that. I had no idea about that, and that makes perfect sense because that's how it works.
Now
that's a great example.
You were getting ready to say something.
As an impact on reality.
You were getting ready to say something before you kind of.
Yeah, I was. With bells, and all the bells were destroyed. Like they were apparently, and this is not that like any history we get handed is even real. I mean, who knows for sure? I wasn't there that I can recall. Sometimes I can. I'm sure people can. But my point is that they destroyed all of the bells and in churches and just gigantic. We're talking about the gigantic bells, like the ones that are like gongs. They're like huge bells. And the sound that came from those bells, because they would ring like, throughout at the same particular time. Apparently, this is what I'm getting. That it would like, and these sounds, they would go through and they would heal anything that needed to be healed within everyone that heard the sound. It was just, you didn't even have to know about any. It's not even like knowing about anything. It's just that sound healed like anything that was like fucked up in a person. It like aligned your energy, and it was beautiful. And this goes into the Tartaria thing, which is kind of controversial or whatever, but all these bells apparently were destroyed. Like they destroyed all of the bells, and they being the folks that had all the money, the power, the resources in order to travel places to destroy bells or to do, recreate the scenario in the place, like the ones who, like shot down some of the buildings, with like a fucking aerial laser or whatever Maui you want to call it, you know what I mean? That kind of thing, to where it's like, well, so basically it's just any little thing that can happen to prevent humanity from ascending, because that's the whole point, because then there will be no food resource going on if humanity is, it's not only will there not be any food resource going on, but annihilation is another thing that they're looking at. Actually, that's actually happening right now. Just saying. And so there's that.
Now, when you mentioned that actually got me, stimulated me. I liked hearing that. So.
Good. It should, Roger. It should.
Now you said bells, okay? Now, bells, just so I can kind of put out some insignificant facts here that people consider just small facts that mean nothing. I'm going to point it out because that's what I'm cool about. Okay.
Every fact is significant.
Okay.
Come on.
Now, bells were often baptized, and once baptized, they were believed to by many within the Christian Christian beliefs who were Christians. It was believed that it possessed the power to ward off evil spirits. Okay.
Right, or heal. Same concept. Because the only reason we have ailments is because of evil fucking shit trying to come in.
Mm-hmm. Now, also to add to that too is in China, wooden wind chimes were thought to attract good fortune while repelling evil spirits.
Yeah. Same concept.
So you have that connection between the wooden wind chimes and the bells, and this is
well, they're both sound.
You know. So what I'm saying is
if you're going to go there, then I'm sure that there's a frequency for dream weavers too when wind blows and air goes through them.
Mm-hmm. Now,
sure, absolutely, I wouldn't agree.
A lot of people look at dream catchers and they think freaking, oh, that's just a dream catcher, but they don't understand either that is also a mandala. Okay, if you look at the way mandalas are constructed, that's how mandalas are constructed. I actually had to do one on Blender for my buddy Mr. Robot, and to this day, freaking, well, not here recently, but Bob Dub kept forgetting the fact that this is supposed to be a mandala, and she kept calling it a dream catcher, and I was like, no, it's freaking mandala, because people see these mandalas on the internet where it's freaking these images of cool freaking illustrations, I guess you could say, with music. You'll see it all the time on videos, but that's not a mandala, you know what I mean?
Not necessarily, no. It might be like an offshoot or a retarded cousin or something like that, but it's not like a mandala. It's not like a real mandala.
No, it's graphic effects is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's the result of this computer graphics effects that are being introduced to you visually, where you're actually seeing it being done, and that comes back to another. You know, that comes back to another thing about technology and the esoteric and the freaking spiritual aspects of things. People don't connect that. You know, they just see a cool mandala image with music. You know what I mean? Usually, it's an audio visualization that people use it for. But
yeah, that's another way. Among a myriad of ways that people can be coerced or manipulated is through just visual imagery, especially mandala type stuff or whatever. And besides just that, just people being manipulated, it's almost like a perversion of the actual mandala, like itself. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like that concept in of itself is being like perverted into, like, I don't know, porn or something like that. It's like porn for whatever.
Porn for
Buddhists. People who are like, yeah, I'm just fucking with you, Roger. There.
No, I mean it is. It's porn for the Buddhists. Like the one thing I have a real bad issue with is when these people freaking bring up samsara. Like freaking, it's just so real and everything. And for me personally, I feel that samsara is just a justification for people who want to be lazy and live the lazy life. And
well, it could be for some, but samsara is nevertheless, even though maybe bastardized samsara, it's still samsara. It's still that concept that they're referring to.
Well, also you also got to take a look at like in Christian religion, you have denominations, just like that. Buddhism has denominations as well. So
any religion.
So when I hear the word samsara coming out of a lot of Buddhists who talk about that stuff, they are the traditional Buddhists who don't agree with tantric traditions being introduced into their religion. So they want to verbalize in an aggressive way about samsara. And a friend of or a person that I know of made a reference, which was pretty good, about a Buddhist who came upon a bridge that he had to pay a toll to get across. Well, instead of paying for the toll, he went and he sat next to the frickin' river and he meditated on it, hoping that through his meditation, he would just miraculously appear on the other side rather than paying the toll.
Right. It's translocation, is what that's called.
Right.
That's a natural human thing. Mm-hmm.
Now, samsara would be overcomplicating the fact that instead of going and paying the toll and crossing the bridge and being done with it, he'd rather sit at the edge of the stream and meditate over and over again, hoping that he would be transformed or transported to the other side of the river. You see what I mean? And so, I mean, that was a good analogy of it, but I still don't.
Did he go upward? Was he able to, like, move there?
Well, I'm just saying, like, I don't know the outcome if he was actually able to. I know that the whole plot behind it was just get up and pay the toll rather than sitting there and meditating about making across the river.
Well, what keeps coming to my mind is like who has say of the land? Where does that come from? You know, and if you look at it from that perspective, it's like, well, no one has say of the land because this is our land. Everyone, each individually, equally. Mm-hmm. So toll, you can stick your toll up your ass, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Just sit around and meditate.
I mean, I get it. You pay the road, and there's a road to get through and stuff like that. I mean, I get it. Like, you should be compensated for that. That makes sense. And that's where friendliness comes into, or barter, or whatever you want to call it, to where you're just like, hey, you did this. Here you go, because I appreciate you for doing this thing, for figuring this out for everybody. But ultimately, if that never even happened in the first place, then people would have to look to their own innate abilities of, like, transforming or translocating or transmutation or whatever.
Right.
And I think the things that go on in this 3D arena has to do with negating those. It has to do with, like, blocking those. Just like cell phones. We're telepathic. Everyone's telepathic. That's just how we are born that way. Is how it works. Yeah, it's been like compounded with fluoride and like shit in the air. That's a total other story, by the way. But there's a lot of things coming at us that block this innate ability to be telepathic. And one of them is, well, if you give them cell phones, then they're not going to. Not only do they not know about their telepathic abilities, they're not going to even know about them or exercise them or be able to exercise them. It's like preventing it from that, because they can just call somebody. Let's just call somebody in the first place. We don't have to, like, have a telepathic thing going on, or and that leads to communion, or like to unity is what that leads to. Mm-hmm. If telephones never came about, Roger, okay, if they never came about, we would be still relying on our, like, innate ability to, like, find where we're supposed to go or who we're supposed to talk to through that innate ability, and that would, like, even grow more and more and more and more, because we would be using it. If you don't use something, it's not gonna grow. Mm-hmm. Right? So with telephones coming along, people shut that off. It was like they were able to shut that off, that part of them that they didn't even, like, consciously really even know about so much. I mean, maybe so, so they shut that off, and then they're having to, like, they have this technology where they can just, like, hey, how's it going? Call somebody, even though it's still coming through so strong. And you all know this, Mark, number 2, and Roger, is that, like, when you're fucking hanging out, and you're like, man, I'm thinking about this friend, yeah, and we're gonna have a great time this weekend or next weekend or whatever. You're just thinking about it, and all of a sudden they call. You know why they fucking call? That's the whole innate telepathy coming through, because you know that shit. That's how it goes. You know that shit. You know what I mean, Mark? You know what I'm saying? This is, like, undeniable.
Now, for me, that has to do also with synchronicity, and a lot of people have issues discussing. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as freaking coincidence. You know what I mean? Like, there's
not.
And
shit happens for a reason. All of it.
So
whether it's sucky or whether
we actually have.
Team Light, bro.
I know. I seen that.
Team Light, bro.
Team Light.
I'm here for the fucking team of humanity, bro. Okay.
Man,
That's
oh
why you gotta hop
man.
in the fucking van, Roger. What the fuck?
She's on fire. She is on fire. So,
Yeah, my on fire. Yeah, you fucking bet, dude. What other way is there to be?
right.
How
So,
can you not even be that way?
no. See, the thing
Anyway.
about me is with samsara is like where I'm talking about is I've learned to discern things, and from what I've learned about people who always brings samsara up, it's usually those people who are real strict on discipline and duty and freaking responsibility and things of that nature, and they always want to throw that word samsara out to justify the reasoning for thinking like that. Like we have a responsibility as a human being.
Or unless you're like the way that is, yeah, I get it.
And I have an issue with believing that, because that takes away from the people who freaking do believe in meditation and do believe in transmutation and all that stuff. It's not the fact that I actually believe in any of it, or if I don't believe in any of it, but I do see that it's not right to freaking criticize this group so that it makes you look better.
Right, exactly.
So
That's how the manipulation of one small part of the way humanity has been manipulated over the eons is through that type of thing right there. That's just one little part of it. There's many other avenues you could go down. Like for example, now we have TV commercials that will really just shut off somebody's way of looking at things or their perception of things in one way or another, and it's dire too, because it has to do with, a lot of times it has to do with their health, like their ability to be healthy and to even feel good, because I'm sure when you don't feel good, nothing else matters. There's nothing else that matters except for feeling better. So they take advantage of that sort of thing, which is actually it's very sinister to me, because the whole thing is like turned around in the first place. That's not even why it even happens in the first place. But there was one
frequency
other thing
analysis.
I wanted to say, and call exactly what it is at this point in time. But I'm sure I will at some point in time.
This right here, what you were just talking about, is what I just read out about Al-Kindi, and he had a groundbreaking freaking work that he'd done in frequency analysis. You know what I mean? And this was well over freaking 2,000-3,000 years ago, almost 3,000 years.
You might be prophetic in what you're saying as far as groundkeeping goes, because there are things such as gatekeepers who place themselves prominently in a profession or a science, to where they ultimate knowing of that particular science or area of knowledge, to where after they present themselves in that manner, no one else really questions it after that, because they have presented themselves. And there are those who actually do discover something and are like, hey, this is what's going on. Usually they get shut down by the government or whatever. However, they're like, those are gatekeepers, if that makes any sense. They keep the gates of...
Well, the gatekeepers would be the ones shutting them down, though, wouldn't they?
Yeah. The gatekeepers are the keepers of knowledge that shut them down. Here, it's like David says, hear no further. And this is a recent David type of thing, hear no further, and he's absolutely right.
I thought you was talking about the King David. I thought you were like quoting out of the Bible. And
David,
shit.
I do know a little bit of King David stuff, and I don't know about that from the Bible. I know about that, I think, from fucking experientialness, because King David's been coming up for me a lot lately, and I do know a little bit about that, about the Solomon things and stuff like that. And I'm not sure exactly what I know until I'm prompted to, like, if you ask me questions about
Book
it,
of Psalms.
I might be able to figure it out.
Book of Psalms.
Yeah, I'm talking about like like King Solomon, like the dude who had all the like demon codes or whatever. That
Yeah,
dude,
the
like
Book of Enoch.
that who had all that shit going on. And there's really a lot about that to be discussed. I think actually, I would love to do a video with you on that because
That's a little
it-
too hardcore for people on YouTube to handle. I don't think they could handle something like the Book of Enoch and
yeah, things like that. I mean, Enoch is like related in a way, but not so much, I guess. I mean, I don't even know how it is. I apparently I have been involved in this sort of thing, like in a past life or something like that, and I really don't know how it's like, like how it is here, and so I can't really tell you that. But I do know that I know a lot of stuff about it, and I even just first heart, like first heart coming up. I know a lot of stuff about it, and I didn't even know I knew that. But the more people ask me about that, and the more I like interact with people who talk about stuff like that, I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I know about this shit, dude. I mean, I can like go in and like relate this shit to folks, which would be phenomenal. I mean, how phenomenal would that shit be for real? Like,
that would be good. And I'm glad you're actually thinking that way, because like me and Jaffe and even Mark's told you, freaking, you need to get more into this stuff and start doing it, because you got a lot of good information that people need to hear. That's why I wanted you on here, because like you're blowing it out of the water right now. Ask freaking this Mark number 2. What do you think, Mark?
Which Mark?
The other Mark. I would say I'd say Mark Edworthy if I was talking to you. I know your last name, but the other.
Mark Edworthy is number one.
Yeah.
He'll always be first in my heart. I mean, there's no way that would ever change.
But what do you
No
think?
way.
I mean,
I really don't know. I just want to go with it because I feel when it's all said and done, it's done and over with anyways for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That way.
Yeah, I do. Because I've been told, that I'm an old soul. So I'm like, you're gonna have a choice when you get to the end. I'm like, okay, I choose oblivion.
Oh, really? Why?
I choose oblivion. I'm done with it. I'm just done with it.
Well,
I don't want to go
Really?
back
You
here again. I don't want.
finish-
I don't want
Why'd you fucking-
anything. I don't want any attachments. I don't want any part of my body or any of that to be to contaminate anything
But-
else.
Yeah.
My soul, same thing. Fragments of my soul. I don't want any of that. I want it obliterated into oblivion.
Oh.
That's
You're
where
the main walk. Why would you walk in with that? What did you? I was going to ask you earlier. One of my questions was why.
I've
why
been
did
through
you
a
walk
lot
in?
of different past lives,
Sure.
and all end very bad for
Right.
the worlds that I've been in. Extremely bad.
Right. And
I don't want to go through it again.
well,
And
look at you
that's,
now.
if that's the lesson,
So much different.
then my container, without the container,
Right.
I'm still stuck in a loop. I have to break the loop, and to break the loop, I want oblivion.
Now,
You know,
let me
break-
ask you something here. You guys would know this. Hold on. What is the name of that religion that believes in allowing the birds to eat the flesh off of the body and burning it, and they can't? You can't burn it.
There's certain sects of Buddhism that allow that.
Yeah,
And
it comes from
in Hinduism too.
Yeah,
But I take an approach to that
Buka
because
or something.
they also believe that destruction, creation, and then you have your elements. I want to go to destruction complete.
I'm gonna
That doesn't
Google.
make any sense to me.
Because I feel that that's where everything always ends up leading anyways. So just jump
Well,
to the end.
Very pessimistic out, fucking like viewpoint. I mean, just come on,
Yeah,
really,
it's a very fatalistic look at life.
It is. Yeah.
It's a fatalistic
kind of
look at life. It's a fatalistic look at spirit, but it's also, an end to a means. All right, and breaks the cycle.
Wow. Well, if you mean to do that, I guess it would be an end, and there would be a cycle kind of broken. But I think it would be your own, not the collective.
Yeah, the collective will heal over time,
Prosper on.
but not my problem. Once
The Bond.
My problem.
It was the Bond. The Bond actually were the ones who believe in that.
Like, not my.
yeah, because
That's
you
love your wife.
no, I'm divorced 3 times, so I have children. All right,
500. He has 500 kids.
7 kids. Okay.
He has a football team.
You're single.
Yes.
Is that what it is?
No,
You're
he's
single then, Mark?
I'm single. Yeah, I'm
he's
single right now.
He has like 500 kids or a football team.
No,
Oh,
7.
7.
I'd
But
have lost a lot going on somewhere or another, because who would want oblivion?
You
Why would
realize-
you want that for humanity?
you realize
Number
It doesn't
one-
make any sense.
Number one, I don't believe in reincarnation. Not
Sure.
reincarnation. I do believe in reincarnation, but I don't believe in ghosts. Okay. But
And
with that, I want to end it all with that. When my life is done, I want everything that was
Well, it's
attached
not
to
gonna-
anything like that to be done and over
Fuck
with.
come on. That doesn't happen that way. It doesn't happen that way.
well,
It's still going to be there. Why are you so unhappy?
it doesn't have to be unhappy. I mean, it's
I'm
like,
not
It doesn't.
I'm not
It doesn't have
unhappy.
to be.
you know,
You're not unhappy.
see, and this is what I'm talking about. This is people's
Making
way of
sense.
thinking about it. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
you got to take a look at it and say,
I'm not unhappy.
it's like
No?
there's actually a certain
Right?
there's a certain
Never
warmth in the idea of oblivion. With oblivion, it comes the end. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely there is. Every day
That's-
it's shoved
to
on
me-
me. Every day it's shoved.
To me,
Oblivion, like you.
oblivion means complete fulfillment.
Yeah.
All right,
It.
to me.
Maybe dark
Me.
space out there where this exists is, but that's still not oblivion. There's still like other folks who you're connected to, Mark motherfucker, okay, that don't want oblivion. You're not alone.
I'm not
You're
saying
not-
it for everyone. I'm saying it. This is what my soul direction.
You have
want.
an impact on the whole. You are a starseed, motherfucker. You need to step up to the plate, motherfucker. Okay? Period. You already know this shit. I shouldn't have to even be here telling you this. But I would love for you to wear one of my starseed t-shirts, because you are.
See, she's something else. Now, see, this is the whole thing that gets back into the whole samsara shit. It's where freaking you have to be careful and not try to say, look, man, you have a responsibility as a starseed. You know, I mean that right there.
No, he does.
No, I mean
And starseed.
This is the whole
They
thing.
know
Like it goes down that path where there's expectations that are set on people and you have a responsibility because
Yeah. You know what? When I was in Moo and when I was in Atlantis, I rejected it then.
That's where it comes from then, dude. Me and you, we were bros in Moo, period. And that's probably where I know your ass from.
And I've rejected it ever since because
Maybe so.
I was the last one of my type, at the time, and I said enough is enough.
Maybe you have been through enough experiences in your existence, time, whatever you want to call it, from then till now. If you even want to see the linear part of existence,
I don't want to see
which
it.
is
That's
I
not.
know you don't want to.
me.
Have you not experienced things from then have you not experienced things that allow you to let go of that like
No, whatever happens with that irritates me more and makes me want to, push it along even quicker.
really?
Not
Really?
not
What
not
happened?
not my time on as I am here, because I know if I do that, that would be very
You're walking
bad,
sometimes.
and I'd end up
Walking
back
it-
here again because I know that I have to sit and wait.
Mhm.
I have to wait my
No,
turn.
you don't.
See, that's
No,
why
you
I
don't.
like
You don't have to
Do
Fugazi.
that.
I like.
I'm going
That's probably
to
the
do that.
problem. And what-
Even
what are
if
you
I,
sitting and
even
wait-
if I have to put my hands under my ass when I sit,
Mhm.
I
See,
know I have to.
Have you
my turn.
have you guys ever heard of a band called Fugazi?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Now,
Ian
Fugazi,
McKay.
yeah, he came out. They came out
Ian
with a song,
McKay.
the waiting room. Okay, if you get a chance, listen to the waiting room, and it explains a little bit of what you're talking about waiting. Okay.
Because they can't get out.
Mhm.
You want to kill.
You know.
2, and this goes for everybody. Much. But mark number 2, I want to say that I love you, and I honor all of the reasons and the things and that you feel and think, and in any like dilemmas. Things are hard, especially in this place. Things are very, very hard.
I am just so
Wanna tell
glad
you-
that I don't have the abilities, or I'm allowed to use the abilities that I had, because I was a reaper.
Oh, interesting.
Now,
Ripper
Of life, period.
like the Grim Reaper
Plants.
kind of Reaper.
Societies,
Ripper from
destruction.
personal perspective.
They would send me or one of the other 4 from this group to do these things. And I'm done with it.
Okay.
And it usually
Do you
was
still do that?
probably on another level when I'm sleeping. They still rope me into doing things.
So, well, you can
I'm pretty
stop
sure
that,
that when it comes to when it comes to those, and it's all and politics. I'm done with that too. And I'm not talking about this world's politics. I'm talking spiritual politics.
there's no politics and spiritualness.
Oh
There's
yes, there
politics and
is.
spiritual-
The group I've dealt with there, you could call it politics, you can call it whatever. But they will trick you into doing things that you don't want to do.
If you're involved with politics and spiritual anything, then that right there tells you you're not actually involved with spirits that are like that's not even a good thing, because there's no
No.
hierarchy.
I
in that
know
area.
I know I have a lot of Draco reptilian through me.
Oh, that's what it is. Well, that explains everything right there. All right, there you go.
So
Welcome, my lizard.
You fucking
I love
lizard.
you too.
So
Punches
I
me.
welcome, I do welcome Oblivion.
You fucking lizard.
I know.
Okay.
Bro.
I even said the
Nothing
F
happened,
word,
bro.
and nobody even said nothing, dude.
Yeah.
Like they just like, come on,
Yo,
dude,
right, right.
seriously. Like, how many people cuss at me and say, Roger, you need to stop saying the F word. It makes you sound bad.
This is a conversation between like fucking us and stuff. So.
That's right. You
I didn't
guys,
even hear.
Notice how clean I can keep it though too
Yeah.
while I'm going along.
yeah, you did good. Now,
Absolutely, no.
you
you're
guys,
doing a very, very, very.
you guys have achieved
So that was
freaking.
walking, was it a reptile type thing?
You
or-
guys have achieved 2
No,
hours
no,
and 50.
no. Hold on here.
Hold on.
The walk-in. Okay,
I love you, Roger.
the genetics were already in the container.
Okay, yeah, they're in place. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
I get it.
Not the other, and the transference isn't part of that. Okay, though it can pick up and connect with it.
I'm confused now.
Yeah, it can get really detailed. That's why I don't get into it.
Now, we
No, I mean,
are
I
at, hold up, we are at 2 hours and 52 minutes now before we hit 3 hours. So we do need to come back later, like you said, and discuss the Book of Enoch, because there's some good stuff that we've been actually doing with Nancy on her channel, and I would love.
Yeah,
I would love to frickin' come and do.
And some of those folks in the Book of Enoch, I'm sure that genetically, somewhere down the line, I was connected to them.
Right. Well, maybe
Yeah,
so.
I don't
Maybe
have the
every-
height. I don't have the height, but the awareness and things like that. You know,
what? You know what?
size.
My whole thing for you is like love. Period.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, it's going to take you a while to get used to Mark. I would call him Mark W, but
Yeah, that's fine.
Mark number 2.
Mark number
For
2.
me.
But you need to get like
For you.
like he you know, that freaking touchy shit just doesn't work with Mark, dude.
No, it doesn't.
He
Yeah,
I'm the guy. I'm the guy that says, "Fine, let's push the button and see how the reset works."
yeah, Mark is
me
interesting.
too. But
I
I
am.
love.
Yeah.
And it's not about love. It's just to see where it will go after that. You know?
So,
Yeah. Well,
'Cause
that's it's love, Mark. That's why I send you love.
That,
Fucking
you know,
Mark
okay,
number 2 and
so
shit.
So before we go, I want you guys to freaking go around and tell everybody how they can get in touch with you, because
My lizard friend.
we'll start out with Mark W first, and then we'll go.
Oh, look out, cats, dogs, and kids! You can get a hold of me
Look out.
by looking up Dragus
There's a cat.
Productions at gmail.com, or anywhere you can find Dragus Productions, where you can find all my hosts, as well as
Dragus.
all the stuff that I take and produce. And sometimes I even do AI art, which is, Mark these things. You know, he loves AI stuff.
Yeah.
You love him,
Love it.
because I'm going to
Love it.
post the shit out of it on mine. So you have to go through and be like, "Oh, Mark, Mark, you can't be posting that kind of stuff without putting on there that it's not safe for work."
Yeah, I don't know.
You read the terms of service.
Okay, so now, Sonia, let everybody know how they can get in touch with you.
GalacticFire.com.
Galacticfire.com.
And it's T-E, not T-I-C. Yeah, it's because it's tech. It's a little bit different tech. It's very soft tech technology to just make you look at a different perspective. It's perspective technology is what it is, I would say.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, now Mark Edworthy, give everybody your socials.
Nice and simple. Minds.com, Edworthy.
There you go.
Simple.
Minds.com. You can find me on Skype, and you can find me on Discord. On Skype, you can find me at Roger Hanson for my own personal account. I also have WoW Talk, and I also help Summer Todd do her show, Summer Todd's Mystery Show, on well, usually it's supposed to be Saturdays, but whenever she feels like doing her show. You can catch me also on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, which is where this is being streamed to, as well as every other place. I have an account on X with that goes by Rog LOL 1973 and at ROGLOL 1973 if you want to see me there. I also have my minds.com account, which I don't use very much, but you can contact me there at Roger_Hanson. So that's about all I want to say. Cause
And before we go, since my hosts aren't here, flat or hollow?
I'm a hollow, dude. I mean, I don't believe.
I agree. Never flat.
I don't.
I don't even like women that way. Anyways, let's wrap it up.
So with that, I'd like to thank everybody for showing up, and we've actually had a pretty good stream here, so I appreciate you guys for freaking coming in and talking. So with that, I'm gonna end, and thank you guys for being here.
Thanks for having me.
You
The wind swept across the vast expanse of the Iranian desert, stirring up clouds of sand and dust under the pale, sickly light of a crescent moon. In the heart of the Persian Empire, where the land stretched endless and barren, there lay a small settlement, nestled among crumbling ruins and forgotten relics. It was a place of harsh beauty, of blistering days and freezing nights, a place steeped in history, where the past seemed to whisper from every cracked stone and weathered monument. The attacks began quietly, a series of mutilated livestock discovered by puzzled villagers at dawn. Camels with their throats savagely torn open, goats scattered in pieces around the pens, their corpses arranged in unnatural patterns as if left behind by some unseen hand. The elders, desperate to calm the growing fear, attributed the deaths to local predators. Perhaps a lone wolf, or a starving lion driven from the mountains in search of food. But then the dream started. Men and women across the settlement began to wake in cold sweats, trembling from visions of a faceless rider silhouetted against a crimson sky. His body was that of a warrior, clad in tattered robes that fluttered like dying moths in the wind. Yet, where a head should have been, there was only emptiness, an eerie, gaping void. He rode a great, dark stallion, its eyes glowing with a malignant light, its hooves striking fire from the barren earth as it moved. At first, they dismissed these nightmares as just that, dreams conjured up by minds strained by the rigors of survival in such an unforgiving land. But when Hardy, a seasoned herder who had weathered many storms, was found dead outside his tent, the dreams became harder to ignore. His body lay crumpled amidst the sand, his mouth frozen in a silent scream, eyes wide open, staring into nothingness. The village healer, desperate to offer some explanation, murmured of a heart attack brought on by fright. But the look on Hardy's face spoke of something far worse. Others soon followed. Marin, the wife of a merchant, was discovered huddled in the corner of her stone hut, her hands clutching her shawl, her face pale and contorted in terror. Biruz, a brave soldier who had fought for the empire, was found with his skull crushed, his sword clutched uselessly in his cold hands. Panic swept through the settlement. Men who had stared down armies and bandits alike were reduced to fearful whispers and furtive glances. The villagers began to see the rider outside their tents, standing motionless at the edges of the dunes, his spectral form framed by the moonlight. They would hear the dull, echoing thud of his horse's hooves on the shifting sands at midnight, a sound that seemed to reverberate through their very bones. And each time he appeared, another soul would be claimed. But it wasn't just the headless rider that haunted the nights of the desert. For wherever he rode, a dark figure trailed him, a grotesque shadow, hunched and twisted, crawling along the ground like a beast. It was man-shaped but not human, with long, sinewy limbs and fingers that ended in razor-sharp talons. Its presence was heralded by a suffocating chill that snuffed out light and hope alike. And while the rider was content to stalk and terrorize, this creature thirsted for flesh. The first to encounter it was a young shepherd named Nazir. He had been out late, trying to round up a stray lamb that had wandered too close to the edge of the dunes. When he heard the steady clop of hooves behind him, he turned, expecting to see one of his kin on horseback. Instead, he found himself staring into an empty hood, a space devoid of eyes or features. Paralyzed with fear, he barely registered the low, guttural growl that emanated from the shadows beneath the rider. Nazir turned to flee, but it was too late. The creature launched itself from the ground, its clawed hand sinking into his back. He screamed as he felt his skin tear and his flesh rip, his blood spraying onto the sand in thick, crimson arcs. The rider watched, motionless, as the beast fed, its jaws cracking and grinding as it tore through sinew and bone. When it finally retreated, leaving Nazir's mangled corpse to bleed out beneath the cold light of the moon, the rider turned and vanished into the dunes, his dark companion slinking behind him. From then on, no one dared to venture out after dark. The dreams became more vivid, the attacks more brutal. And still, the elders insisted it was merely the work of wild beasts, desperate to cling to any semblance of normalcy as their settlement descended into chaos. They posted warnings about keeping close to the fires and never wandering alone. But the people knew better. This was no beast of flesh and bone, but something far older and far more terrifying. In a last-ditch effort, the governor of the province sent a detachment of soldiers to track down the source of the terror. Armed with swords and shields, they ventured deep into the dunes, following the trail of blood and fear that stretched across the desert. For hours, they combed through the sands, their shouts echoing through the night. But as midnight approached, a thick mist rolled in, swallowing the light and sound alike. Then, they heard it, the slow, rhythmic beat of hooves, growing louder and louder until it seemed to surround them. The soldiers froze, their breath hitching in their throats as the mist parted, revealing the rider at the center of a clearing. He sat astride his horse, a dark figure against the swirling mist, his headless form silhouetted against the ghostly light of the moon. And beside him, crouched low to the ground, was the creature. It moved with a sinuous grace, its limbs too long and too thin, its mouth dripping with gore. The soldiers raised their swords, hands trembling as they took aim. But before a single strike could be made, the rider lifted a gloved hand, and the beast lunged forward. Chaos erupted. Lanterns shattered, spilling fire onto the sand. Men screamed and cursed as the creature tore through their ranks, its claws raking across faces and throats. The commander tried to rally them, barking orders through the din, but his voice was drowned out by the guttural roars of the beast and the sickening crunch of bone. In the end, only 2 men stumbled back to the settlement, covered in blood and babbling incoherently about shadows and monsters. They spoke of a horror that no blade could kill, of a rider who could not be stopped. But most of all, they spoke of the thing that followed him, the thing that devoured them piece by piece, leaving only empty shells behind. The villagers, hearing their words, knew there was no hope. The headless rider was not just a harbinger of death, he was its master. And the creature at his side was hunger incarnate, an evil that would never be satisfied. Soon after, the settlement began to empty. One by one, families packed up and left, abandoning their homes and their livelihoods to the night. The few who remained did so out of stubbornness or desperation, clutching their charms and amulets as if they could ward off the darkness that now ruled their land. And the rider? He continued to haunt the desert, appearing at the stroke of midnight, his spectral steed casting long shadows across the empty sands. Wherever he went, the creature followed, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. They were bound together, predator and prey, hunter and hunted. But who was truly in control? No one knew, and no one dared to ask. Years later, when the mist had lifted and the desert was little more than a memory of those who had fled, an old man stood at the edge of the dunes, staring into the shadows. He had survived the terror, though he bore the scars on his body and soul. As he gazed into the dark, he swore he saw them again, the rider and his beast, moving silently through the sands, always searching, always hunting. For in the end, the rider was not a man, and the beast was not a creature. They were fear made flesh, a nightmare that could not be outrun, a terror that could not be killed. And though the people of that lost settlement had fled, the rider would find new prey. He always did. And the beast, it would feed again.